Welcome, dear friends, to a serene spring night perfect for a bedtime story. As the gentle whispers of spring fill the air, we invite you to cozy up and let the soothing narration carry you away to magical and peaceful places. Relax and embrace the warmth of the season, allowing cozy dreams to blossom in your heart. We are truly grateful for your presence here this evening and wish you a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Let the night embrace you in its gentle arms as our stories lull you into a world of vibrant serenity. Story 1. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between rolling hills that slumbered beneath soft blankets of moss, there stood a small stone cottage with a roof of woven thatch. Inside this cottage lived a boy named Rowan, who carried within him a quietness so profound it seemed to color the very air around him. Rowan was not unhappy, but he felt as though he were waiting for something he could not name, watching the world from behind a gentle veil of stillness. His world was painted in shades of gray and soft brown, like the final hour of twilight. The flowers in his small garden grew in muted tones, their petals the color of dust and old parchment. The sky above his cottage often held the soft, pearly gray of a dove's wing, even on days when the sun shone brightly everywhere else. Rowan did not mind this exactly, but sometimes he would look at the vibrant world beyond the hills and feel a small, quiet ache, like a seed buried deep in dark soil. One afternoon, as Rowan sat tracing patterns in the dew on his windowsill, he noticed something peculiar. Where his finger had passed, tiny, crystalline lines remained, shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within. He blinked, and they were gone. But the next day, it happened again. This time, when he breathed a sigh of disappointment at a loaf of bread that had burned in the oven, a shower of silver motes, like tiny seeds of starlight, drifted from his lips and settled on the hearth. They glowed for a moment before fading. Rowan began to pay closer attention. He noticed that when he felt particularly small or uncertain, the air around him would grow cool, and faint, silvery threads would drift from his fingertips, weaving a delicate, almost invisible cocoon around his shoulders. It was not frightening, it was soft like spider silk in moonlight, and it felt strangely comforting. It was during one of these moments, as he sat wrapped in this gentle, self-spun shroud, that an old woman appeared at his garden gate. She had not walked up the path, she was simply there, as if she had grown from the shadows of the rose bushes. Her hair was the color of frost on autumn grass, and her eyes held the deep, knowing calm of a forest pool. "Good evening, Rowan," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "That's a fine cloak you're weaving." Rowan looked down at the silvery threads. "I don't mean to," he whispered. The old woman smiled, and the lines around her eyes deepened like well-trodden paths. "We seldom do," she said. "But that does not make it less necessary. May I come in?" Her name was Alara, and she moved through Rowan's cottage as if she had always belonged there. She did not try to take the silvery threads away. Instead, she showed him how to care for them. "Think of them as a garden," she said one evening as they sat by the fire. "You would not tear a seedling from the ground because it is not yet a tree. You give it soil, water, and time." Under Alara's guidance, Rowan began to tend to his quiet changes. When he felt the silvery threads begin to form, he did not fight them. He would sit in his favorite chair by the window, a cup of chamomile tea warming his hands, and simply let the feeling be. He discovered that the threads were spun from his own patience. The more he accepted them, the more beautiful they became, shimmering with opalescent colors that shifted like the inside of a seashell. Alara visited often, but never on a schedule. She appeared when Rowan needed her most, sometimes with a basket of herbs, sometimes with a story, sometimes with nothing but her quiet presence. She taught him that transformation is not a single event, but a series of small, gentle unfoldings. "Watch your garden," she told him one morning. Rowan looked outside. For the first time, he noticed that a small, determined crocus had pushed through the soil near his doorstep. Its petals were not gray, but the soft, shy purple of a twilight shadow. It had bloomed on a day when Rowan had managed to finish a drawing he'd been working on for weeks, a small victory of completion. "It responds to you," Alara said softly. "The soil here has been waiting for a long time to remember what color feels like." Encouraged, Rowan began to practice other small acts of courage. He walked to the market in the next village, even though the crowd made his breath catch. When a friendly baker complimented his woven basket, Rowan managed a small thank you, and as he spoke, a single golden petal drifted from his lips and landed on the baker's counter. The baker, a wise woman herself, simply smiled and tucked it into her apron pocket. That evening, when Rowan returned home, he found that a second flower had bloomed in his garden, a butter-yellow primrose that nodded in the breeze as if in greeting. His small victories accumulated like treasures in a quiet chest. He mended a broken fence, and a vine with leaves like emeralds began to climb it. He learned a new song on his old flute, and that night his dreams were filled with the scent of night-blooming jasmine. He wrote a letter to a friend he missed, and when he sealed it, a dusting of cobalt blue pollen coated his fingers, which he carefully brushed onto the roots of a sleeping lilac bush. The silvery cocoon around him grew thicker, but now it was not a shield of isolation. It was a cradle. Inside it, Rowan felt safe to feel everything, the sadness for things lost, the hope for things to come, the quiet joy of a shared smile with Alara. The cocoon pulsed with a soft inner light, and sometimes he could hear a faint, beautiful humming, like the sound of the earth dreaming. One day, Alara did not come. A week passed, then two. Rowan felt a familiar uncertainty creep back in. The colors in his garden seemed to dim slightly. The silvery threads felt heavy. He missed her guidance, her calm assurance. He sat in his chair, wrapped in his cocoon, and remembered her words. "The greatest growth often happens in the quiet, when you think you are alone. That is when you learn to listen to your own heart." So Rowan listened. He listened to the whisper of the wind, to the beat of his own heart, to the memory of Alara's stories. He realized that her absence was not abandonment, it was her final lesson. She had given him the tools, and now he had to trust himself. He walked into his garden, which had grown into a small, vibrant paradise. Flowers of every hue nodded in the breeze. A tree he had planted as a tiny sapling now stood strong, its leaves rustling with secrets. He stood in the center of this beauty, this creation that was a mirror of his own soul, and he closed his eyes. He thought of all the small steps, the patient waiting, the gentle acceptance. He thought of the silvery threads that had once seemed so strange, but which had held him so tenderly. He felt a great warmth spread through his chest, a feeling of rightness, like a key turning in a long-locked door. The silvery cocoon began to glow, brighter and brighter, until it was a pillar of soft, white light. It did not burn, it caressed. Rowan felt the threads loosen, not falling away, but unfolding, like the petals of 1,000 flowers all blooming at once. When the light faded, Rowan stood transformed. From his shoulders cascaded a cloak of living color. It was woven from the deep green of the forest, the bright blue of a summer sky, the rich purple of the twilight crocus, the gold of the primrose. It shifted and shimmered with every breath he took, telling the story of his journey in its hues. His feet were bare upon the earth, and where he stepped, small, star-like flowers bloomed in the grass. He was still Rowan, but he was Rowan unfolded. The quiet boy was now a young man whose presence was as calming and vibrant as a sun-dappled glade. As he stood there, breathing in the scent of his garden, the cottage door creaked open. Alara stood there, her eyes shining with pride and love. She did not speak. She simply opened her arms, and Rowan walked into her embrace. "You see," she whispered into his hair. You were never becoming something new. You were remembering what you always were. That night they sat together in the garden as the stars emerged. The flowers glowed with a soft internal light, and the air was sweet with the scent of honey and earth. "What happens now?" Rowan asked, his voice calm and clear. Alara looked at him, her face serene. "Now you begin," she said. "The cocoon was for your becoming, the wings are for your journey. This garden was your practice. The world is waiting for your colors." Rowan understood. This was not an ending. It was the first page of a new story. He had learned to tend his own soul, to be patient with his own growth, to find the magic in small, quiet victories. He had learned that change is not something to fear, but something to nurture, like a seed in dark soil, trusting that it knows its own time to rise toward the sun. He looked up at the stars, then at his hands, which now seemed to hum with a gentle, creative energy. He knew that he would travel, that he would share this comfort with others who felt wrapped in their own silvery threads. He would help them see the beauty in their own metamorphosis. As the moon rose, painting the world in silver, Rowan felt a deep, abiding peace. The fireflies in the garden blinked in harmony with the rhythm of his breathing. In and out. A beginning, always a beginning. And in that endless, gentle cycle of change and acceptance, he knew he had found his way home. Story 2. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, a chorus of gentle pops and hisses that seemed to breathe along with the quiet room. Its light painted the walls in shifting patterns of gold and amber, and the warmth it cast was a soft, heavy blanket that settled over everything. It is in such a light, in such a warmth, that the best stories are found, for they are stories that are not just heard, but felt deep in the soul. So settle in, close your eyes if you wish, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that glowed like a captured ember in the heart of the woods. His name was Leo, and he was a boy who often felt like a shadow in his own life. While other children ran and shouted in the village square, Leo preferred the company of the forest that cradled their little town of Oakhaven. He was not unhappy, merely quiet, his inner world a vast and private place. His greatest pleasure was to walk the winding paths, his fingers brushing against the rough bark of ancient trees, his ears tuned to the rustle of unseen creatures and the whisper of the wind through the leaves high above. He felt a kinship with the forest, a sense that it held secrets just for him, if only he knew how to listen. One afternoon, when the sun was a pale, cool coin in the late autumn sky, Leo was following a deer trail he'd never noticed before. It was a shy little path, half hidden behind a curtain of weeping willow branches. Curiosity, a soft and persistent tug in his chest, led him onward. The air grew still and carried the rich, damp scent of earth and decaying leaves. The further he walked, the more the world seemed to hush, as if he were stepping into a sacred space. It was there, nestled in the mossy roots of a great, gnarled oak tree, that he found it. At first it seemed to be just an unusually smooth, dark gray stone. But as Leo's shadow fell over it, a soft, pulsing light began to glow from within its depths. It was the color of warm embers, of a sunset held captive in stone. He reached out, his breath catching in his throat, and picked it up. It was warm to the touch, not hot, but holding a gentle, living heat that seeped into his palm. As he held it, the light within brightened, pulsing in a slow, steady rhythm that felt strangely like a heartbeat. He turned it over in his hands. It was flawless, no bigger than a robin's egg, and as he gazed into its fiery core, he felt a profound sense of calm, as if he'd found a piece of himself he never knew was missing. He tucked the warm stone safely into his pocket, and the faint, ember-like glow shone through the fabric, a tiny, brave light in the gathering dusk. That night, under the soft glow of his bedside lamp, Leo examined his find. The stone's light ebbed and flowed, sometimes dimming to a faint smolder, sometimes brightening as if fanned by an unseen breath. As he held it, an idea, fragile as a cobweb, began to form in his mind. He fetched a piece of parchment and a charcoal pencil. He wasn't sure why, but he felt compelled to draw. His hand moved almost of its own accord, not sketching the stone itself, but tracing the patterns of light he saw swirling within it. The lines curved and spiraled, intersecting in strange, beautiful ways. When he was finished, he held up the parchment. It wasn't a random scribble. It was a map. The lines formed pathways, and at the very center of the spirals was a symbol that looked like a tree with a heart of fire. A thrill both exciting and terrifying shivered down his spine. He knew with a certainty that went beyond reason that the map was leading him somewhere. The stone was not just a treasure, it was an invitation. The next day, with the ember stone a warm, comforting weight in his pocket, and the map carefully folded in his hand, Leo returned to the forest. The stone's glow intensified as he walked, pulsing more rapidly when he chose the correct fork in a path, dimming when he strayed. It was a silent, gentle guide. He walked for what felt like hours, the ordinary sounds of the forest giving way to a deeper, more resonant silence. The very air began to feel different, thicker, sweeter, humming with a low, magical energy. And then he found it. The entrance was hidden behind a waterfall that cascaded like a veil of liquid silver. The map had indicated this spot with a wavy line. As Leo pushed through the cool, misty curtain, he emerged not into a dark cave, but into another world entirely. He stood at the edge of the Emberwood. It was a forest within a forest, a place untouched by time. The trees here were colossal, their trunks wider than houses, and their bark was etched with silvery patterns that caught the soft light. That light did not come from the sun, but from the forest itself. Giant fungi clustered at the bases of the trees, glowing with a soft, bioluminescent blue and green. Flowers with petals like stained glass scattered prismatic colors across the mossy floor. And high in the branches, nestled like fruits, were orbs of warm, golden light that pulsed gently, illuminating the twilight realm in a perpetual, peaceful dusk. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and something else, something ancient and sweet, like petrichor and starlight. Leo stood transfixed, his heart swelling with a wonder so profound it brought tears to his eyes. This was the hidden world he had always sensed, the secret the forest had been keeping. His awe was interrupted by a soft, curious chirping sound. He turned to see a small, furry creature regarding him from a nearby log. It was about the size of a rabbit, with fur the color of moss and large, liquid eyes that shone like polished jet. Its most remarkable feature was a bushy tail that ended in a tuft of fur that glowed with the same gentle, ember-like light as the stone in Leo's pocket. The creature tilted its head, chirped again, and then, to Leo's astonishment, it spoke. "You are holding a Hearthstone," it said, its voice a soft, rustling whisper, like leaves in a gentle breeze. "I have not seen one in a very long time." Leo was too surprised to be afraid. A Hearthstone. The creature nodded, its glowing tail twitching. "I am Finian, but you may call me Finn. I am a Glimmertail, and you, Stonebearer, are in the Emberwood. A human has not walked here for many turnings of the seasons." Hesitantly, Leo took the stone from his pocket. In the heart of the Emberwood, it blazed with a brilliant, joyful light, illuminating the small clearing around them. Finn's own tail light brightened in response, pulsing in harmony. "It guided me here," Leo explained, showing Finn the map. It showed me the way." Finn hopped closer, his bright eyes studying the parchment. "The Hearthstone does not choose just anyone," he mused. "It chooses one whose own heart is quiet enough to listen. It seems the Emberwood has been calling to you, Leo." Leo started. "How do you know my name?" Finn's whiskers twitched in what might have been a smile. The woods know many things, and your heart speaks it, even if your voice does not. He looked from the stone to Leo's face, his expression growing solemn. But the stone's light is not just for finding, it is for mending, and there is something here that needs your help. Finn led Leo deeper into the emberwood. As they walked, Leo saw that not all was well in the hidden world. In patches, the glowing fungi were dull and gray. Some of the light orbs in the trees flickered weakly, and the silvery patterns on the tree bark seemed tarnished. A creeping, silent gloom was leaching the color and light from parts of the forest. The great hearth, Finn explained, his voice heavy with sadness. The source of all the emberwood's light and warmth. It is a vast, crystalline tree at the very center of our world. But its light has been fading. The weeping vines, a parasitic plant, have been slowly choking it, feeding on its energy. If the hearth goes dark, our whole world will fade into a permanent, silent winter. The mystery was unfolding, not with shouts and alarms, but with this quiet, desperate fading. Leo understood now why the Hearthstone had called to him. It wasn't an accident. He was meant to help. Their journey to the center was not a grand, perilous quest with monsters and battles. It was a journey of small steps and growing understanding. Finn showed Leo the interconnected life of the Emberwood, how the Glimmertail's light helped the photosensitive flowers bloom, how the songs of the crystal-winged moths strengthened the bark of the trees, how the gentle, lumbering moss bears cultivated the glowing fungi with their careful paws. Leo, who had always felt separate, began to see the beautiful, delicate web of which he was now a part. He helped a young moss bear untangle its fur from a thicket of thorns. He used the light from his Hearthstone to guide a lost family of glowing beetles back to their home in a hollow log. With each small act of kindness, the stone in his pocket seemed to grow warmer, its light burning a little brighter and steadier. Finn watched him, his dark eyes soft. You see, Leo, the light grows not by hoarding it, but by sharing it. Your quiet heart is not a weakness here. It is your greatest strength. You listen, you observe, you understand. Finally, they reached the center of the Emberwood, and there stood the great hearth. It was the most magnificent thing Leo had ever seen. It was not a tree of wood, but of what appeared to be living crystal, pulsing with a deep, rhythmic, golden light from its roots to its soaring, branchless peak. But the sight was marred by thick, black, rope-like vines that were wrapped around its trunk, digging into the crystal bark. Where the vines touched, the light dimmed and sputtered, and a coldness radiated outwards. These were the weeping vines. As they approached, Leo felt a deep, sympathetic ache in his own chest. The great hearth was suffering. We have tried to cut them, Finn said, his tail light dim with despair. But they grow back faster than we can remove them. They feed on light and warmth. They cannot be fought with force. Leo stood before the magnificent, ailing tree, the Hearthstone blazing in his hand. He remembered the map, the spirals leading to this central point. He thought of the gentle wisdom Finn had shared. Force was not the answer. The weeping vines were not an enemy to be defeated, but a sickness to be healed. They were choking the hearth because they themselves were starved of true, self-sustaining light. He walked right up to the crystal trunk and placed his palm and the Hearthstone directly against it. He closed his eyes. He didn't push or pull. He simply listened. He let his quiet heart open, and he poured all the feelings he had experienced in the Emberwood into the stone. The wonder, the friendship with Finn, the joy of helping the small creatures, the profound sense of belonging. The Hearthstone flared not with a flash, but with a deep, resonant wave of pure, golden warmth that flowed from his hand into the great hearth. The light traveled up and down the crystal trunk, a wave of pure, nurturing energy. It did not attack the vines. Instead, it washed over them. And a miraculous thing happened. the black, choking vines began to change. Where the warm light touched them, the blackness receded, turning to a healthy, woody brown. Tiny, delicate buds swelled along their lengths and then burst open, not with leaves, but with beautiful, luminous flowers that glowed with the same soft, ember-like light as Leo's stone and Finn's tail. The weeping vines were transformed into glowing, flowering garlands that now adorned the great hearth, their new light feeding back into the tree instead of draining it. A great, silent sigh of relief seemed to pass through the entire emberwood. The light of the great hearth steadied, then brightened, pulsing strong and true. The dim patches in the forest vanished as the glowing fungi blazed back to life, and the tree orbs shone with renewed vigor. Color returned, deeper and more vibrant than before. The air itself grew warmer, humming with restored magic. Leo stepped back, breathless. The Hearthstone in his hand was still warm, but its pulsing light had calmed, merging with the steady rhythm of the great hearth. He had not used a weapon, he had used understanding and compassion. He had shared his own inner light, and in doing so, had rekindled a world. Finn placed a small, furry paw on Leo's leg. "You see," he whispered, his own tail glowing with a brilliant, happy light. "You had the warmth all along, the stone just helped you find it." Leo spent a little while longer in the emberwood, but he knew, as the gentle dusk of that world deepened, that it was time for him to return home. The hidden world was safe, and he carried its warmth inside him now. "Will I be able to come back?" he asked Finn, his voice thick with emotion. Finn nuzzled his hand. "The path will always be here for you, Leo. For one who has shared his heart with the emberwood is forever a part of it. You need only listen for its call." With a final, fond look at the glowing, flourishing forest and his small, glowing friend, Leo turned and walked back through the silver waterfall, emerging into the familiar, dimming light of his own world. The journey back felt shorter, the path clearer. When he arrived at the edge of his village, the first stars were pricking the violet sky. He looked down at the Hearthstone in his palm. It was no longer a blazing ember, but its warm, gentle glow remained, a constant, comforting presence. He knew its work as a guide was done. Its purpose now was to remind him of the hidden worlds within and around him, of the strength found in quietness, and of the transformative power of a warm and generous heart. He slipped the stone back into his pocket, its soft light hidden from view, but its warmth seeping into his very being. He walked back into his village, and though he was still the same quiet boy, he walked with a new steadiness. He had been on a journey that had transformed him as surely as fire transforms wood, burning away his uncertainties and leaving behind a core of enduring warmth and strength. He reached his home, where the fire in the hearth still crackled its gentle, welcoming song. He sat before it, watching the flames dance, and he felt a deep and peaceful resolution settle over him. The mystery was solved, the friendship forged, the hidden world saved. He had faced a challenge not with a shout, but with a listening heart, and he had emerged not as a conqueror, but as a keeper of light. And so, as the fire burns low and the room is filled with a soft, drowsy warmth, remember Leo's story. Remember that within you, too, glows a light like a steady ember. It is a light of kindness, of quiet understanding, of friendship. Nurture it, share it, and trust that it can guide you through any darkness and transform the world around you in the gentlest, most beautiful of ways. Let that warmth wrap around you now, a soft blanket for your spirit. Let your breathing grow slow and deep, matching the rhythm of a crystal heart tree in a hidden wood, or the steady pulse of a stone that holds a captured sunset. The story is over, but the warmth remains. Let it carry you now into quiet, peaceful dreams. Story 3. In the quiet, cobblestone village of Willowbrook, nestled in a gentle valley where the mountains wore shawls of mist and the rivers hummed sleepy tunes, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It was the kind of magic that didn't roar or flash, but whispered. It was in the way the dew clung to spiderwebs each morning, in the chime of the 7 clock towers that marked the hours not with a clang, but with a soft, melodic ring, and in the gentle, ever-present scent of rain-soaked earth and blooming honeysuckle. For generations, the villagers lived in harmony with these gentle wonders. But one autumn, something began to change. It started subtly, as such things often do. A young baker's apprentice named Rowan was the first to notice. Each evening he would sit on his rooftop, a warm muffin in hand, and trace the constellations with his flower-dusted finger. He knew them all, the great hare, the silver loom, the sobbing willow. But one night he saw that a single, bright star from the sobbing willow was missing. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. The space where the star, named Lyra's tear, should have been was just an empty, dark patch in the velvet sky. The next evening, 2 more stars were gone from a different constellation. And the next 3. It wasn't a dramatic vanishing, but a slow, quiet fading, as if someone were gently plucking diamonds from a vast, dark quilt. A soft murmur of concern rippled through Willowbrook. The stars were not just lights, they were old friends, guides for night travelers, and the inspiration for countless lullabies sung to sleepy children. The village council, a group of well-meaning elders who met in the old mill by the babbling brook, was baffled. Old Man Hemlock, who claimed to have seen a century of winters, declared it the work of a sky thief, a mythical being from a cautionary nursery rhyme. The rhyme, which children sang while skipping rope, went, "Beware the thief who walks the sky, with a silent step and a watchful eye. He steals the light from the heavens so deep, while all the tired villages sleep. Look to the clock when the 7th chime rings, for that is the hour his mischief begins." The village immediately latched onto this idea. As the 7th chime of the central clock tower echoed each night, people would rush to their windows, peering into the darkness, trying to catch a glimpse of the phantom thief. They set traps made of moonbeams and spider silk, and posted a night watch. But the stars kept disappearing, and no thief was ever seen. Rowan, however, was a boy of quiet observation and deep empathy. He didn't believe in a malicious thief. The nursery rhyme felt like a story to scare children into going to bed on time, not a true map of the mystery. While the village chased the red herring of the sky thief, Rowan decided to watch and listen. He spent his days not in frantic search, but in gentle inquiry. He sat with the weavers, whose looms clacked a soothing rhythm, and asked if their patterns had changed. He visited the glassblowers, whose furnaces glowed like captured sunsets, and inquired if the light felt different. He even spent an afternoon with the bees in the lavender fields, simply listening to their hum. His most important clue came from an unexpected source. He was helping his grandmother, a woman with eyes the color of a twilight sky and a memory as long as the river, sort through her old trinkets. She pulled out a tattered, embroidered map of the Willowbrook constellations, stitched by her own grandmother. It was a beautiful thing, threaded with silver and blue. "Look, Rowan," she said, her finger tracing the sobbing willow. "The stories say the stars aren't just up there, they're connected to things down here. Lyra's tear, the first one you saw vanish, is said to be tied to the heart of the rarest flower in the Glimmerwood." Rowan's mind, which had been patiently gathering pieces, suddenly began to fit them together. He remembered that in the same week the stars began to disappear, the flowers in the Glimmerwood, a forest on the edge of the village known for its color-changing blossoms, had begun to act strangely. Their usual slow, dreamy shift from blue to pink to gold had become frantic, almost flickering. Abandoning the false trail of the sky thief, Rowan took the old map and a lantern and ventured into the Glimmerwood as the sun began to set. The forest was a place of soft, ambient music. Wind chimes, hung from ancient boughs by generations of villagers, tinkled in the breeze. A gentle rain began to fall, pattering a soft drumbeat on the broad leaves above, and the air was filled with the sweet, damp scent of petrichor and night-blooming jasmine. Using the stitched map as his guide, Rowan navigated to the very center of the wood. There, in a small, moon-dappled clearing, he found the source of the mystery. It was not a thief, but a creature of profound sadness. A young, shimmering being, no larger than a fox, with fur the color of a nebula and eyes that held the light of 1,000 distant suns, was curled around the stem of a single, luminous flower. This was the Starlight sylph, a guardian so rare it was thought to be a myth. And she was weeping. Each of her tears, as it fell onto the flower's petals, was a tiny, liquid star. And as it touched the blossom, a corresponding star in the sky above would flicker and go out. Rowan did not startle her. He simply sat down a few feet away, placed his lantern on the moss, and waited. He hummed a soft, wordless tune, one his mother used to sing. After a long while, the sylph lifted her head. Her grief was a palpable thing, a chill in the warm night air. Through a series of gentle, empathetic thoughts that passed between them like dandelion seeds on the wind, Rowan understood. The sylph was the last of her kind. Her purpose was to weave the starlight into the very essence of the glimmerwood, giving the flowers their magical hues. But her energy was fading, and without a companion, she could not sustain the connection. The flowers were flickering because her magic was dying, and the stars were going out because she was using her own lifelight, her tears, in a desperate attempt to keep the forest alive. The backwards flowing time the elders had muttered about. It was the feeling of her magic unraveling, of creation slowly reversing. The nursery rhyme had been a red herring, but the old map was the true key. It didn't just show the stars, it showed their connection to the earth. And the 7th chime wasn't the hour a thief appeared, but the hour the sylph's energy was at its weakest, when her sorrow overwhelmed her. Rowan knew that a single person could not solve this. This was a problem for the whole heart of Willowbrook. He returned to the village and gathered everyone in the square, under the slowly dimming sky. He did not speak of thieves or myths. He spoke of a lonely guardian, of a fading magic, and of a shared responsibility. He explained that the stars and their flowers were not just pretty things to be enjoyed, but part of a delicate, living balance that they were all a part of. The villagers, their fear replaced by a swelling of compassion, listened. The weavers offered threads spun from moonlight. The glassblowers brought orbs to capture and amplify gentle light. The elders shared old songs of bonding and renewal. The children, with their boundless capacity for belief, drew pictures of the sylph to make her feel welcome. Together, as a community, they returned to the Glimmerwood. They did not march with torches, but walked with lanterns, their light a promise, not a threat. They surrounded the clearing and, as one, began to hum the same tune Rowan had hummed. They offered their gifts not as solutions, but as tokens of friendship. The Starlight sylph, feeling the warm, collective empathy of the village, uncurled from the flower. Her weeping ceased. As the villagers sang an old, forgotten lullaby about the unity of the earth and the sky, a wonderful thing happened. The weaver's threads began to glow, weaving a soft, luminescent net over the clearing. The glassblower's orbs absorbed the light and cast it back, gentle and steady. The sylph, her own light now reinforced by the community's shared warmth, stood tall. She raised her face to the sky and let out a soft, chiming call. One by one, the missing stars reignited in the heavens, burning brighter than ever before. The flowers in the Glimmerwood ceased their frantic flickering and settled into a slow, deep, rhythmic pulse of color, more vibrant and beautiful than anyone could remember. The gentle rain ceased, and the wind chimes in the trees sang a clear, joyous song. The mystery was solved not by catching a thief, but by mending a heart. The red herring had led them not to a culprit, but to a deeper understanding of their own home. From that night on, the villagers took turns visiting the Glimmerwood, not as intruders but as friends, sharing stories and songs with the sylph, ensuring she would never be lonely again. And high above, the stars of Willowbrook shone with a renewed, friendly brilliance, each one a reminder that the most powerful magic of all is not found in grand spells, but in the gentle, observant, and empathetic heart of a community, listening to the whispers of the world around them. As the central clock tower rang its 7 soft chimes, it no longer signaled a time of fear, but a time of connection, a lullaby woven into the very fabric of the night, promising that no one and no star would ever have to shine alone. Story 4. The world began to fade around the edges first, like parchment touched by gentle flame. Leo found himself standing at the threshold of a bridge woven from moonlight and spider silk, its surface shimmering with the soft iridescence of soap bubbles. In his pocket, his fingers traced the familiar ridges of a smooth, gray river stone his grandmother had given him years ago, worn smooth by generations of hands. It was his anchor, his piece of home. He stepped onto the bridge, and it yielded like a sigh beneath his feet, buoyant and forgiving. Below, instead of a chasm, stretched an endless sea of clouds, not white and fluffy, but tinged with the soft lavender and peach of a perpetual sunset. They rolled in slow, silent waves, and from their depths rose the spires and domes of cities built upon the clouds themselves. Towers spiraled upward, made of spun sugar and solidified light, their windows glowing with a warm, buttery luminescence. The air tasted of rain-kissed petals and carried the distant, harmonious hum of 1,000 unseen bells. This was the Etherium, a realm of sky and song. Leo's journey had begun with a whisper, a plea carried on the wind that had slipped through his open window. The starlight weavers, the gentle caretakers of the night sky, were falling silent. The constellations were growing dim, their connecting threads of light fraying. Without their song, the world below would lose its dreams, and the night would become a hollow, empty thing. Leo, whose own heart held a deep, quiet well of empathy, had felt their distress in his bones. He had closed his eyes, clutching his river stone, and when he opened them, he was here. His first guide found him as he reached the end of the moon bridge. It was a creature no larger than his hand, a lumina, a being of pure, condensed light. It had no discernible shape, but shifted like a living kaleidoscope, its core a warm, golden yellow. It didn't speak in words, but communicated through a soft, chiming melody that resonated directly in Leo's mind. The tune was a question, gentle and curious. "I'm here to help the Starlight Weavers," Leo said softly, his voice feeling small in the immense, quiet beauty. The lumina chimed an ascending scale of understanding, and then floated ahead, its light pulsing in a rhythm that felt like an invitation to follow. They moved through the Cloud City streets, which were soft and springy underfoot, smelling faintly of ozone and vanilla. Other luminas drifted past, their combined music creating a serene, ever-changing symphony. Some were violet and hummed low, soothing notes, others were sky blue and trilled like laughing streams. Their path led them to the first great landmark, the Prism's spire. It was a colossal crystal that rose from the very heart of the Cloud City, its facets catching the eternal twilight and fracturing it into rainbows that danced across the pearlescent buildings. As Leo approached, the entire structure began to hum, a deep, resonant vibration he could feel in his teeth. The music was not just heard, it was a physical sensation, a warmth that seeped into his skin. The spire was a waypoint, a navigational beacon that aligned the pathways of the Etherium through harmony. Leo stood for a moment, letting the vibrations wash over him, and felt a sense of profound peace, a reminder of why he was undertaking this quest. The Lumina guide led him onward, past floating gardens where flowers made of stained glass tinkled in the gentle breeze. They descended on a lift woven from dandelion fluff and starlight, down through the cloud floor into a realm beneath. The world shifted from the open sky to a vast, subterranean cavern. But this was no dark, damp hollow. This was the Aurora Cavern. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all made of a smooth, obsidian-like stone that was a perfect mirror. And reflected in every surface were rivers of light, swirling, dancing auroras in emerald, magenta, and sapphire. They moved like living serpents, silent and majestic, casting a light that was both cool and comforting. The air here was still and carried the clean, sharp scent of geode crystals after they've been cracked open. Here, new creatures dwelled. The chromawisps were shy, fluid beings of colored light, akin to the auroras themselves. They communicated not through sound, but through gentle, fleeting touches. As one drifted near, it brushed against Leo's hand. A cascade of images and feelings filled his mind, the cool, smooth texture of the cavern walls, the joy of their endless dance, and a deep, shared concern for the fading stars above. Their touch was like a sip of cool water on a warm day, refreshing and clarifying. Leo's river stone felt warm in his pocket. He pulled it out, and in the reflected light of the auroras, it seemed to hold a tiny, captured galaxy of its own. The chromawisps gathered around, their light pulsing with soft interest. They understood the weight of a keepsake, the memory of home it contained. The wisps showed him the next landmark, the tier of the moon. It was a single, enormous, milky-white crystal that hung from the cavern's ceiling, dripping a liquid, silvery light into a pool below. Each drop that fell created not a splash, but a single, perfect, ringing note that hung in the air before fading. The pool was the source of the raw, unformed light that the Starlight weavers used for their craft. But the flow was slowing, the notes becoming fewer and farther between. A deep understanding settled in Leo's heart. The problem wasn't just with the weavers themselves, it was with this source. The music of the realm was faltering at its very origin. He needed to go deeper, to the place where the music was born. His journey took him next to a place that existed between the solidity of the cavern and the etherealness of the sky, the Library of Echoes. It wasn't a building of stone and wood, but a dimension of pure memory and sound. To enter, he had to walk through a waterfall that was not water, but a cascade of whispered stories and forgotten lullabies. The sensation was like being gently dusted with frost and honey. Inside, there were no bookshelves. Knowledge floated in the air as shimmering, translucent spheres. If you focused on one, it would drift toward you and unfold into a tapestry of sound and image. The librarians were the echo keepers, gentle, faceless figures robed in silence who communicated by causing the very air to resonate with their thoughts. One approached Leo, and the air around them hummed with a question. "I seek the song of making," Leo said, his voice a whisper. "The first song that gave light to the stars." The echo keeper gestured, and a sphere of pure, silver sound floated toward Leo. As it touched his forehead, his mind was filled not with a simple melody, but with their idea of a song. It was the feeling of a mother's first lullaby, the joy of a sunrise, the comfort of a safe return. It was the essence of home. And he realized with a start that this was the same feeling he got when he held his grandmother's river stone. The song of making wasn't a complex arrangement of notes. It was the simple, profound power of a loving connection. He had the answer. The Starlight weavers had not forgotten their craft, they had simply forgotten the feeling behind it. The tear of the moon was slowing because the emotional wellspring that fueled it, the collective comfort, love, and hope of all connected worlds, was being forgotten in the rush and noise of existence. Leo rushed back through the library, through the Aurora Cavern, and up to the Cloud Cities, his heart pounding not with fear, but with purpose. He found the Starlight weavers in their great, open-air observatory, high in the cloud spires. They were tall, willowy beings with hair like spun silver and fingers that trailed strands of liquid light. But their movements were slow, their expressions weary. The great loom before them, where they wove the constellations, was nearly still. They looked at him, their eyes like quiet pools of starlight. Leo didn't know any magical songs. He had no great power. So he did the only thing he could think of. He walked to the center of their observatory, sat down on the soft, cloud-like floor, and took the smooth, gray river stone from his pocket. He held it in his cupped hands. He thought of his grandmother's kitchen, warm with the smell of baking bread. He thought of the sound of her voice telling him stories. He thought of the safe, certain feeling of being loved. He poured all of that feeling, all of that memory of home, into the simple act of holding that stone. And as he did, the stone began to glow with a soft, steady, golden light. It was a humble light, but it was real and warm and true. The starlight weavers stirred. One by one they approached. They didn't look at Leo, but at the light in his hands. A slow, dawning recognition softened their weary faces. One reached out a slender finger and touched the stone. A shiver went through her and she began to hum, a low, quiet, nurturing hum that was the sound of comfort itself. Another joined in, then another. Their humming wove together, creating a new song, a song built not on technique, but on the rediscovered feeling of home. The song swelled, flowing out from the observatory, across the cloud cities, down into the Aurora cavern. The chroma-wisps danced with renewed vigor, their colors blazing brightly. The luminas chimed in joyous harmony. Down in the cavern, the tear of the moon responded. A great, shimmering drop of liquid light fell, striking the pool with a note so pure and powerful it felt like a heartbeat. Then another and another, until the flow was a steady, musical stream once more. The starlight weavers returned to their loom. Their movements were now sure and graceful, their fingers flying as they drew from the renewed pool of light, weaving vibrant new threads into the tapestry of the night sky. The constellations above began to brighten, their connections strengthening, burning with a fierce, gentle brilliance. Leo's task was complete. He stood at the moon bridge once more, the river stone cool and familiar in his pocket once again. The head weaver approached him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Her touch was like starlight, weightless and filled with a profound gratitude that needed no words. He stepped onto the bridge and the etherium began to soften and fade around him, the chiming music and the scent of vanilla receding like a gentle tide. He found himself back in his own room, the first light of dawn painting his walls in soft hues. The night outside his window was deep and velvety, and the stars shone with a clarity he had never seen before, each one a promise kept, a story woven with love. He curled up in his bed, the memory of the journey wrapped around him like a warm blanket. He knew that the simple, loving things, a kind thought, a memory of home, a smooth stone held in the hand, were the most powerful magic of all. And with that comforting truth cradled in his heart, he drifted into a sleep full of the most peaceful and wonderful dreams. Story 5. The village of Stillwater Bend was a place where time seemed to move differently than elsewhere. Nestled in a gentle valley where 7 streams converged, the village was famous for its star-filled nights, its flower-covered cottages, and its peculiar clock tower that chimed not on the hour, but whenever someone in the village needed comforting. On this particular evening, as a soft rain pattered against cobblestones and wind chimes played a lazy melody in the breeze, something unusual was happening in Stillwater Bend. A young woman named Rowan noticed it first. Rowan was the village stargazer, the one who kept charts of constellations and knew each star by name. She had a small observatory atop her cottage, and every evening she would climb the winding staircase to peer through her brass telescope. Tonight, however, when she looked upward, she found gaps in the familiar patterns. The Seven Sisters constellation was missing 2 of its stars, and the Great Bear had lost the tip of its tail. Rowan descended her staircase thoughtfully, her footsteps quiet on the worn wooden steps. She pulled her knitted shawl tighter around her shoulders and stepped out into the gentle rain. The air smelled of wet earth and blooming night flowers. She made her way to the village square where the clock tower stood silent, its face illuminated by the remaining stars. In the square she found Oliver, the clockmaker, peering up at the sky with a puzzled expression. "The stars are vanishing," Rowan said softly, not wanting to alarm the fireflies dancing in the damp air around them. Oliver nodded, his kind eyes crinkling at the corners. "I've noticed, and stranger still, have you heard the nursery rhyme the children have been singing?" From a nearby cottage, faint voices carried on the rain-scented breeze. "When silver stars begin to fade, and constellations come unmade, find what's lost in memories deep, where 7 ancient rivers sleep." Rowan listened carefully, the words settling in her mind like puzzle pieces. "The children have been singing that for days," Oliver continued. "I thought it was just one of their games." But Rowan, who understood the language of patterns, both in stars and in stories, sensed this was more than coincidence. She decided to investigate the vanishing stars, beginning with the oldest maps of Stillwater Bend. The following morning dawned soft and misty, with sunlight filtering through the rain-washed air. Rowan visited the village library, a circular building with stained glass windows depicting the constellations. The librarian, an elderly woman named Hazel with hair as white as dandelion fluff, greeted Rowan with a knowing smile. "You've come about the stars," Hazel said, not as a question but as a statement. She led Rowan to a back room where ancient maps were kept, their edges frayed and their ink faded to the color of tea stains. Together they unrolled the oldest map of Stillwater Bend, created by the village's founders centuries earlier. Rowan noticed something peculiar. The map showed not 7 streams converging in the valley, but 8. One stream seemed to have vanished from modern maps entirely. "This might be our first clue," Rowan murmured, tracing the faded line of the missing stream with her finger. "The nursery rhyme mentions 7 ancient rivers, but according to this, there were originally 8. Hazel adjusted her spectacles. "A red herring, perhaps, or a delightful discovery waiting to be made." Rowan decided to follow the clue, taking the ancient map with her as she ventured into the woodland glen beyond the village. The forest was alive with sound, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, the distant chime of the village clock tower, which had sounded twice that morning, comforting a lost kitten and a homesick traveler, and the musical gurgle of streams. As she walked, Rowan noticed another peculiar happening. The bluebells along the path were slowly shifting color to violet, then to a soft silver, as if responding to some unseen signal. She picked one carefully, tucking it into her pocket as a reminder that even familiar things could hold mysteries. Following the ancient map, Rowan came to a place where 6 streams converged. According to modern geography, this was where all the waters of Stillwater Bend met. But the old map suggested another stream should be here, hidden from view. Rowan sat on a moss-covered stone and listened, not with her ears alone, but with her heart. She remembered something her grandmother had told her years ago. Sometimes what's missing isn't gone, it's merely waiting to be remembered. Closing her eyes, Rowan focused on the sounds around her, the water's flow, the wind in the pines, the distant village chimes. And then she heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible trickling sound coming from behind a curtain of ivy, hanging from a rocky outcrop. Gently pushing the ivy aside, Rowan discovered a hidden spring, its water clear as crystal, flowing into a tiny stream that joined the others. This was the 8th stream, forgotten by time but not gone entirely. And there, resting at the bottom of the spring, were 2 star-shaped stones that glowed with a soft, silvery light. Rowan carefully retrieved the stones, which were warm to the touch. As she held them, she felt a wave of nostalgia, memories not her own, but belonging to the village itself. She saw images of village celebrations under starry skies, of wishes made on falling stars, of generations who had loved these constellations. Returning to the village with the starstones in her pocket, Rowan found Oliver waiting for her in the square. "Any progress?" he asked, his eyes hopeful. She showed him the stones and told him of the hidden stream. Oliver examined the starstones thoughtfully. "They're beautiful, but they don't explain why the actual stars are disappearing from the sky." This was true, and Rowan knew it. The discovery of the eighth stream was a delightful diversion, but not the solution to their mystery. That evening, as the last light faded from the sky, Rowan noticed something else unusual. The vanishing stars seemed to correspond to places in the village where memories were fading. The two missing stars from the Seven Sisters constellation aligned perfectly with the old bakery, whose recipes had been forgotten when the baker moved away, and the weaving cottage, where intricate patterns were no longer remembered. The missing tip of the great bear's tail aligned with the village square itself, where stories were once shared but had grown less frequent in recent years. Rowan shared her observation with Oliver as they sat in her observatory, rain gently tapping on the domed roof. "I think the stars are connected to our memories," she said softly. "When we forget our stories and traditions, the stars that represent them fade." Oliver considered this, his fingers tracing constellations on a chart. "Then how do we bring them back?" The answer came to Rowan as she remembered the second part of the children's nursery rhyme. "Find what's lost in memories deep, where 7 ancient rivers sleep." The stars aren't gone, she realized. They're waiting in our memories. We need to remember them back into the sky. The next day, Rowan and Oliver organized a gathering in the village square. They invited everyone to share stories, tales of their grandparents, memories of village celebrations, even simple recollections of kindnesses shared between neighbors. At first, people were hesitant, but as the clock tower chimed its comforting melody and the wind chimes danced in the breeze, the stories began to flow. An elderly woman named Marigold remembered the exact recipe for the honey cakes that used to be made in the bakery. A young boy named Finn recalled the pattern his great-grandmother had woven into a tapestry, a pattern of interconnected stars. Others shared memories of starlit festivals and nighttime stories told by firelight. As each memory was shared, something remarkable happened. A star would reappear in the night sky, shining brighter than before. The two missing sisters returned to their constellation, and the great bear's tail was restored to its full length. But the most wonderful transformation was yet to come. As the last story was told, a tale about the founding of Stillwater Bend and why the eighth stream had been forgotten, a new star appeared in the sky, brighter than all the others, positioned exactly above the hidden spring Rowan had discovered. The village had not only restored what was lost, but had gained something new, a star to remember the rediscovered stream, and the understanding that their collective memories were a treasure to be cherished and shared. In the days that followed, the people of Stillwater Bend began gathering regularly to share stories. The bakery revived its old recipes, the weavers rediscovered forgotten patterns, and the clock tower chimed more frequently, not because there was more sadness in the village, but because its chimes had become part of their storytelling tradition. Rowan continued her stargazing, but now Oliver often joined her, and sometimes villagers would visit the observatory to share tea and memories under the watchful stars. The peculiar happenings had not been something to fear, but rather a gentle reminder that the bonds of community, the sharing of stories, and the preservation of memory were what kept their world bright and beautiful. And on quiet evenings, when rain pattered against windows and wind chimes played their gentle songs, the people of Stillwater Bend would look up at their star-filled sky and smile, knowing that each twinkling light was a memory cherished, a story shared, a piece of their hearts reflected in the heavens above. The mystery of the vanishing stars had not been solved through cleverness alone, but through empathy, observation, and the understanding that some treasures are not found in places, but in the spaces between people where memories and kindness dwell. Story 6. In the heart of the Whispering Valley, where the mountains cupped the sky like gentle hands and the rivers sang soft lullabies over smooth stones, there lay the village of Stillwater. It was a place where the air smelled of pine and freshly baked bread, where wind chimes made of sea glass and silver bells danced in the breeze, their melodies weaving through the cobblestone streets. Here the days were measured not by clocks but by the slow arc of the sun, and the nights were embroidered with stars so bright they seemed close enough to pluck like silver apples from a celestial tree. Yet one evening, as the village baker, a young woman named Anya, was closing her shop, she noticed something peculiar. The sky, usually a tapestry of brilliant constellations, seemed sparse. The familiar shapes, the great oak, the silver fox, the weeping willow, were missing key stars, as if someone had taken a pair of celestial shears and snipped them right out of the heavens. Anya mentioned it to old man Hemlock, who ran the apothecary next door. He adjusted his spectacles, peered upward, and grumbled, "The fox has lost its eye. That's bad luck, that is." But he was more concerned with the fact that his prize-winning roses, which normally bloomed a deep crimson, had begun shifting to a pale, milky blue by moonlight. "Backwards flowing nonsense," he muttered, though when Anya looked closely, she saw the petals weren't changing color so much as reflecting the altered starlight. The next morning, the whole village was abuzz. Mrs. Gable, the town archivist, reported that the village's oldest sundial was casting shadows in reverse. Children whispered that the creek behind the mill was flowing uphill for a few heartbeats at dawn. And Alara, the weaver, claimed her spools of thread had switched shades overnight, deep indigo becoming sunflower yellow, forest green fading to lavender. Anya, whose hands were more accustomed to kneading dough than solving puzzles, felt a quiet pull to understand. She was a woman of gentle patience, one who knew that bread rose not by force but by time and care. So instead of panicking, she began to observe. She started at the village square, where the great clock tower stood, its chimes marking the hours with a sound like raindrops on a tin roof. As the clock struck 10, she noticed something odd. The shadow of the weather vane, a copper fox, pointed not north as it should, but directly toward the silverwood forest. And at its tip, a tiny, shimmering speck of light hovered, like a captured star. That afternoon, she visited the town's oldest resident, Granny Nettle, who lived in a cottage surrounded by whispering pines and wind chimes that hummed in harmony. Granny Nettle was shelling peas on her porch, her fingers moving as rhythmically as a metronome. When Anya described the missing stars and the backward shadows, the old woman's eyes twinkled. "There's an old rhyme," Granny Nettle said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "My grandmother used to sing it to me when the nights grew long." And she began to recite, "When the fox loses its eye, and the rivers learn to fly, seek the key where shadows lie, beneath the willows sigh, thread the needle, mend the sky, before the final lullaby." Anya repeated the words, feeling them settle into her memory like seeds in soft soil. The fox was clearly the constellation, and the rivers flying must refer to the backwards flow. But where was the willow's sigh? There was no willow tree in Stillwater, only in the constellation itself. Puzzled, she decided to follow the clue of the weather vane. She packed a satchel with a loaf of still-warm honey oat bread, a flask of spiced tea, and a woolen blanket, and set off toward the silverwood forest. The path was cushioned with moss, and the air was filled with the scent of damp earth and blooming nightshade. Somewhere in the distance, a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on the canopy. Deep in the woods, she came upon a clearing she'd never seen before. At its center stood a circle of stones, each carved with strange, swirling patterns. In the middle of the circle, a small, clear pool reflected the sky, but the reflection showed stars that were no longer there. It was as if the pool remembered the sky as it used to be. As she studied the pool, she noticed something else. The flowers surrounding it, moon petals known for their luminous white blossoms, were now glowing in shifting colors, cycling through the spectrum like a slow, silent rainbow. A red herring. Perhaps. But Anya felt sure it was a clue, not a distraction. She plucked one carefully and tucked it into her satchel. Returning to the village, she went straight to the archives. Mrs. Gable, a woman with kind eyes and ink-stained fingers, welcomed her into a room that smelled of old paper and dried lavender. Together they pored over ancient maps of the valley, looking for any mention of a willow tree. They found none. But on a star chart drawn on yellowed parchment, Anya noticed something. The weeping willow constellation was positioned directly above a part of the map marked the Sighing Marsh. "No one goes there anymore, Mrs." Gable said nervously. "They say the ground whispers, and the water doesn't like to be disturbed." But Anya was undeterred. The next morning she enlisted the help of Cale, the village carpenter, a practical man with a heart as solid as the oak he worked with. Together they journeyed to the Sighing Marsh, a place where the air was thick with the scent of wet peat and the lonely cry of marsh birds. The ground was soft and yielding, and willows draped their long, graceful branches over dark, still water. There, half sunk in the mire, they found an old stone pedestal, carved with the same patterns as the stones in the forest clearing. At its center was a shallow basin, filled not with water, but with what looked like liquid starlight. And around the basin, scattered like forgotten tears, were the missing stars, tiny, shimmering orbs no larger than blueberries, pulsing with a soft, silvery light. But as Anya reached for one, the ground trembled slightly, and a soft, sighing voice seemed to rise from the marsh. "They are not for taking," it whispered. "They are for mending." Suddenly, the rhyme made sense. Thread the needle, mend the sky. But what was the needle? And how does one thread it? Returning to the village, Anya gathered everyone in the square. She laid out the clues, the rhyme, the weather vane, the color-changing flowers, the star-filled pool, and the basin of starlight. The villagers listened, their faces lit by the warm glow of lanterns as the clock tower chimed 7, its sound mingling with the evening song of crickets. It was then that Alara, the weaver, spoke up. "The needle," she said softly. "In the old tales, the willow's branches were used to weave the sky at the dawn of time. We need a needle made of willow wood. And the thread." Anya remembered the moon petal from the forest. Its stem was strong and fibrous, and it glowed with all the colors of the sky. Could that be the thread? So, as the full moon rose, the whole village worked together. Cale carved a delicate needle from a fallen willow branch. Alara spun the moon petal stem into a fine, glowing thread. The children gathered all the missing stars from the marsh, carrying them carefully in cupped hands. And Anya, guided by the star chart, stood in the stone circle in the forest, where the sky was best reflected in the pool. One by one she threaded the stars onto the moon petal string, and with the willow needle she carefully stitched them back into their places in the sky. As each star was returned, the constellations slowly reformed, shining brighter than ever. The fox regained its eye, the willow its tears, the oak its acorns of light. And as the last star was set in place, the strange occurrences ceased. The creek flowed normally, the sundial's shadow fell true, and Old Man Hemlock's roses returned to their rightful crimson. The wind chimes in the village rang out in a joyful, harmonious chorus, as if celebrating the restoration. But the most beautiful change was in the village itself. Where before there had been separate worries and individual curiosities, now there was a shared sense of wonder and connection. The villagers had worked together, each contributing their unique skills, and in doing so they had woven themselves into a tighter, warmer community. That night, as everyone gathered in the square, sharing stories and sweet plum cake under the brilliantly mended sky, Anya felt a deep contentment. The mystery had been solved not through fear or haste, but through patience, observation, and empathy, for the sky, for the land, and for one another. And as the gentle rain began to fall again, washing the world clean, the people of Stillwater knew that some mysteries exist not to frighten, but to remind us of the magic that blooms when we listen closely, work together, and believe in the power of a kind heart. The stars twinkled down, the wind chimes hummed, and the village drifted into a peaceful, dream-filled sleep, cradled by the very sky they had helped to mend. Story 7. In the quiet folds of the whispering woods, nestled between two sleepy hills, lay the village of Starlight Hollow. It was a place where cobblestone paths wound like ribbons between cottages with thatched roofs, where wind chimes made of sea glass and silver sang soft melodies in the evening breeze, and where the gentle patter of rain on broad oak leaves was as familiar as a lullaby. At the very heart of the village stood a great, ancient clock tower, its face illuminated by a soft, golden light, its chimes marking the hours with a sound as clear and comforting as a mother's voice. For as long as anyone could remember, the village had been blessed with the most brilliant night sky. The stars above Starlight Hollow were not mere pinpricks of light. They were luminous, alive, and so close one felt they could almost be gathered like wild berries. The villagers believed each star was a tiny, captured dream, hung in the sky to watch over them. Children learned to navigate by their light, lovers made wishes upon them, and elders told stories woven around their constellations. But one autumn evening, as the clock tower chimed 7 times and the last rays of sun bled into violet twilight, something peculiar happened. A hush fell over the village. The wind chimes stilled. The usual chorus of crickets paused. And when the villagers looked up, they saw that one of their most beloved stars, the one that always shone directly above the clock tower, known as the guardian star, had vanished. It was simply gone. The next night, 2 more stars were missing. Then 3. Each evening, as the clock tower rang out the hour, another piece of the celestial tapestry would wink out of existence, leaving behind a dark, empty patch in the heavens. A soft, worried murmur traveled through Starlight Hollow. The nights grew perceptibly darker, the air a little colder. The gentle rain, when it fell, seemed to carry a note of sorrow. In a small cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of cinnamon and old books clung to the air, lived a young woman named Anya. She was the village baker, known for her honey-sweetened lavender bread and her quiet, watchful nature. While others fretted, Anya observed. She noticed that the missing stars formed a pattern, not a random scattering, but a distinct, winding path across the sky, like a trail of breadcrumbs leading away from the village. Her grandmother, a woman with eyes the color of a twilight sky and a memory as long as the river, had once sung her a nursery rhyme. Anya hummed it now as she kneaded dough by the firelight, the words drifting back to her. When the clock tower's chime forgets its tune, and the silver path fades from the moon, follow the bear who guards the west, to find what the starlight loves best. But mind the fox so sly and clever, or you'll lose your way and lose it forever. Anya pondered the rhyme. The silver path was surely the Milky Way. The bear who guards the west could only be Ursa Major, the great bear constellation. And as for the clock tower forgetting its tune, she listened. The chimes were as regular as ever, but there was a new, almost imperceptible resonance to them, a faint, echoing hum that lingered after each note faded. It was a clue, she felt certain. The next morning she packed a basket with warm bread, a flask of spiced tea, and her grandmother's old, hand-drawn map of the Whispering Woods. The map was a beautiful thing, illustrated with constellations and annotated with strange, poetic notes. She showed it to the village elders. "I believe the stars aren't being stolen," she explained, her voice calm and steady. "I think they are being called, and I think the answer lies out there in the woods." The villagers were skeptical. Old Man Hemlock, who kept the keys to the clock tower, was the most vocal. Nonsense, he boomed, his white beard bristling. It's the work of the shadow fox, a mischievous spirit my own grandfather told tales of. It's leading them astray for its own amusement. This was a compelling red herring. The legend of the shadow fox was well known, a creature of moonlight and mischief that loved to play tricks. Many of the villagers immediately latched onto this idea. They began setting out bowls of cream and honey to appease the fox, and some even claimed to have seen a flash of silvery fur in the moonlight. But Anya watched the sky and saw the pattern of the missing stars did not resemble the playful, chaotic trail a fox would leave. It was deliberate, purposeful. Undeterred and armed with her map, her basket, and a heart full of empathy, Anya set off into the whispering woods. The woods were a symphony of ambient sounds. Gentle rain began to fall, pattering a soft rhythm on the canopy of leaves above. The wind whispered through the pines, and somewhere in the distance, a stream gurgled over smooth, mossy stones. She walked for hours, her eyes tracing the constellations drawn on her map, comparing them to the clear afternoon sky visible through the gaps in the trees. Her first discovery was delightful, though it was another red herring. Following a trail marked by a cluster of foxgloves on her map, she came upon a small, sun-dappled clearing. In the center stood a family of red squirrels, busily arranging a collection of the most luminous objects Anya had ever seen, dewdrops that shone like diamonds, fragments of iridescent beetle wings, and smooth, polished stones that gleamed with inner light. For a glorious, heart-pounding moment, she thought she had found the stars. But as she drew closer, she saw they were merely beautiful earthly treasures. The mother squirrel chittered at her, not with malice, but with a sort of proud hospitality, offering her a shimmering dewdrop. Anya smiled, left a piece of her lavender bread, and continued on her way, her spirit lifted by the encounter but her mystery still unsolved. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of orange and lavender, Anya reached a place her map called the Dew-Kissed Glade. According to the constellation chart, this was the earthly mirror of Ursa Major. And there, in the middle of the glade, was a sight that made her breath catch. A great ancient bear, its fur the color of dark honey, was sitting on its haunches, looking utterly forlorn. It was gently nudging a small, dimly glowing orb with its nose. The orb pulsed with a feeble light, and Anya realized with a start that it was a star, one of the missing ones. But it was faint, tarnished, and cold. The rhyme echoed in her mind, "Follow the bear who guards the west." She approached slowly, her movements gentle and non-threatening. The bear looked up, its deep, soulful eyes filled not with anger, but with a profound sadness. Anya did not speak, for she knew the language of the woods was one of failing, not words. She simply sat nearby, radiating calm and kindness. She opened her basket and broke off a piece of the warm, fragrant bread, placing it on the moss between them. The bear sniffed the air, then slowly, cautiously, ambled forward and ate the bread. A low, rumbling purr vibrated in its chest. Anya then noticed other faintly glowing orbs scattered around the glade, nestled in the roots of trees or half hidden in clusters of ferns. They were all dim, all losing their light. She looked from the sad bear to the dying stars, and then to the constellation drawn on her map. And she understood. The great bear was the guardian of the western sky. These were its celestial children, the stars of its constellation. They were not stolen, they were homesick. They had drifted too far from the clock tower's chime. The clock tower. The rhyme's first line, "When the clock tower's chime forgets its tune," the tower wasn't broken, its tune was incomplete. It was the anchor, the lullaby that kept the stars' content in the sky. The new, humming resonance she'd heard was the sound of its call going unanswered, a note of longing. The stars, feeling disconnected, had come to their earthly guardian, the bear, but they were fading in the world of mortals. "You're trying to keep them safe," Anya whispered to the bear. but they belong up there with you watching over them." The bear looked at her, and in its eyes she saw a glimmer of understanding. The real fox from the rhyme wasn't a mischievous spirit. It was the false trail of fear and assumption they had all been following. They had been minding the fox, chasing the red herring, and in doing so were in danger of losing their way and their stars forever. Anya knew what she had to do. She needed to lead the stars home. But how does one lead a star? She thought of the clock tower's chime, the sound that was their true anchor. She couldn't carry the sound, but she could carry its essence. She took out her flask of spiced tea, but it wasn't the tea she needed. It was the warmth, the comfort, the sense of home. She began to sing. It was the old nursery rhyme at first, but then she wove in a new melody, a gentle, rising tune that mimicked the hopeful ascent of a star returning to the sky. She poured all her empathy, all her love for Starlight Hollow into her voice. As she sang, she cupped the dim star the bear had been tending. A wonderful thing happened. The star, feeling the warmth and the familiar call within her song, began to brighten. Its light grew from a feeble glimmer to a soft, steady glow. It rose from her hands, floating a few inches above her palms. One by one, the other stars in the glade began to brighten in response, lifting from their mossy beds and floating towards her, until she was standing in a constellation of softly pulsing light. The great bear watched, its sadness replaced by a look of deep gratitude. It gave a low, soft huff, a sound of blessing. The journey back was magical. Anya walked through the darkening woods, a living constellation swirling around her, lighting her path. Her gentle song was a beacon, a thread of sound pulling them back toward the village. As she emerged from the tree line, the entire village of Starlight Hollow was gathered in the square, their faces illuminated by lanterns and awe. They saw Anya, the quiet baker, walking out of the woods with a chorus of stars swirling around her, singing a song that seemed to be woven from moonlight itself. As the clock tower began to chime the hour of 9, its notes rang out clear and true. And this time, when the new humming resonance began, Anya's song met it, harmonizing perfectly, completing the tune. The stars above her head shivered with joy. Then one by one they shot upwards, streaking into the sky like luminous tears of happiness. They slotted back into their places in the constellations, burning brighter and more beautifully than ever before. The guardian star reappeared above the clock tower, its light washing over the village in a wave of serene, silver relief. The mystery was solved. The peculiar happenings had been a call for help, a celestial homesickness. The protagonist had solved it not with force, but with observation, an old rhyme, a trusty map, and, above all, empathy. The red herrings, the shadow fox legend, and the squirrel's treasure had led to delightful discoveries of community spirit and the simple beauty of the woods. Old Man Hemlock approached Anya, his gruffness melted away. "You reminded us," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "that the truest magic isn't in fearing what we don't understand, but in listening to what it's trying to tell us." From that night on, the bond in Starlight Hollow deepened. The villagers took turns winding the clock tower, ensuring its chime remained strong and true. They often gathered in the square to sing together under the restored stars, their voices joining in a harmony that wove the village and the heavens closer than ever. The gentle rain continued to fall, the wind chimes sang their glassy songs, and the great clock tower chimed the hours, a steady, comforting heartbeat for a village forever wrapped in the soft, secure blanket of the starlight. And as the firelight in each cottage cast dancing shadows on the walls, the people of Starlight Hollow slept soundly, their dreams once again safe in the sky, watched over by their gentle, brilliant guardians. Story 8. In a time before clocks and calendars, when the world was stitched together by root and river, there lay an ancient forest known as the Sylvanwood. It was a place where the moonlight did not merely fall, but pooled in silver puddles between the gnarled roots of elder oaks, and where the very air hummed with a quiet, ancient magic. The trees, older than memory, spoke in rustling whispers, their leaves forming words in a language only the heart could understand. The streams sang soft, bubbling lullabies as they wove their way over smooth, water-worn stones, and the moss-covered rocks held the deep, slow dreams of the earth within them. It was on such a night, under a sky embroidered with cold, bright stars, that a small, timid creature named Pip found himself lost. Pip was a field mouse, with fur the color of dried barley and eyes like polished river pebbles. He had been gathering late-blooming clover seeds at the forest's edge when a sudden, playful gust of wind had swept his carefully bundled leaf parcel away, and he had chased it, deeper and deeper, into the heart of the sylvan wood. Now the familiar scents of thistle and open meadow were gone, replaced by the rich, damp perfume of loam, decaying leaves, and night-blooming jasmine. The darkness was not empty, but alive. Fireflies pulsed like tiny, wandering stars, casting fleeting golden light upon ferns that unfurled like green lace. From high above came the soft, rhythmic woo-woo of an owl, a sound that was both a question and a comfort. Pip's tiny heart beat a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He was a creature of the sun-drenched fields, accustomed to wide-open spaces. Here the world was a tapestry of shadows and secret pathways. He scurried towards a clearing where the moonlight fell unimpeded, creating a stage of pure silver. In the center stood a stone, so ancient it was more moss than rock, and perched upon it was the source of the gentle hooting. It was an owl, but unlike any Pip had ever glimpsed from the safety of his burrow. Her feathers were the color of storm clouds and aged bark, and her eyes were not predatory, but held the deep, patient luminescence of the moon itself. They were vast and knowing, and when they settled on Pip, his fear did not vanish, but it softened, like a hard knot of clay loosened by rain. "You are far from your field, little one," the owl said, her voice a soft vibration in the air, like the lowest string of a harp being gently plucked. It was not a sound that traveled to the ears so much as it settled directly in the soul. "I am lost," Pip squeaked, his own voice seeming terribly small. "The wind took my provisions, and now I cannot find my way home." The owl, whose name was Naira, blinked slowly. The wind is a fickle storyteller. It rarely means harm, but it seldom thinks of consequences. You seek the eastern meadow, beyond the whispering brook and the grove of slumbering giants. Pip's whiskers trembled. "I do not know these places." "Then you must learn to listen," Naira replied, her head tilting. "The forest is not a maze to be solved, but a conversation to be joined. Every element has its voice. Can you hear it?" Pip stilled his trembling body and pricked up his ears. At first, he heard only the overwhelming silence. But then, as Naira's presence calmed him, the layers began to peel back. He heard the gentle patter-patter of a light rainfall beginning to kiss the canopy high above, each drop a tiny drumbeat on a leaf. He heard the sigh of the wind moving through the pine needles, a long, drawn-out exhalation. Beneath it all was the constant, cheerful gurgle-gurgle babble of a nearby stream, speaking its endless, watery story. "I hear music," Pip whispered in awe. "Indeed," Naira said. "And it will be your guide, but first you must pass through the seasons. The sylvanwood does not measure time in hours, but in cycles of rest and renewal. Your journey will be a small echo of this great turning." With a soft rustle of feathers, she took flight, a silent shadow against the star-flecked sky. "Follow the song of the water. It will lead you to the first keeper." Trusting the owl's gentle wisdom, Pip scurried towards the sound of the stream. The path was soft with fallen leaves, and his tiny paws made no sound. The rain, filtered through the dense canopy, fell around him not as a drenching shower, but as a fine, misty spray that cooled his nose and made the air smell of wet stone and petrichor. Soon he came upon the whispering brook. It was not wide, but it was deep, and its waters flowed over stones worn smooth by centuries of its gentle persistence. On its bank sat a frog with skin the color of midnight and eyes that glowed with a soft, internal, bioluminescent green. "Halt, small traveler," the frog croaked, his voice a comfortable, gravelly sound. "The brook says you seek passage." "I do," said Pip, bowing his head. "I am trying to get home." "The brook can be crossed," the frog said, blinking his luminous eyes. "But it will not carry you on its back. You must find the bridge that it has already built for you. Listen to what the stones say." Pip looked at the water, tumbling and laughing over its stony bed. He looked at the mossy stones that lined the bank. They were silent and still. He was about to despair when he remembered Naira's words, "Learn to listen." It was not about hearing with his ears alone. He closed his eyes and reached out with a different sense. He felt the patience of the stones, their deep, abiding contentment. They were not inert, they were dreaming, and in their dreams they remembered the path of every root that curled around them, every drop of rain that had ever caressed them. One stone, larger than the others and covered in a velvet cloak of emerald moss, seemed to hum with a particular warmth. Pip approached it and saw that it was not alone. A series of such stones formed a subtle, almost hidden pathway across the narrowest part of the brook. They were not placed there by any human or animal hand, but by the brook's own meandering history, a natural bridge of forgotten times. "Thank you," Pip said to the frog and to the brook and to the dreaming stones. The frog gave a deep, resonant ribbit of approval. "You learn quickly, remember this. Renewal often requires us to see the paths that have been there all along, waiting for us to remember them." Pip hopped from one mossy stone to the next, the cool spray of the brook tickling his fur. On the other side, the forest changed. The trees were immense here, their trunks so wide that a dozen mice could stand nose to tail and not reach around them. This was the grove of slumbering giants. The air was still and carried the scent of old, sweet wood and damp earth. High in the branches, will-o'-the-wisps, pale, blue-green spirits of light, drifted lazily, casting long, dancing shadows. This was the place of deep rest, the heart of the forest's winter, even though it was only autumn. Here, the magic was one of quiet and release. Pip felt a profound peace settle over him, but also a pang of loneliness. The giants were asleep, their dreams slow and vast, and he was but a fleeting whisper at their feet. It was then that he saw a soft, golden glow emanating from the base of the largest tree. As he drew closer, he saw it was a patch of foxfire, a bioluminescent fungus that clung to the roots, pulsing with a gentle, steady light. And nestled beside it was a fox. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes held a spark of friendly cunning. She was chewing on a sprig of thyme, and she nodded to Pip as he approached. "The grove welcomes you, little one," the fox said, her voice a warm, smoky purr. "I am Fern, you carry the scent of hurry on you. That is a fragrance the giants do not recognize." "I need to get home," Pip explained, though he found his urgency was beginning to feel out of place here. "Home is a direction, not just a destination," Fern mused. "The giants know this. They shed their lives not because they are dying, but because they are making space for new dreams." "What are you willing to shed to find your way?" Pip thought of his lost bundle of seeds. He had been so focused on what was taken from him. But Fern's question turned his thinking upside down. What could he let go of? He looked inward and realized he was clutching tightly to his fear. It was a heavy, prickly burden that made his steps slow and his heart race. I think I am holding on to my fear," he admitted softly. Fern nodded, a knowing glint in her eye. "A wise observation. The forest can't help with that. Lie here beside the foxfire. Listen to the breath of the giants." Hesitantly, Pip settled down on the soft, cool moss next to the glowing fungus. He closed his eyes. He heard the deep, almost imperceptible creak of the ancient trees as they swayed in a breeze he could not feel. It was a sound of immense patience, of time measured in centuries, not moments. He felt the gentle, rhythmic pulse of the foxfire's light against his closed eyelids. The drip, drip, drip of the residual rain from the canopy above tapped a soothing rhythm on the leaves around him. He breathed in the scent of peace and breathed out his fear. He did this again and again, visualizing the fear as a dark smoke leaving his body and being absorbed by the generous, dreaming earth. He wasn't giving up, he was making space, just as the trees shed their leaves. He was letting go of what he did not need for this journey. When he opened his eyes, he felt lighter, clearer. The forest sound seemed sharper, the scents more vivid. Fern was still there, watching him with a gentle smile. "Better?" she asked. "Much," Pip replied, his voice filled with a newfound calm. "Thank you." "Do not thank me, thank the forest and thank yourself for listening to it," she said. "Your path now leads to the starlit clearing. Naira will be waiting. You are nearly home." Pip continued his journey, his spirit buoyed. The path began to slope upwards and the trees thinned. He could smell the familiar, dry sweetness of meadow grass on the air. Finally, he emerged into a wide, open clearing. The sky here was a vast, dark dome, and the moon hung like a luminous pearl in its center, bathing everything in a silvery, ethereal light. Millions of stars dusted the velvet blackness, and the bioluminescent fungi that edged the clearing pulsed in soft pinks, blues, and golds, as if in conversation with the constellations above. In the center of the clearing stood Naira, waiting on a low, flat stone. "You have done well, little Pip," the owl said. "You listened to the water's song, you remembered the wisdom of the stones, and you learned the magic of release in the grove. You have journeyed through a small season of your own." Pip looked towards the eastern edge of the clearing. There he could see the familiar outline of the rolling meadows, silvered by the moon. The sight filled him not with a desperate rush, but with a deep, satisfying joy. "I am not the same mouse who entered the forest," he said, realizing it was true. "No, you are not," Naira agreed. "The forest has shared its secrets with you. You now know that even in darkness there is light if you know how to see it, that even silence is full of song if you know how to listen, and that sometimes the way forward is found not by clutching tighter, but by letting go." As if in blessing, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves of the bordering trees in a soft, sighing chorus. The stream's distant song seemed to rise in a joyful crescendo. The starlight and the glow from the fungi intertwined, weaving a tapestry of light around him. "Go now," Naira whispered. "Your family awaits, and remember, the sylvanwood is always here, its magic just a listening breath away." With a heart full of peace and a mind full of wonder, Pip the field mouse scurried across the starlit clearing and into the open meadow. He did not look back, for he did not need to. The gentle wisdom of the nocturnal creatures, the secret language of the trees and streams and stones, the comforting cycle of rest and renewal, they were all a part of him now, a story written on his heart, a lullaby he would carry forever. And high above, the owl watched him go, her moon-bright eyes soft with satisfaction, before she lifted her head and sent one last, soft woo-woo out into the night, a gentle note of farewell that drifted on the wind and mingled with the rustling leaves and the babbling brook, a perfect, peaceful end to the tale. Story 9. The village of Stillwater Bend was a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary wove together like the threads in old widow Hemlock's tapestries. It was nestled in a gentle curve of the Whisperwood River, and its nights were usually a velvet blanket pricked with the silver pins of 1,000 stars. But one autumn evening, as the clock tower chimed 7 times in its soft, bronze voice, the people of Stillwater Bend looked up and noticed something peculiar. The constellation of the Silver Lyre, which always hung directly above the old stone bridge, was missing. Not a single star of it remained. The sky seemed a little darker, a little emptier, right in that one familiar spot. The first to notice was a young baker named Rowan, who was taking a moment to rest on her back step after a long day of kneading dough and pulling fragrant loaves from her brick oven. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of her cinnamon apple tarts and the gentle, rhythmic plinking of rain chimes hanging from the eaves of every cottage. She looked up, expecting the comforting shape of the lyre, and found only a void. She wasn't frightened. In Stillwater Bend, peculiar happenings were less a cause for alarm and more an invitation to a puzzle. The next morning the news had spread, carried on the breeze that rustled the turning leaves and played with the copper wind chimes outside the library. "Perhaps the stars are just tired," suggested the elderly clockmaker, Mr. Breyer, as he wound the great clock in the square. "Even stars need a rest now and then." But Rowan, whose hands were used to feeling the truth of things in the spring of a dough, felt there was more to it. She decided she would look into the matter. Her method was not one of forceful inquiry, but of quiet observation and gentle questions. She spent her days in between batches of bread, watching and listening. The first clue came from a most unexpected place, a nursery rhyme. She was delivering a basket of still warm scones to the little schoolhouse when she heard the children singing an old verse their teacher, Miss Linden, had taught them. "When the lyre's strings fall still and mute, and silence grips the silver lute, seek the weaver's backward glance, where river and remembrance dance." Rowan stopped in her tracks, the wicker handle of her basket creaking softly in her grip. "Miss Linden," she asked, "where does that rhyme come from?" The teacher, a woman with kind eyes and a scarf the color of autumn oak, smiled. "Oh, it's very old. My grandmother used to sing it to me. She said it was about the time the stars played hide-and-seek." This was a thread, however slender. Rowan began to look for a weaver. The most obvious candidate was Widow Hemlock herself, whose tapestries depicted the entire history of Stillwater Bend, from the founding families to the day the rain chimes first sang. Rowan visited her in her cozy, thread-filled cottage, the air thick with the smell of lavender and old wood. The widow listened, her fingers never ceasing their work on a loom that depicted the very constellation in question. "A backward glance, you say," she mused. "I once wove a map of the stars as they were a century ago. It's in the library archives, I believe, but why would that help?" It felt like a solid lead. Rowan, her heart beating a little faster with the thrill of the hunt, went to the library, a quiet place filled with the scent of old paper and the soft rustle of turning pages. The librarian, a tall, quiet man named Elms, helped her find the old star map. It was beautifully detailed, but as they compared it to the current sky, minus the lyre, nothing seemed out of place. It was a red herring, but a delightful one, for in the margins of the map, Rowan found a tiny, painted flower she had never seen before, a bloom with petals that shimmered from deep blue to soft silver. "What's this?" she asked Mr. Elms. "Ah, the moondrop lily," he said, his voice a soft whisper. It's said to only bloom in the light of the silver lyre. "We haven't seen one in the Whisperwood for, 100 years. A new clue. The missing stars were connected to a missing flower. The mystery was deepening, not solving, but Rowan felt she was getting warmer. She took to walking in the Whisperwood in the late afternoons, her footsteps quiet on the mossy paths, the only sounds the gentle rain pattering on the canopy above, and the distant, comforting chime of the clock tower marking the hours. She was looking for the moondrop lily, or any sign of the backward glance. One evening, as the light began to fade into a soft, periwinkle twilight, she found herself by the Whisperwood River, right at the bend that gave the village its name. She watched the water flow, her mind turning over the rhyme, where river and remembrance dance. She looked at the water, and then she looked at the sky, reflected perfectly in the river's still, dark surface. And she saw it. There in the reflection was the silver lyre. It was perfect, whole, and shimmering. The stars weren't missing, they were only visible in the river's reflection. But why? Rowan sat on the riverbank, her chin in her hands, and simply observed. She watched a family of ducks paddle by. She saw the lights of the village cottages begin to twinkle, their warm gold joining the silver in the water. She listened to the empathetic murmur of the river and the wind in the reeds. And then she saw the heron. It was a tall, stately blue heron that often fished in the bend. It was standing perfectly still, and it was looking not into the water, but at the sky. And then slowly, gracefully, it tilted its head and looked at the reflection of the sky in the water. A backward glance. The weaver wasn't a person. It was the river itself, weaving the starlight into its current. The backward glance was to look into the reflection. But this still didn't explain why. Empathy, Rowan believed, was the key to any problem. What would make the stars hide their true selves and only show their faces in a reflection? She thought of the moondrop lily, which needed the lyre's light to bloom. She thought of the 100-year absence. She thought of remembrance. The next day she gathered the villagers not in the square, but by the riverbank as twilight fell. "Look," she said softly, pointing first to the empty patch of sky, and then to the perfect lyre shimmering in the water. A soft gasp rippled through the crowd. "The stars are remembering," Rowan explained, her voice gentle against the plinking of the rain chimes. The rhyme wasn't about us seeking a backward glance, it was an instruction for them. The lyre is looking back at its own reflection, remembering a time when its light helped the moondrop lily bloom in our woods. It's been so long, it had almost forgotten its own purpose. It faded from our sight because it was lost in memory. "But how do we help it remember for real?" asked a young child, clutching their mother's hand. "By remembering with it," Rowan said. She asked Mr. Elms to bring the old star map. She asked Widow Hemlock to bring her tapestry of the night sky. She asked everyone to bring a single candle. As full darkness settled, the villagers held their candles aloft, their flames flickering like captured stars. They didn't look up at the empty sky. They looked down into the river at the reflection of the silver lyre. And as they looked, Rowan, with the help of the children, sang the old nursery rhyme again, their voices soft and unified. When the lyre's strings fall still and mute, and silence grips the silver lute, seek the weaver's backward glance, where river and remembrance dance. As the last word faded, something magical happened. The reflection of the lyre in the water seemed to grow brighter, its silver light intensifying. Then, one by one, the stars in the water seemed to peel away from the surface and float upward. They rose, shimmering, until they settled back into their rightful places in the heavens above. The silver lyre was restored, brighter than it had been in a century. And as its true light fell upon the whisperwood for the first time in so long, a soft, collective sigh came from the shadows between the trees. There, in a clearing by the water's edge, a patch of earth began to glow with a soft, silvery blue light. Dozens of moondrop lilies were pushing through the moss, their petals shimmering from blue to silver in the restored starlight. The mystery was solved. The peculiar happening was not a theft or a curse, but a moment of celestial nostalgia, a longing for a forgotten connection. Rowan had solved it not with force, but by watching the heron, listening to the river, and understanding the power of shared memory. The community of Stillwater Bend felt closer than ever. They now made a tradition of gathering by the river on clear nights, not just to look up at the stars, but to also look down and see their reflections, remembering the night they helped the stars remember themselves. The gentle sounds of the clock tower, the wind chimes, and the whispering river became the soundtrack of their shared contentment, a lullaby of belonging. And as you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself there on that soft riverbank, under the restored silver lyre, listening to the gentle, friendly night, safe in the knowledge that even the greatest mysteries are solved with a kind heart and a willingness to see the world from a different point of view. Story 10. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its light dancing across the walls of the small cottage like a troop of golden sprites. Outside, the world was wrapped in the deep velvet of an autumn night, but inside, the air was warm and smelled of cinnamon and old books. It was in this cocoon of comfort that our story begins, not with a bang or a shout, but with a quiet, longing sigh. Kalen was a boy who noticed things. He noticed the way the morning dew clung to a spider's web, turning it into a necklace of diamonds. He noticed the particular silence that fell just before the first snow. But most of all, he noticed the light, the way it changed with the hours and the seasons. The fierce yellow of a summer noon, the soft, hazy gold of a late afternoon, and his favorite, the gentle, pulsing orange of the embers in the hearth when the main flames had died down. To Kalen, that glow felt like a secret, a quiet heartbeat at the center of his home. One evening, as he was banking the fire for the night, he saw something unusual. Nestled deep within the cradle of hot ash was a small, smooth stone he'd never seen before. It was no bigger than a robin's egg, a dark, unremarkable gray in the shadows. But as a log shifted and a wave of heat passed over it, the stone began to glow. It wasn't the fierce red of the burning wood, but a soft, pulsing amber light, warm and alive, like a captured firefly or a tiny, slumbering star. He carefully fished it out with the iron poker, letting it cool on the hearthstone before picking it up. It was warm to the touch, and in his palm it glowed with a steady, gentle rhythm, a miniature heartbeat of light. He took it to his room, placing it on the windowsill. That night, as he lay in bed, the stone's soft glow painted the ceiling with shifting patterns of gold. It was then he heard it, a faint, whispering hum, like the distant song of a crystal glass. He sat up, listening. The hum seemed to be coming from the stone, and as he focused on it, a strange thing happened. The glow pulsed brighter, and for a fleeting second, he didn't see his familiar room. Instead, he saw a path of dappled moonlight leading into a deep, ancient forest, and he felt an irresistible pull, a longing to follow it. The next day, the memory felt like a dream, but the stone still sat on his windowsill, its surface cool and gray in the daylight. Yet the pull remained, a quiet itch in his soul. That afternoon, with the stone tucked safely in his pocket, he told his mother he was going for a walk in the woods that bordered their cottage. She smiled, used to his wanderings, and pressed a small loaf of nut bread wrapped in a cloth into his hands. "Don't be late for supper, my little watcher of light," she said, her voice as warm as the kitchen bread oven. Kalen stepped into the woods, and the world changed. The noisy, bright world of the village green fell away, replaced by a cathedral of trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shifting shafts of gold and green. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and decaying leaves. He walked without a clear destination, simply following the feeling in his chest, a feeling that grew warmer whenever he touched the stone in his pocket. After a while, he came to a small, clear stream that chattered happily over mossy stones. He sat on a large, flat rock to eat his nut bread, listening to the water's song. It was then he noticed he was not alone. On the other side of the stream, partially hidden by the broad leaves of a fern, was a girl. She was watching him with large, serious eyes, the color of the forest shadows. She had hair the shade of weathered bark and wore a simple dress patched with mossy green cloth. "Hello," Kalen said, his voice seeming too loud for the quiet woods. The girl didn't answer for a long moment. She simply looked from him to the stream and back again. "You have the Hearthstone," she said finally. Her voice was soft, like the rustle of leaves. Kalen's hand went to his pocket. "How did you know?" "It sings," she said. "I can't hear it. It hasn't sung in a long, long time." She stood and, with the practiced grace of a squirrel, leaped from stone to stone across the stream until she stood before him. "My name is Rowan," she said. "I am a keeper of the Glimmerwood." "The Glimmerwood?" Kalen asked, his curiosity now fully alight. Rowan nodded, her expression solemn. "It is the heart of this forest, a place where the oldest light sleeps. The Hearthstone is a key. It calls to those who can listen, and it guides them home." She looked at him, her head tilted. "You can hear it, can't you, the hum?" Kalen thought of the whispering sound from the night before and nodded. "I think so." "Then you are meant to come with me," Rowan stated, as if it were the simplest truth in the world. "The light in the Glimmerwood is fading. The Hearthstone has been lost. We need to return it before the long dark settles." And so, Kalen's quiet walk transformed into a journey. He followed Rowan deeper into the woods, along paths that were not paths at all, but merely suggestions in the undergrowth. She moved with an unerring sense of direction, her feet silent on the forest floor. As they walked, Kalen learned that Rowan's family had been keepers for generations, living in harmony with the hidden world. She spoke of talking badgers who gave wise, if grumpy, advice, of will-o'-the-wisps that led travelers astray for fun, and of the great lumina trees, whose leaves held the last of the forest's ancient light. "The Hearthstone is like an ember," Rowan explained as they paused to drink from a spring. "It carries a spark from the great heart of the Glimmerwood. When it is near its home, the light of the forest grows strong. When it is gone, the forest begins to forget its own magic. It becomes quieter, dimmer." Kalen thought of the vibrant woods around him. They didn't seem dim, but he realized the birdsong was sparse, and the air, while fresh, lacked a certain electric vibrancy he would have expected. He understood then that this was not just a walk in the woods. It was a rescue mission. Their journey was not without its challenges. They came to a wide, rushing river, too deep to ford, and spanned only by a single, ancient fallen tree. The bark was slick with spray, and the trunk swayed alarmingly. Kalen's heart hammered against his ribs. He was not a brave boy, not in the way the stories often described. He was quiet, observant. Grand, physical feats were not his strength. "I can't," he whispered, his feet rooted to the spot. Rowan looked back at him, not with impatience, but with understanding. "You don't have to be unafraid," she said. "You just have to be willing to take one step while you are afraid. Watch me." She stepped onto the log, her arms held out for balance. She didn't run or hurry. She placed one foot carefully in front of the other, her body moving with the rhythm of the swaying wood. She reached the other side and turned, her face calm. "Your turn, Kalen. Don't look at the water. Look at me." His palms were sweating. He clutched the Hearthstone in his pocket, and it pulsed warmly, a steady, comforting rhythm. He took a deep breath, stepped onto the log, and fixed his eyes on Rowan. The world narrowed to the rough texture of the wood under his feet and her steady, encouraging gaze. He moved slowly, his body tense, his heart a wild drum in his ears. Halfway across, the log gave a particularly violent shudder, and he wobbled, his arms flailing. For a terrifying second, he was sure he would fall. But then he felt it. The stone in his pocket grew noticeably warmer, and a soft, amber glow seeped through the fabric of his trousers. A strange calm settled over him. He wasn't thinking about the river anymore. He was thinking about the light, about the steady pulse of the stone, about the friend waiting for him on the other side. He found his balance, took another step, and then another, until he was standing safely beside Rowan, his legs trembling but his spirit soaring. "You see," Rowan said, a small, genuine smile touching her lips for the first time. "The stone helps those who help themselves." They continued on, and as dusk began to paint the sky in shades of violet and rose, they entered a part of the forest that felt different. The air was stiller, the light softer, The trees were older, their trunks massive and twisted, draped with silvery moss that seemed to absorb the fading daylight. "We are close," Rowan whispered. "This is the border of the Glimmerwood." But a new problem presented itself. The path ahead was lost in a thick gray fog that had rolled in silently from the hollows. It was a mist that confused the senses, making left seem like right and up seem like down. They tried to push forward, but after walking in what they thought was a straight line for 10 minutes, they found themselves back at the same gnarled oak with a distinctive split trunk. "The muddling mist," Rowan said, her shoulders slumping. "It protects the Glimmerwood from those who don't truly belong. It turns your own senses against you." Kalen felt a prickle of despair. They had come so far. He pulled the Hearthstone from his pocket. In the deepening twilight, it glowed beautifully, a little sun in the palm of his hand. But it didn't show them the way. It just pulsed, a lonely beacon in the fog. He sat down on a rock, thinking. He was a boy who noticed things. He noticed that the mist wasn't uniform. In some places it was thick and soupy, in others it was wispy and thin. He noticed that the moss on the trees seemed to have a faint, silvery sheen in one particular direction. And he noticed the sounds, or rather, the lack of them. In one direction, the forest was utterly silent. In another, he could just make out the faint, melodic trickle of water. "Rowan," he said, his voice quiet with concentration. "You said the mist turns our senses against us. What if we don't trust just one sense? What if we use them all together?" He stood up, holding the stone out before him. "The stone is warmest when I point it this way," he said, turning slowly. He pointed towards where the mist was thinnest and the moss seemed brightest. "The air smells fresher here, less stagnant, and listen, can you hear that? The water." Rowan came to stand beside him, closing her eyes to listen. A slow smile spread across her face. "Yes, the spring of first light. It's at the very center of the Glimmerwood." Using the combined clues, the warmth of the stone, the visual hint of the moss, the sound of the water, and the smell of the air, they began to navigate. It was slow, painstaking work. They would take a few steps, stop, reassess, and correct their course. Kalen's talent for observation, which had always felt like a quiet, unimportant skill, became their most vital compass. He was transforming not into a swashbuckling hero, but into a confident guide, his quiet mind proving to be a powerful tool. Finally, the mist began to thin, and the trees opened up. They stepped into a clearing, and Kalen caught his breath. This was the Glimmerwood. It was not bright or garish. It was a world of subtle, breathtaking beauty. The trees here were immense, and their leaves, though shaped like ordinary oak and ash leaves, were edged with a soft, silver light, as if dipped in starlight. Fungus on fallen logs glowed with a gentle blue bioluminescence, and flowers cupped tiny, flickering lights in their petals like living candles. The air itself seemed to shimmer, charged with a peaceful, slumbering magic. In the center of the clearing was a small, crystal-clear spring, the spring of first light, that bubbled up from the earth, its water seeming to hold a light of its own. But Rowan's face fell. "It's so dim," she whispered, her voice thick with sorrow. "It used to be so much brighter." Indeed, the light in the leaves was faint, the glow of the fungus subdued. The whole glade felt like a room where the lamps had been turned very low, waiting for someone to come and turn them up again. "What do we do?" Kalen asked. "The heart of the wood is there," Rowan said, pointing to a low, moss-covered mound beside the spring. Set into its side was a natural basin of stone, smooth and dry. "The Hearthstone belongs there." Kalen walked forward, the stone in his hand now pulsing with a rapid, excited rhythm, its amber glow the brightest thing in the glade. He reached the stone basin and, with a sense of profound rightness, placed the Hearthstone into the shallow depression. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft chime echoed through the clearing, a sound like 100 tiny bells. The hearthstone flared not with a flash, but with a wave of warm, golden light that rolled out from the mound like a slow, gentle tide. Where the light touched, the glimmerwood awoke. The edges of the leaves blazed with silver, the blue fungus shone like a field of sapphires, and the flowers raised their heads, their tiny lights burning steadily. The very air grew warmer and hummed with a quiet, joyful energy. The long dark had been banished. From between the roots of the great trees, small, shy creatures emerged, foxes with eyes like polished jet, rabbits with fur that shimmered like moonlight, and badgers who nodded their heads in sage approval. The forest was coming back to life. Rowan turned to Kaelin, her eyes shining with tears of happiness. "You did it," she said. "You brought the light home." "We did it," Kaelin corrected, smiling. He felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the stone and everything to do with the friendship they had forged and the challenge they had overcome together. They sat by the spring for a while, watching the glimmerwood bask in its restored glory. Rowan told him stories of the forest, and Kaelin told her stories of his village and his family by the hearth. They shared the last of the nut bread. It was a perfect, peaceful moment, a quiet victory celebrated not with feasts and fanfare, but with shared silence and understanding. When it was time for Kaelin to go, Rowan walked him to the edge of the glimmerwood. The muddling mist was gone, and a clear path led back the way they had come. "Will you come back?" Rowan asked. "Yes," Kaelin said, and he knew it was true. He had found a second home, a hidden world that had welcomed him. He had also found a new part of himself, a quiet courage, a trust in his own unique way of seeing the world. The walk back through the now familiar woods was swift and easy. The forest seemed to guide his steps, the moonlight showing him the way. When he slipped back into the cottage, the fire in the hearth was down to its last, glowing embers, mirroring the peaceful light he had left behind in the glimmerwood. He went to his room and looked at the empty spot on the windowsill. He felt no sadness. The stone was where it belonged, and a part of its warmth was now inside him. He had been a quiet boy who noticed light. Now he was a boy who understood that the smallest, quietest light could banish the deepest dark, that friendship could be the most magical compass, and that the greatest journeys are the ones that change your heart. He climbed into bed, the memory of the glimmerwood's soft, silver light dancing behind his eyes. As he drifted into sleep, he thought he could still hear the faint, happy hum of the hearthstone, a lullaby from the heart of the forest, assuring him that all was well, that light endured, and that dreams would be sweet and full of peaceful, glowing wonders. And outside, the stars shone a little brighter over the slumbering world, keeping their own quiet watch until the dawn. Story 11. The fire crackled, its light dancing across the room in a rhythm older than memory, casting long, wavering shadows that seemed to breathe with the night. In that flickering, ancient light, let me tell you a story of roots that run deep and remembrance that whispers on the wind. In a small, modern apartment where the city's constant hum was the usual lullaby, lived a young woman named Anya. Her life was a tapestry of neat schedules and digital screens, a world of concrete and instant light. But lately a strange restlessness had settled in her bones, a quiet, persistent ache for something she couldn't name. It was a feeling of being unmoored, like a boat drifting too far from a shore she had never seen. The feeling grew so strong that she finally ventured into the one place she usually avoided, the storage closet. It was a cave of forgotten things, smelling of dust and old cedar. Behind a stack of boxes, her fingers brushed against something soft and heavy, wrapped in a protective sheet of faded muslin. She pulled it out, and the fabric fell away to reveal a quilt. It was not a pristine, decorative quilt. This was a thing of weight and history, a patchwork of countless fabrics, worn soft and thin in places. The patterns were a chaotic symphony of faded florals, sturdy wools, and delicate, threadbare silks. As she unfolded it, the room filled with the faint, sweet scent of lavender and old roses. She spread it on her living room floor, and in the dim light, it looked like a map of a forgotten country. That night, exhausted from her explorations, Anya fell asleep curled under the quilt. And she dreamed. She was not in her apartment, but in a sun-drenched field, the air thick with the buzz of bees and the scent of clover. A woman was hanging laundry on a line, her back to Anya. She was humming a simple, five-note tune, a melody that felt as familiar as her own heartbeat. As she turned, her face was both strange and known, her eyes the same shade of hazel as Anya's. She smiled, not at Anya but past her, and spoke in a voice that was the rustle of leaves. "Roots to hold, branches to grow," she murmured, pinning a white sheet to the line. "From the deepest earth, the tallest tree will know." Anya woke with a start, the melody still echoing in her mind. The phrase, "roots to hold, branches to grow," felt like a key turning in a lock. The next day, she examined the quilt with new eyes. In one corner, stitched with thread the color of cream, was a small, intricate pattern of a tree, its roots diving deep into a patch of dark blue fabric, its branches reaching up toward a square of sun-yellow cloth. She ran her fingers over the stitching and was suddenly no longer in her room. She was a girl no more than 7, sitting on the porch of a farmhouse she had only ever seen in a single, faded photograph. A man with kind, weathered hands was showing her how to stitch. "Every piece has a story, little one," he said, his voice a low rumble. "This blue here, that was from my mother's Sunday dress. This red and gold, that's from the blanket your great-grandmother brought across the ocean. You put them together, and you're not just making a blanket. You're making a home. You're stitching love into every seam." The vision faded, leaving Anya breathless. The quilt was not just an object, it was a vessel. That evening she sought out another patch, a swatch of fabric printed with tiny, faded violins. She touched it, and a new story unfolded. She was in a dusty attic, watching a young man with fiery hair and sad eyes carefully pack the very same quilt into a trunk. He was leaving, his heart full of a bitter argument with his father. "You and your old-fashioned ways," the young man muttered to the empty room. "There's a whole world out there." He slammed the trunk lid shut, a final, angry act of severance. He never saw his father again. The regret in the vision was a physical weight, a stone in the river of time. Anya pulled her hand away, her own heart aching for this great-grandfather she had never met, for the words left unsaid. The family phrase whispered in her mind again. Roots to hold, he had focused only on the branches, on growing away, and in doing so he had torn at his own roots. Over the following days, Anya lived with the quilt. She stopped seeing it as a historical artifact and began treating it as a companion. She would wrap it around her shoulders as she drank her tea in the morning, and the ancestral guides would visit her not just in dreams, but in waking moments. She saw the woman from the field, her great-great-grandmother, Lena, in the way the steam curled from her cup. She heard the low, rumbling voice of the man who taught stitching, her great-grandfather, Emil, in the rustle of the oak tree outside her window. She discovered that the stories were nested, one inside the other, like the layers of batting in the quilt. The story of the violin fabric led her to touch a nearby patch of green velvet, and she was swept into the tale of a gray tant who had played that very violin in a silent movie theater, her music the only voice for the flickering images on the screen. And within that story was the memory of her teaching her own daughter the family lullaby, the simple 5-note hum, to soothe her to sleep. The lullaby became the story's heartbeat. Anya found herself humming it while washing dishes, while walking to the market. It was a thread connecting all the disparate lives, a melody that had been hummed in fields, in attics, in immigrant ships, and in silent movie theaters. "Roots to hold, branches to grow," she would whisper, and the words were a comfort, a spell against the feeling of being adrift. The pivotal moment came on a night of howling wind and lashing rain. The power in her apartment flickered and died, plunging her into a darkness broken only by the occasional flash of lightning. Wrapped in the quilt, she felt a surge of not fear, but profound loneliness. The modern world, her usual shield, had vanished, and she was left with only the past. She touched a random patch on the quilt, a simple, sturdy brown cotton. This time the vision was not of a person, but of a feeling. It was the feeling of hands, many hands working together. She felt the calloused fingers of farmers turning the soil, the nimble fingers of seamstresses guiding a needle, the strong hands of builders raising a barn, the gentle hands of a mother rocking a cradle. It was a symphony of action, of doing, of making. And in that moment, the final, nesting doll of understanding opened for her. The heirloom, the beautiful, memory-filled quilt, was not the heritage itself. It was merely the score of music. The true heritage was the song, the living, breathing actions of those who had come before. It was the resilience in the way Lina had tended her garden during a drought. It was the creativity in the way the silent movie violinist had given voice to the voiceless. It was the love stitched into every seam by Emil's hands. The heritage lived not in the possession of the object, but in the embodiment of its spirit. It was in the doing, the making, the mending. The storm outside began to calm. Anya stood, the quilt draped around her like a mantle of generations. She walked to her kitchen, lit a candle, and took out a bowl and flour. She didn't have a recipe, but her hands seemed to remember. She began to make bread, kneading the dough with a rhythm that felt older than she was. As she worked, she hummed the lullaby, and she could almost feel other hands guiding hers, other voices humming along. She was no longer just Anya, a woman in a city apartment. She was Lina, rooted in her field. She was Emil, mending what was torn. She was the violinist, creating beauty in silence. She was all of them, and they were all in her. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Anya took a small, carefully chosen piece of fabric from a worn-out dress she had loved, a fabric of swirling blues and greens, and a needle and thread. Sitting by the window, she began to stitch her own square onto the ancient quilt. She was adding her story to the tapestry, not as an ending, but as a new branch. As she sewed, she thought of her great-grandfather who had left in anger, and she sent a gentle wave of forgiveness back through time, resolving his old regret by simply understanding it. That evening, as the fire's ancient light once again painted the room, Anya sat wrapped in the quilt, now complete with its new patch. It was heavier, but she felt lighter. The roots she had been searching for were not in the soil of a specific place, but in the continuous, loving actions of her lineage. She had found her remembrance. She closed her eyes, a soft smile on her face, and hummed the lullaby one more time, the words a soft sigh in the quiet room. Roots to hold, branches to grow, from the deepest earth the tallest tree will know. And in the peaceful dark, held by the ghosts of 1,000 loving hands, she knew it to be true. Story 12. Deep in the heart of the world, where the shadows grew long and the air tasted of damp earth and forgotten blossoms, there lay an ancient forest known as the Whispering Woods. It was a place untouched by the hurry of daylight, a realm that truly awoke only when the sun dipped below the horizon and the first silver moonbeams threaded their way through the canopy. On this particular night, when the moon was a perfect, luminous pearl in a velvet sky, a young, rather timid hedgehog named Pip found himself unable to sleep. Pip was usually a creature of comfortable routines, tucked into his cozy burrow lined with dried clover and thistledown. But a restless feeling, a soft tugging in his heart, had drawn him out into the cool night air. The forest was a symphony of gentle sounds. The soft patter-patter of a recent rainfall dripping from leaf to leaf, the distant gurgle and chuckle of Bramblebrook Stream, and the low, resonant hum of the wind combing its fingers through the pine needles high above. It was the kind of music that could lull any creature to sleep, yet Pip felt wide awake. He ventured along a path of moss-covered stones, each one smooth and cool beneath his small paws. The stones, if one knew how to listen, spoke a language of deep time and patient waiting. Their words were not in sounds, but in feelings, a sense of cool permanence that seeped up through Pip's paws and into his very bones. Fireflies, like living embers, drifted through the ferns, their pulsed lights creating a silent, blinking conversation in the dark. Pip's journey led him to a starlit clearing where the grass was silvered with dew. In the center stood a tree, so old its trunk was wider than 10 badgers laid nose to tail. This was Elderwood, a great oak, who was the memory keeper of the forest. His leaves whispered secrets with every breath of wind. "You are far from your bed, little one," a voice spoke, not from the tree, but from a branch overhead. It was a voice as soft as velvet and as old as the hills. Pip looked up into the wise, round face of Orla, a great gray owl whose feathers were the color of wood smoke in moonlight. "I couldn't sleep," Pip admitted, his voice a small rustle in the vast quiet. "I feel a change in the air, a sort of sad, sleepy feeling." Orla blinked her enormous, liquid dark eyes. "You are feeling the turn of the season, little Pip. The great slumber is approaching." Pip's spines quivered. The great slumber, is it something to be feared? A gentle hoot, like a warm laugh, escaped Orla. "Feared, no, it is the forest's deepest breath, a time of quiet magic and profound rest. Come, walk with me. There are stories the night wishes to share with you." And so Pip fell into step beside the shadow of the gliding owl, his small form dwarfed by her silent presence. They walked, and as they did, Orla began to show him the secret language of the woods. "Listen," she whispered, pausing by Bramblebrook stream. The water babbled over a bed of polished stones. "The stream is not just talking, it is remembering. Each ripple is a story it has collected from the mountains, each gurgle a laugh it shared with a dipping kingfisher. It speaks of journeys and the constant, gentle flow of time." Pip listened closely, and soon he could hear it, not with his ears, but with his heart. The water was singing a song of movement and change, a lullaby for the coming stillness. Further on, they came to a circle of birch trees, their white bark glowing in the moonlight. Orla gestured with her wing. "Place your paw upon the trunk," she instructed. Pip did so, and a soft vibration traveled up his leg. It was a slow, rhythmic pulse, like a sleeping heartbeat. "The trees are speaking of their dreams," Orla explained. "They dream of deep roots drinking from the dark earth, of storing sunlight in their core to weather the cold. Their language is one of patience and hidden strength." As they moved deeper into the woods, the magic grew more visible. Patches of moss began to glow with a soft, green bioluminescence, lighting their path like a trail of emeralds. Fungus on fallen logs pulsed with a gentle blue light, and the very air seemed to shimmer with stardust. They arrived in a hidden grove where the canopy opened to a perfect circle of sky, revealing a tapestry of countless twinkling stars. In the center of this grove grew a cluster of moon-petal flowers, their luminous white blossoms open to the heavens, drinking in the starlight and radiating it back as a soft, silvery glow. It was here that Pip saw the true purpose of their walk. All around the grove, the nocturnal creatures of the forest were gathering. A badger with a stripe of moonlight on her snout was carefully arranging stores of nuts and seeds in a hollow log. A family of dormice, their eyes wide with a sleepy wonder, were weaving the final threads of dried grass into their nest. A fox with a coat the color of autumn leaves sat quietly, observing it all with a calm dignity. "They are preparing," Orla said, alighting on a low branch beside Pip. "The great slumber is not an end, but a promise of renewal. The forest must rest so that it can awaken again, fresh and new. The sadness you feel is not a bad thing. It is the forest's gentle sigh before it closes its eyes. It is the love it feels for the season that is passing. Pip watched as the fox, whose name was Rowan, approached a young sapling that looked a little frail. Rowan didn't speak. Instead, he simply sat beside it, his warm presence and steady breathing a silent encouragement. Pip understood. This was the wisdom of the elder creatures, not to lecture but to guide, not to command but to show. "What can I do?" Pip asked, his heart swelling with a desire to help. "I am so small." Orla tilted her head. "Small things hold great magic, Pip. The tiniest seed contains an entire tree. Your rest is part of the forest's rest. Your quiet dreams will join the great dream of the whispering woods. But if you wish to contribute, listen to the world around you. It will tell you what is needed." Pip closed his eyes. He let the sounds wash over him, the rustle of the last autumn leaves letting go, the drip 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 of the dew, the deep, resonant hum of the ancient stones. And then he heard it. A very faint, shivering sound. It was a cluster of late-blooming violets, their purple heads bowed low, trembling from the increasing chill. They were afraid of the coming cold, afraid of the dark and the silence. An idea, small and perfect, bloomed in Pip's mind. He scurried around the grove, gathering the softest, driest moss he could find. He collected the downy feathers shed by Orla and other birds. With great care and a heart full of purpose, he began to tuck the moss and feathers around the roots and stems of the shivering violets, creating a warm, soft blanket for them. He worked through the night, a tiny, determined figure in the vast, starlit clearing. One by one, the other creatures noticed. The badger brought him some soft lichen. The dormice offered tufts of their own nesting material. Even the great fox, Rowan, used his nose to gently push a pile of dry, insulating leaves toward the little hedgehog. They worked together, a quiet community preparing their home for its long, restorative sleep. When the first hint of dawn painted the eastern sky with strokes of lavender and rose, Pip's work was done. The violets, now snug in their warm blankets, had stopped their trembling. They seemed to stand a little taller, their color a bit deeper in the softening dark. Orla looked down at Pip, her eyes filled with a deep, approving warmth. "You see," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "You listened and you found your part to play. You have shown them that they are not alone in the silence, that they are cared for. That is a magic more powerful than any light or song." Pip felt the restless, sad feeling melt away, replaced by a profound sense of peace. He was no longer afraid of the great slumber. He understood it now. It was a time of stories held in the hearts of stones, of dreams woven by trees, of life waiting patiently beneath the snow for its cue to return. As the stars began to fade and the sky lightened, Pip made his way back to his burrow. The forest was growing quiet, the nocturnal creatures retreating to their dens and hollows. The wind sighed a long, contented sigh through the branches of elderwood. The stream's song became slower, deeper, a watery hum of contentment. Pip reached his burrow just as the first golden ray of sun touched the highest leaves. He curled up in his nest of clover and thistledown, but he was not the same hedgehog who had left it hours before. He was now a keeper of the forest's secrets, a understander of its silent languages. The gentle sounds of the waking day, the distant call of a wren, the soft rustle of the now slumbering world, lulled him to sleep. And as he drifted into his own dreams, he knew he was part of something vast and beautiful, a cycle of rest and renewal that would forever turn, as constant and comforting as the moon's journey across the sky. The forest was sleeping, and it dreamed, safe and sound, watched over by the memories in its stones, the patience in its trees, and the gentle, caring heart of a very small hedgehog. Story 13. Story 14. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of the whispering glen, where ancient trees stood as silent sentinels, and the air carried the sweet scent of blooming night-blooming jasmine, there lay a village so nestled among the hills that it seemed to be cradled by the very earth itself. Here the days were painted with the gentle hues of sunlight filtering through leaves, and the nights were embroidered with a tapestry of stars so bright they felt close enough to touch. The villagers, a kind-hearted lot who tended to their gardens and shared stories by firelight, lived in harmony with the rhythms of nature. But lately a peculiar happening had begun to stir the glen with a whisper of mystery, one that tugged at the curiosity of all who dwelled there. It started on an evening when the sky was particularly clear, and the constellations hung like diamond dust scattered by a generous hand. Finn, a young soul with eyes that held the wonder of the world and a heart that beat in time with the rustling leaves, was sitting on the porch of his cottage, tracing the familiar patterns above. He knew the stars as old friends, the steadfast North Star, the playful arc of the Little Dipper, and the graceful sweep of Cassiopeia. But that night, as the clock tower in the village square chimed 9 times with a deep, resonant tone that echoed through the glen, Finn noticed something amiss. A small, twinkling star from the constellation of Lyra, one he had always greeted with a smile, had vanished without a trace. At first he thought it might be a trick of the clouds or the gentle rain that had fallen earlier, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. But night after night more stars began to disappear, one by one, as if being plucked from the sky by an unseen hand. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, not with fear, but with a growing curiosity that hung in the air like the fragrance of damp earth after a shower. Wind chimes, crafted from polished stones and hollow reeds, tinkled softly in the breeze, their melodies mingling with the concerned murmurs. Some said it was the work of a mischievous spirit, while others whispered of old tales where the stars danced away for a season. But Finn, with his keen observation, felt that there was more to it, a puzzle waiting to be solved. Driven by a sense of empathy for his worried neighbors and a deep love for the glen's tranquility, Finn decided to investigate. He began by spending his evenings perched on a moss-covered log near the edge of the village, notebook in hand, sketching the sky and noting each missing star. His method was gentle. He did not rush or alarm anyone, but instead listened to the stories of the elders and the laughter of the children, hoping to find clues in the everyday rhythms of life. One afternoon, as a soft rain began to fall, pattering on the leaves like a lullaby, Finn sought shelter in the village library, a cozy building filled with shelves of weathered books and the scent of old paper. There he met an elderly woman named Maeve, who spent her days mending quilts and humming nursery rhymes passed down through generations. When Finn mentioned the vanishing stars, Maeve's eyes twinkled with memory. "Ah, the stars have their own stories," she said, her voice as warm as embers. "Did you know there's an old rhyme the children sing? It goes, when the clock tower chimes and the rain kisses the ground, the stars play hide-and-seek without a sound. Look to the map where the rivers twine, for secrets sleep in the constellations' line." Finn's heart leaped. This felt like a clue woven into the fabric of their culture. He thanked Maeve and hurried to study an ancient map of the glen that hung on the library wall, faded with age. The map showed the winding paths of the forest, the meeting points of streams, and markings that resembled star patterns. As he traced the lines, he noticed that the rivers indeed twined in a way that mirrored the constellation of Lyra, the very one where the first star had vanished. Could it be that the stars were linked to the land itself? With this insight, Finn ventured into the woodland glen, following the path suggested by the map. The forest was alive with ambient sounds, the distant chime of the clock tower marking the hours, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the occasional drip of rainwater from the branches. He walked for hours, his steps light on the soft moss, until he came upon a clearing where a peculiar sight greeted him. A patch of flowers that changed color with the shifting light, from violet at dawn to silver under the moon. It was a delightful discovery, but Finn sensed it was a red herring, a beautiful distraction, for the flowers, while magical, held no direct link to the stars. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard a soft weeping from behind a thicket of ferns. Pushing aside the leaves, he found a young girl named Piper, who tended to the glen's beehives. Her face was streaked with tears, and she explained that her favorite beehive, which produced honey that shimmered like starlight, had been disturbed, and the bees were restless. Finn, using his empathy, sat with her and listened. Piper revealed that she had seen strange lights in the sky on the nights the stars disappeared, but she feared no one would believe her. This was another clue, but it also felt like a misdirection. The lights might be unrelated, yet Finn made a note of it, promising to help Piper with her bees another day. Returning to the village, Finn shared his findings with the community. The villagers, intrigued, gathered in the square under the soft glow of lanterns. They decided to work together, combining their knowledge. Old maps were unrolled, nursery rhymes were recited, and children drew pictures of the sky. It was then that Finn remembered something Maeve had said about the constellation patterns being tied to the glen's history. He proposed that they hold a vigil that night, observing the sky from different points along the river twines. As dusk fell, the entire village spread out along the banks of the streams, with Finn leading a group to the highest hill. The air was filled with the soothing sounds of wind chimes and the occasional hoot of an owl. Then, as the clock tower chimed midnight, something miraculous happened. The missing stars began to reappear, not in the sky, but reflected in the still waters of the river junctions, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. Finn realized the truth. The stars weren't vanishing. They were being borrowed by the glen itself, as part of an ancient celestial event where the water mirrored the heavens, creating a double sky for a brief period each year. The phenomenon was mentioned in an old tale forgotten over time, a way for the land to renew its magic. the resolution brought the community closer than ever. They organized a stargazing festival, celebrating the glen's hidden wonders. Piper's bees, calmed by the collective joy, produced honey that tasted of moonlight, and Maeve taught the children new rhymes about the stars' playful nature. Finn, through his observation and empathy, had not only solved the mystery, but had reminded everyone of the beauty in working together. As the night deepened, the stars shone brightly once more, and the villagers returned to their cottages, their hearts full. Finn sat on his porch, listening to the gentle rain begin again, and knew that in the whispering glen, every mystery was a thread in the cozy blanket of community, weaving a story that would linger in dreams for generations to come. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleeping mountains, there lived a young person named Rowan who felt they were made of mismatched pieces. While others in their village seemed to fit together perfectly, like completed puzzles, Rowan carried a persistent sense of being unfinished, like a story missing its middle chapters. Rowan's small cottage stood at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to those who knew how to listen. Their home was simple, with a garden that reflected their inner state, neither thriving nor dying, but simply existing. The flowers bloomed in muted colors, the vegetables grew to adequate sizes, and the herbs released faint scents when crushed between fingers. One evening, as Rowan sat watching the sunset paint the sky in watercolor hues, they noticed something peculiar happening to their hands. Where their fingertips touched the wooden bench, tiny luminescent moss began to grow, emitting a soft, silver light that pulsed gently like a heartbeat. When they pulled their hands away, the moss faded back into ordinary green. Rowan tucked their hands into their pockets, uncertain whether to be frightened or fascinated. The next morning brought another surprise. While preparing tea, Rowan's anxious thoughts about the day ahead made the steam rising from their cup form intricate, crystalline patterns that hovered in the air before dissolving. When they laughed in wonder, the remaining steam swirled into shapes resembling tiny dancing figures. That afternoon, feeling overwhelmed by these strange occurrences, Rowan retreated to their garden. Kneeling between the rows of vegetables, they began weeding with more frustration than care. Tears of confusion made dark circles in the soil. It was then that an elderly woman appeared at the garden gate, though Rowan hadn't heard anyone approach. "Good afternoon," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "Your garden has interesting energy today." Rowan looked up, wiping earthy hands on their trousers. "I'm not much of a gardener, I'm afraid." The woman smiled, her eyes holding the wisdom of countless seasons. "Every garden reflects its caretaker, may I?" She gestured to a weathered stone bench near the rosemary bush. As they sat together, Rowan found themselves sharing things they'd never spoken aloud, the feeling of being incomplete, the recent strange occurrences, the longing to understand what was happening to them. The woman, who introduced herself as Hazel, listened with the deep attention of someone who understands the weight of unspoken stories. When Rowan finished, Hazel placed a gentle hand on their arm. "What you're experiencing isn't brokenness, my dear, it's metamorphosis." Hazel explained that some people are like seeds containing entire forests, or caterpillars carrying the blueprint for wings. Your body is simply learning to express what your soul already knows. Over the following weeks, Hazel visited often, always appearing when Rowan needed guidance most. She taught Rowan to pay attention to how their emotions affected the world around them. Anxiety might make the air shimmer like heat rising from pavement, while contentment could cause flowers to tilt toward them as if seeking sunlight. One rainy afternoon, Hazel arrived with a small velvet pouch. This contains seeds that will only grow when planted by someone ready to transform. She placed the pouch in Rowan's palm. Don't plant them until your heart tells you the time is right. Rowan kept the pouch on their windowsill, watching it through the changing light of days. Sometimes it seemed to hum with potential energy, other times it rested silently, as if waiting. Meanwhile, small changes continued to manifest. When Rowan felt particularly self-conscious while talking to villagers, their shadow would sometimes separate into multiple silhouettes, each performing a different activity. One reading, one gardening, one simply gazing at the sky. At first this embarrassed Rowan until Hazel suggested, perhaps your shadow is showing you the many people you contain. There's beauty in that multiplicity. As autumn deepened, Rowan noticed their reflections sometimes showed subtle variations, hair slightly longer or shorter, eyes holding different shades of green and gold, clothing they didn't own appearing in the glass. Instead of looking away, Rowan began greeting these reflections with curiosity, wondering what each version might teach them. The garden became Rowan's sanctuary and classroom. They learned that frustration made the soil hard and resistant, while patience softened it. When they worked with mindful attention, the plants seemed to respond with vibrant health. The tomatoes reddened more deeply, the basil released its fragrance from feet away, and the marigolds developed petals with intricate patterns resembling miniature sunsets. One frosty morning, Rowan woke feeling particularly fragmented. Different desires pulled at them. The wish for adventure conflicted with the comfort of routine. The longing for connection wrestled with the need for solitude. That day, everything they touched seemed to reflect this inner division. The bread they sliced developed layers of different grains, their tea separated into distinct bands of flavor, and even their footsteps left impressions that seemed to belong to several different shoes. Overwhelmed, Rowan went into the garden and sat with knees drawn to chest. Hazel found them there as evening began to paint the sky in lavender and rose. Everything feels scattered, Rowan whispered, like I'm pieces of different puzzles mixed together. Hazel sat beside them. Have you ever watched a caterpillar become a butterfly? Rowan shook their head. The caterpillar doesn't simply grow wings, Hazel said softly. It dissolves into essence inside the chrysalis, becoming something between liquid and memory before reforming into its new shape. What looks like coming apart is actually the process of becoming. She pointed to a milkweed plant where a chrysalis hung, translucent and veined with gold. That creature inside seems alone in its transformation, but it's surrounded by everything it needs. The air that breathes through the chrysalis walls, the sunlight that warms it, the ancient knowledge in its cells. That night, Rowan dreamed of being wrapped in something soft and luminous, like being held in moonlight. In the dream, they weren't frightened by the dissolution Hazel had described, but curious, watching their own edges soften and blur with wonder rather than fear. The next morning, Rowan knew it was time to plant the special seeds. Their hands didn't shake as they carefully made small holes in the rich soil and placed each seed with intention. As they covered the last one, a sense of peace settled over them, the kind that comes not from having all the answers, but from trusting the questions. Winter arrived, wrapping the valley in silence and snow. Rowan spent the quiet months learning to befriend their changing nature. They noticed that self-criticism caused the air around them to grow cold and still, while self-compassion made their skin emit a gentle warmth that could melt the frost on window panes. Some days Rowan would sit before a candle and watch how their breathing affected the flame. When they breathed with acceptance of their changing nature, the flame burned steady and bright. When they fought against it, the flame flickered uncertainly. This became their practice, learning to breathe with the changes rather than against them. One evening Hazel arrived as Rowan was attempting to knit by the fire. The yarn kept changing colors and textures with Rowan's shifting moods, resulting in a scarf that was simultaneously wool, silk, and something that shimmered like starlight. Hazel chuckled. "That may be the most honest piece of knitting I've ever seen." They sat together sipping mint tea as snow fell outside. "The seeds you planted," Hazel said, "they're sleeping now, gathering strength from the cold and dark, just as you are." As winter deepened, Rowan began to notice patterns in their transformations. The changes often correlated with moments of emotional significance. Speaking their truth caused their voice to sometimes carry echoes, like multiple people speaking the same words in harmony. Moments of particular clarity made the world appear sharper, colors more vibrant, sounds more distinct. During the longest night of the year, Rowan experienced what felt like their most dramatic change yet. Sitting by the fire, reflecting on the year's journey, they suddenly felt as if they were expanding beyond their physical form. The boundaries of their body seemed to grow permeable, and for several heartbeats they could feel the cold of the snow outside, the dreams of sleeping animals in the forest, the slow breathing of trees. When the sensation passed, Rowan looked in the mirror and saw their familiar face, but their eyes now held constellations where pupils should be. Rather than panic, they felt a profound sense of rightness, as if something that had been waiting patiently had finally arrived. When Hazel came to visit on the first day of spring, she took one look at Rowan and smiled. "Ah, you've met yourself properly." The special seeds began sprouting that same week. Unlike any plants Rowan had seen before, they grew in spirals, their leaves shifting colors throughout the day, dawn pink to noon gold to twilight purple. When Rowan touched them, the plants responded by releasing fragrances that matched Rowan's emotions. Lavender for peace, citrus for joy, rain-soaked earth for contemplation. As spring unfolded, Rowan's transformations became less disorienting and more integrated. They learned to sense when changes were coming, like hearing distant music growing gradually closer. The multiple shadows sometimes merged into one that moved with particular grace. The reflections in water and glass began to feel like friendly visitors rather than strangers. One evening, Hazel and Rowan sat in the garden watching fireflies dance among the magical plants. "You've done the hard work," Hazel said. "The work of allowing. Will the changes stop now?" Rowan asked. Hazel shook her head, her silver hair catching the last light. "The changes never stop for any living thing. The difference is that now you flow with them rather than resist. You've learned the secret that every caterpillar discovers, that what seems like an ending is actually a beginning in disguise." That night, Rowan lay in bed watching moonlight paint patterns on the wall. They thought about the journey, from fear to curiosity to acceptance. They remembered how their fingertips had first grown luminous moss, how their breath had crystallized in air, how their shadow had multiplied. These occurrences no longer felt like malfunctions, but like languages their soul used to communicate. Just before sleep claimed them, Rowan noticed something new. Their skin had begun to emit the faintest silver glow, like moonlight captured under the surface. Instead of worrying, they simply watched the gentle radiance pulse in time with their heartbeat, a visual representation of the life moving through them. Outside, the magical plants in the garden began to open their flowers for the first time. Each bloom contained shifting patterns that told stories of growth and transformation. They released a fragrance that smelled like possibility itself, fresh rain on dry earth, the first breath of spring, pages of unread books. Rowan slept deeply that night, wrapped in the quiet understanding that they were both the garden and the gardener, the question and the answer, the caterpillar and the butterfly. And in their dreams, they saw themselves walking toward a horizon that constantly renewed itself, not with fear but with wonder, ready to discover what new transformations awaited in the unfolding dawn. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between two gentle hills, lay the village of Moonhaven. It was a place where chimneys puffed curls of vanilla-scented smoke, where cobblestone paths glistened with evening dew, and where the great brass clock tower chimed every hour with a sound like wind chimes dancing in a summer breeze. The villagers were a kindly folk, known for their love of stargazing and their habit of leaving bowls of cream out for the forest sprites. But lately something peculiar had begun to unfold beneath Moonhaven's silver-dusted sky. It started with the stars, or rather, the lack of them. Each night another patch of the heavens would go dark, as if someone had gently blown out a cluster of celestial candles. The villagers would gather on their porches, wrapped in quilts, murmuring in soft, concerned tones as they pointed at the growing emptiness above. Then came the hourglass in the town square, a beautiful, ancient thing filled with sand the color of crushed amethysts. For as long as anyone could remember, the sand had flowed steadily downward. But now it trickled backwards. And if that weren't strange enough, the moon lilies that bloomed only at midnight began changing color, from silvery white to rose pink, then to deep indigo, as if they couldn't quite decide what shade suited the night. No one was afraid exactly. But a quiet puzzlement settled over Moonhaven, as soft and persistent as the gentle rain that often pattered against the window panes after dark. In a small cottage at the edge of the village, with a garden full of sleepy lavender and night-blooming jasmine, lived a young woman named Lyra. She was known for her kindness, her patience, and most of all, for how closely she noticed things. While others talked, Lyra listened. While others hurried, Lyra watched. She noticed the way the dew settled on a spider's web, the particular tune the wind played through the pine needles, and the secret language of the stars. One evening, as Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, sipping chamomile tea, there came a soft knock at her door. It was old Finn, the keeper of the town archives, his spectacles perched on his nose and a worried frown creasing his brow. "Lyra, my dear," he said, stepping inside and shaking the rain from his cloak. "The stars, they're vanishing, and the hourglass, it's flowing the wrong way. The council is baffled. Some say it's a sign, others say it's magic gone weary. But I thought perhaps you might have noticed something the rest of us have missed." Lyra smiled gently and offered him a seat by the fire. "I've seen it, Finn, and I've been listening. There's a rhyme the children have been singing lately, a new one. It goes, when the clock tower chimes and the rain sings low, follow the path where the silver mushrooms grow. Find the key where the two rivers meet, to make the scattered stars complete." Finn adjusted his spectacles. "A children's rhyme, you think it's a clue?" "I think everything is a clue if you listen closely enough," Lyra replied. So it was that Lyra, with Finn trailing curiously behind, set out into the whispering woods. The rain had softened to a mist, and the air smelled of wet earth and pine. Fireflies bobbed like tiny lanterns along the path, and in the distance the clock tower chimed 9 times, each note clear and melodic. They soon found a patch of silver mushrooms, glowing faintly in the dim light, forming a winding trail deeper into the forest. As they followed it, Lyra noticed something odd. The mushrooms weren't just growing randomly. They formed patterns, like constellations underfoot. "Look, Finn," she said, pointing. "That cluster there, it mirrors the crown constellation, and over there the swan, but see how some are dimmer than others, as if part of the pattern is fading." Finn nodded slowly, his eyes wide behind his glasses. "Just like the real stars." They walked on, the forest growing denser and more mystical around them. Soon they heard the soft gurgle of water. Two streams crossed up ahead, shimmering under the faint starlight that still remained. And there, nestled between the roots of an ancient willow tree, was a small wooden box carved with star-shaped patterns. "The two rivers meet," Lyra whispered. "This must be the key." But when she opened the box, instead of a key, she found a delicate, yellowed piece of parchment. On it was drawn a map of the night sky, but with certain stars connected by lines that didn't match any known constellation. At the bottom, in elegant script, were the words, "Remember what you've forgotten." Finn scratched his head. A red herring or another piece of the puzzle. Lyra studied the map carefully. "I think it's both. Look, these lines don't show constellations. They show relationships, pathways, like the way we're all connected in Moonhaven." Just then, a soft rustling came from the bushes. Out stepped a flustered-looking badger wearing a tiny waistcoat and carrying a pocket watch. Oh dear," the badger muttered. "I'm late. I'm always late lately." Lyra knelt down. "Late for what, friend?" "For the star gathering," the badger exclaimed. "I'm Bernard, the keeper of celestial time, but ever since the hourglass started flowing backwards, my schedule has been all topsy-turvy. The stars wait for no one, you know." Bernard explained that once every century, the stars descended to drink from the mystical springs of Moonhaven, which kept them shining bright. But because the hourglass was broken, the stars didn't know when to appear, and Bernard didn't know when to guide them. "But why is the sand flowing backwards?" Lyra asked. Bernard sighed. "It's meant to measure not just time, but memory. The more the villagers forget the old stories, the tales that connect them to the stars and to each other, the more confused time becomes. The hourglass reflects that confusion." Lyra understood now. The vanishing stars, the backwards time, the color-changing flowers, all were signs that the community was losing touch with its shared stories, its history, its magic. She, Finn, and Bernard hurried back to the village, where the concerned murmurs had grown into a gentle hum of curiosity. Lyra climbed onto the base of the clock tower, the old map in hand. "Friends," she called out, her voice calm and clear. "The stars aren't disappearing, they're waiting for us to remember." She showed them the map, explaining that the lines between the stars represented the stories that bound them together. Tales of kindness, cooperation, and wonder that had been passed down for generations, but had lately gone untold. One by one, the villagers began sharing stories. The baker remembered the tale of the first loaf ever baked in Moonhaven, which was said to have been blessed by a star. The woodcarver recounted how his grandfather learned his craft from a talking owl under a full moon. Children giggled as they shared whispered legends of friendly ghosts who helped find lost mittens. With each story told, a star above flickered back to life. Then little Alara, the youngest child in the village, tugged on Lyra's sleeve. "I know a rhyme, too," she said shyly. "My grandma taught me. When the clock strikes backwards and the stars hide away, gather the memories to brighten the day. Sing the old songs, tell the tales true, and the sky will remember its brilliant blue." As the villagers joined hands and sang the old songs under the slowly brightening sky, the hourglass in the square gave a soft shudder. The purple sand ceased its upward trickle and began flowing normally once more. The moon lilies settled into a tranquil, luminous silver. And high above, the stars returned, not all at once, but one by one, each shining brighter than before, as if grateful to be remembered. Bernard the badger checked his pocket watch and beamed. "Right on time," he declared before scurrying off into the night. From that evening on, the people of Moonhaven made a new tradition. Every night they would gather, sometimes in the square, sometimes in cozy homes, and share stories. They laughed, they listened, and they remembered. And the stars, pleased by the revival of connection and wonder, shone down upon them with a gentle, constant light. As the clock tower chimed midnight, its wind-chime melody softer now, Lyra stood on her porch, watching the restored heavens. The gentle rain began to fall again, a soothing patter on the rooftops and leaves. Somewhere in the distance, wind chimes tingled lightly. All was well in Moonhaven. The mystery was solved not by fear or haste, but by patience, empathy, and the simple, profound power of listening. And as the villagers drifted off to sleep that night, each knew that above them, the stars were winking down kindly, keeping watch over a community that had learned to treasure its light, both in the sky and in each other. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through Finn's unruly brown hair as he shuffled along the damp sand. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, reflecting on the retreating tide that left behind a glistening tapestry of treasures. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, preferred the company of the sea's leavings to the boisterous games of the other village children. His pockets were always heavy with smooth stones, fragments of pearlescent shell, and the occasional piece of sea glass worn soft by the ocean's embrace. Today, however, felt different. An unusual stillness hung in the air, thick with the scent of kelp and distant rain. He paused, drawn by a faint, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of his worn boots. It wasn't the wind, nor the distant gulls. Kneeling, he brushed aside damp sand near a cluster of barnacle-crusted rocks. There, half-buried, pulsed a shell unlike any he'd ever seen. It was no larger than his palm, a spiral of deepest midnight blue, swirling with veins of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and dance like captured moonlight. As his fingers brushed its cool, impossibly smooth surface, the humming intensified, resonating deep within his chest. It felt warm, alive. He carefully pried it free, cradling it in his hands. The silver veins flared brightly for a moment, then settled into a soft, steady glow. Finn felt a strange pull, a magnetic yearning towards the vast, whispering expanse of the ocean. That night, tucked beneath his patchwork quilt with the shell resting on his bedside table, its soft glow painted shifting constellations on the ceiling. The rhythmic humming filled his small room, a lullaby sung by the sea itself. Sleep claimed him, deep and profound. He dreamed not of flying, but of sinking, gently, into cool, welcoming water. He could breathe, easily, the salt tang fresh and clean. Around him the ocean bloomed with impossible colors, corals like frozen fireworks, fish darting like living jewels, forests of kelp swaying in unseen currents. He felt weightless, peaceful, utterly at home. When he awoke at dawn, the dream clung to him like seawater, vivid and real. The shell lay silent and dark on the table. The pull intensified over the next few days. The shell remained inert during daylight hours, but its presence was a constant, quiet hum in the back of Finn's mind. He found himself drawn back to the shore each twilight, the shell tucked safely in his pocket. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, painting the waves in molten gold, Finn stood at the water's edge, the shell held tightly. The humming crescendoed, vibrating through his bones. The silver veins blazed with light. Tentatively, heart pounding like a trapped bird, he waded into the cool surf, holding the shell before him. As the water reached his waist, the light from the shell enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped forward into deeper water. Instead of the expected chill and resistance, he felt only a gentle pressure, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. He opened his eyes. He was suspended in a world of liquid light. Sunbeams, refracted through the surface far above, painted dancing patterns on the sandy floor below. Schools of tiny, iridescent fish parted around him like a living river. Gigantic ancient sea turtles glided past with slow, deliberate grace. The humming wasn't just in the shell now, It was the ocean itself, the sigh of currents, the crackle of distant reefs, the song of whales echoing from the deep. The shell pulsed warmly in his hand, its light a soft beacon. He was in the meridian depths. He drifted, awestruck, until a gentle bump against his shimmering bubble startled him. A large sea turtle, her shell patterned with intricate swirls of mossy green and gold, peered at him with ancient, intelligent eyes. Her gaze held a deep, calm wisdom. She nudged the bubble again, then turned, swimming slowly towards a towering forest of kelp that swayed like emerald giants. The shell hummed encouragingly. Finn understood. He willed himself to follow, finding that within the bubble he could move with surprising ease, propelled by thought alone. The turtle led him through the kelp forest, where shafts of light pierced the gloom, illuminating fish that looked like shards of stained glass and anemones that pulsed with soft, internal light. They emerged near a cluster of colossal coral structures, forming arches and caverns that pulsed with their own bioluminescent glow. Creatures Finn had only seen in faded book illustrations darted amongst the formations. Seahorses like tiny, armored knights, octopuses changing color like living rainbows, and schools of fish that moved as one glittering entity. The turtle guided him towards a vast, open amphitheater formed by coral, its floor covered in smooth, multicolored pebbles. Here, nestled amongst giant clams that opened to reveal pearls glowing like captured moons, were the merfolk. They weren't the humans with fishtails of legend, but beings sculpted from the sea itself. Their skin shimmered with scales in every conceivable hue, deep abyssal blues, vibrant reef oranges, pearly whites. Their lower bodies flowed into powerful, elegant tails, while their upper bodies were more humanoid, adorned with intricate patterns of living coral and trailing strands of glowing seaweed. Large, luminous eyes, adapted to the dim light, regarded Finn with open curiosity and a hint of wariness. One merfolk larger than the others, with scales the deep indigo of the midnight ocean and a crown woven from phosphorescent kelp, swam forward. Her presence radiated calm authority. She placed a webbed hand against Finn's bubble. A warmth spread from the contact, and Finn felt a strange sense of understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but feelings and images. Welcome, shell-bearer. I am Queen Thalassa. We felt the deep stars awakening. Her thoughts flowed into his mind, clear and resonant like bells heard underwater. She gestured to the shell in his hand, the deep star. Finn, overwhelmed, tried to project his own jumble of thoughts. I found it on the shore. It brought me here. It's beautiful. Thalassa smiled, a gentle ripple of light across her face. The deep star chooses its keeper. It has slept for many tides. Its return signals a need. She projected an image, a section of the vibrant coral reef Finn had seen earlier, but now gray, brittle, lifeless. A creeping shadow seemed to cling to it. The gloom spreads. It silences the songs, dims the lights. We know not its source, only that it weakens the meridian depths. Finn felt a pang of sorrow for the dying coral. Can I help? The question formed instinctively, fueled by the deep star's warm pulse against his palm, and the profound peace he felt in this hidden world. The Queen's luminous eyes held his. The deep star sensed a kindred spirit, one who listens to the quiet things. Perhaps your eyes, unused to our depths, can see what ours cannot. But the gloom is perilous. You would need a guide. She turned her gaze towards the large sea turtle who had brought Finn. Cora has watched over these reefs longer than memory. She will swim with you. Cora nudged Finn's bubble gently with her beak, her ancient eyes conveying steadfastness. Finn felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation. He was just a quiet boy who collected shells. How could he help save an entire hidden world? But the image of the dying coral, the fading light, and the deep star's unwavering warmth in his hand steeled his resolve. He nodded. "I'll try." Their journey began the next tide cycle. Guided by Cora's steady presence and the deep star's soft light, Finn ventured deeper into the meridian depths towards the afflicted area. The vibrancy gradually faded. The water grew colder, the light dimmer. Fish were scarce, and those they saw moved sluggishly. The coral structures, once bursting with color and life, stood like skeletal ghosts, coated in a slimy, dark gray film that seemed to absorb light the gloom. The constant, soothing hum of the ocean was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful creak of dying coral. Cora swam close, projecting images of the reef as it once was, teeming with life. Finn concentrated, trying to see beyond the decay. He noticed things the merfolk, accustomed to the reef's normal rhythms, might overlook. Strange, faintly glowing tendrils, almost invisible against the gray slime, snaked from the dying coral towards cracks in the seabed below. They pulsed with a sickly, greenish light. He pointed them out to Cora, projecting the image. The turtle's eyes widened slightly. She nudged him towards a particularly large fissure, hidden beneath an overhang of dead coral. The fissure exhaled a plume of unnaturally cold water. The gloom seemed thickest here, clinging like tar. As Finn peered closer, the deep star in his hand flared brighter, its silver veins blazing. The light cut through the murk, revealing the source of the tendrils. Nestled deep within the fissure was a cluster of dark, spiny urchins, unlike any Finn had ever seen. They were the size of his head, their spines oozing the viscous gray slime. The sickly green light pulsed from within their bodies. They weren't feeding on the coral, they were poisoning it, draining its life and light, spreading the gloom. The stone-sick urchins, Cora projected, a deep sorrow in her mental voice. Thought lost to the deep trenches. Their poison brings silence and cold. Finn felt a chill that wasn't from the water. How do we stop them? He remembered something his grandmother, a healer in the village, once said about ailments. Sometimes the strongest poison needs the gentlest cure. Cora projected an image of a specific luminous plant, a kelp with fronds that glowed a soft, healing blue. Moonlace. Its light purifies. But it grows only in the sunken gardens, guarded by the razorback clams. They snap shut at the slightest tremor. The sunken gardens lay on the far side of the gloom-ridden reef. Getting there meant navigating treacherous currents and the suffocating silence. Cora led the way, her powerful flippers moving with silent grace. Finn concentrated, using the deep star's light to illuminate safe paths through fields of sharp, dead coral, and around hidden crevices where more stone-sick urchins lurked. The silence pressed in, heavy and unnerving. Once a massive razorback clam, disturbed by their passage, snapped its jagged shell shut with a sound like thunder, mere inches from Finn's bubble. He gasped, heart hammering, but Cora nudged him onwards, her calm presence a steady anchor. Reaching the sunken gardens was like stepping into a forgotten dream. Here, untouched by the gloom, giant anemones bloomed like underwater flowers in neon hues. Fish shimmered like scattered gems, and growing in sheltered grottos were clusters of moonlace. Its long, ribbon-like fronds emitted a soft, ethereal blue light that seemed to hum with gentle energy. But true to Cora's warning, each cluster grew within the reach of enormous razorback clams, their shells partially open like hungry jaws, revealing pearlescent interiors and sensitive, frilled edges. They feel vibrations, Cora cautioned. One wrong move. Finn watched the clams. He noticed tiny, glowing shrimp cleaning their shells, moving with exquisite slowness and care. The clams remained open for them. Gentleness, Finn thought, remembering his grandmother's words. Not force. He projected the image of the cleaning shrimp to Cora, Then an idea formed. He needed to move like the shrimp, slowly, deliberately, radiating calm. Holding the deep star close, he focused all his will on projecting a feeling of peace, of harmless intent, just as the shell seemed to radiate warmth and safety. He imagined himself not as an intruder, but as part of the gentle rhythm of the garden. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, he drifted towards a cluster of moonlace, keeping his movements fluid and minimal. He felt the deep star amplify his intent, its light softening, becoming less a beacon and more like the dappled sunlight filtering through the surface. Cora watched utterly still, her ancient eyes filled with hope. A large razorback clam loomed beside the moonlace. Its frilled mantle rippled, sensing his presence. Finn held his breath, pouring every ounce of calm he possessed through the deep star. The clam's shell tensed slightly, then relaxed. It remained open. Heart pounding with quiet triumph, Finn carefully reached out and gently harvested several fronds of the glowing moonlace. They felt cool and resilient in his hand, pulsing with soft blue light. He retreated as slowly as he had approached. Back at the poisoned fissure, the task was even more delicate. They had to get close enough to the stone-sick urchins without triggering a defensive spray of their toxic slime. Finn again relied on the deep star, projecting feelings of calm and harmlessness, while Cora used her immense patience and knowledge of currents to position them. Finn held a frond of moonlace towards one of the urchins. As the soft blue light touched the oozing gray spines, a remarkable thing happened. The sickly green glow within the urchin flickered. The gray slime seemed to recoil, sizzling faintly as the moonlace's light washed over it. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the darkness receded from the spines, replaced by their natural, dull purple. The urchin stopped pulsing its toxic light and became still and dormant. Working with painstaking care, Finn and Cora treated each stone-sick urchin in the cluster. The deep star warmed in Finn's hand, its light blending with the moonlace's blue glow, amplifying the cleansing effect. They worked until the fissure was clear, the cold plume ceased, and the last traces of the sickly green light vanished. Exhaustion washed over Finn, deep and profound, but it was mixed with a soaring sense of accomplishment. They returned to the coral amphitheater. Queen Thalassa and her people awaited them anxiously. As Finn presented the remaining moonlace and projected images of their mission, the discovery of the urchins, the perilous journey, the gentle application of the cure, a wave of profound gratitude washed over him from the gathered merfolk. Their luminous eyes shone with renewed hope. Work began immediately. Guided by Finn's descriptions and Cora's wisdom, teams of merfolk carefully harvested more moonlace, using Finn's method of stillness and projected calm, and applied its light to the afflicted areas of the reef. Where the gloom had been thickest, the moonlace's gentle blue glow spread, pushing back the gray slime. Color began to seep back into the bleached coral, first faint pastels, then vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows. Tiny polyps tentatively extended their delicate arms. Fish, drawn by the returning life, darted back into the recovering areas. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative clicks, pops, and chirps of returning reef life, gradually swelling back into the familiar, comforting hum of the meridian depths. Finn watched, tears mingling with the seawater inside his bubble. He had helped heal this wondrous place. The quiet boy who listened to shells had found his voice in stillness and observation. His bond with Cora, forged in shared purpose and silent understanding, felt deeper than any surface friendship. The queen approached, placing a webbed hand against his bubble once more. Her gratitude flowed into him, warm and profound. The deep star chose wisely, Finn. You saw with new eyes and acted with a gentle heart. You have reminded us that true strength often lies not in force, but in quiet understanding and the courage to act with kindness. The meridian depths will remember the shell-bearer. the time came for Finn to return. The deep star pulsed softly, its journey complete for now. Queen Thalassa presented him with a small, woven pouch made of iridescent seaweed, containing a single, perfect pearl that glowed with its own soft, inner light, a token of their gratitude and a reminder of the light within the depths. Cora nudged him gently one last time, her ancient eyes conveying a farewell that needed no words. Holding the deep star, Finn swam towards the surface, guided by the fading light above. He breached the waves just as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He stood on the familiar shore, dripping, the shell cool in his hand, the glowing pearl pouch tucked safely in his pocket. The world above seemed both the same and utterly changed. The rustle of the wind in the dune grass, the cry of a distant gull, the sigh of the waves, they all held a deeper resonance, a secret melody he now understood. Back in his small room, the deep star sat on his bedside table, dark and silent once more. But Finn knew its secret. He held the glowing pearl, its soft light, a comforting echo of the meridian depths. He was no longer just the quiet boy who collected shells. He was the shell-bearer, the boy who had befriended an ancient turtle, helped heal a hidden world, and learned that the greatest magic often lies in listening, observing, and acting with gentle courage. He knew the deep star would sleep, but its connection, like his bond with Cora and the memory of the shimmering depths, would remain, a warm, secret light within him. As he drifted off to sleep, the rhythmic sigh of the ocean outside his window sounded like a lullaby sung just for him, a promise of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in quiet friendship and a kind heart. The world was vast, filled with mysteries both above and below, and Finn, holding the glowing pearl, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, cradled in the gentle embrace of the known and the wonderfully unknown. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between ancient oaks and silver-barked birches, lay the village of Elderwood Hollow. Here, cobblestone streets wound like ribbons between cottages with thatched roofs, each window glowing with the warm light of lanterns. Wind chimes made of seashells and polished stones sang soft melodies in the evening breeze, and the gentle patter of rain on leaves was as familiar as a lullaby. At the center of the village stood a great clock tower, its chimes marking the hours with a deep, resonant tone that seemed to hug the village in a blanket of time. The people of Elderwood Hollow were a gentle folk, known for their kindness and their love of stories. They tended glowing gardens where flowers hummed when the moon rose and trees that shed leaves like falling stars. But lately something peculiar had begun to happen, something that set the village whispering behind closed doors. Every night, just as the clock tower struck 10, a single star would vanish from the sky. It began subtly. Old Finn, who loved to stargaze from his rocking chair on the porch, was the first to notice. "The swan is missing a wing tip," he murmured one evening, pointing a gnarled finger at the heavens. Then young Alara, who spent her evenings sketching constellations on parchment, realized the crown had lost its central jewel. Night after night, another star winked out, leaving behind a tiny void in the tapestry of the night. The village was not frightened, but deeply intrigued. Where were the stars going? And why? In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of cinnamon and baking bread always lingered, lived a young baker named Rowan. Rowan had a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way honey drizzled just so on a scone, or how the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds. She was known for her empathy, often leaving baskets of warm muffins on the doorsteps of those who seemed sad or lonely. One evening, as Rowan was closing her bakery, she overheard two children singing an old nursery rhyme near the clock tower. "When the clock strikes 10, hold your breath and count again, for a star may slip from the sky so deep, where the silver river does not sleep. Find the map the moonbeams keep, and mind the guardian who does not weep." Rowan paused, her flower-dusted hands stilling. She had heard the rhyme before, sung by generations of village children, but never thought much of it. Now, with the stars disappearing exactly at 10 o'clock, the words seemed to shimmer with hidden meaning. That night, as the clock tower began its deep, resonant count to 10, Rowan stepped into her garden and watched the sky. True to the rhyme, as the final chime faded into the night, a tiny star from the constellation of the Lyre flickered and vanished. A soft sigh seemed to ripple through the woods. Determined to solve the mystery, Rowan decided to seek the map the moonbeams keep. She recalled an old tale about a pool in the heart of the woods where moonbeams gathered on windless nights, painting liquid silver on the water's surface. Perhaps there a clue could be found. The next evening, armed with a lantern and a basket of gingerbread cookies, for courage and for sharing, Rowan ventured into the whispering woods. The trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling secrets. Fireflies blinked like earthbound stars, and the distant sound of the Silver River, which flowed backward every full moon, hummed a gentle tune. After a time, she found the pool, its surface so still it looked like a mirror to another world. As the moon rose, beams of light drifted down, settling on the water until it glowed. And there, on the shimmering surface, patterns emerged, not a map of places, but of stars, swirling and shifting as if drawn by an invisible hand. Rowan knelt, studying the patterns. They resembled the missing constellations, but with lines connecting them in ways she had never seen. In the center of the pool, the stars formed a shape like a key. As she reached out, her fingertips barely brushing the water, the image dissolved, and the moonbeams scattered. Puzzled but hopeful, she made her way back to the village, the clock tower chiming midnight as she arrived. The next day, Rowan shared her discovery with the villagers. Some were skeptical, others were eager to help. Old Finn suggested the pattern might relate to the clock tower's ancient design, which was rumored to have been built with celestial alignments in mind. A young painter named Kale thought the key shape might represent the old iron key that unlocked the tower's topmost room, a place no one had entered in decades. This seemed a promising light, and soon the whole village was abuzz with theories. But when Rowan and Kale climbed the tower stairs and unlocked the dusty room, they found not answers, but a delightful red herring. Hundreds of tiny, star-shaped cookies, made from a forgotten recipe, hidden away by a long-ago baker who believed they brought sweet dreams. The village celebrated with a spontaneous tea party, sharing the rediscovered treats and laughing at the unexpected turn. Yet the stars continued to disappear. Rowan, though disappointed, did not lose heart. She returned to the nursery rhyme, pondering the line, "Mind the guardian who does not weep." Who or what was the guardian? And why did it not weep? That evening, as rain began to fall, a soft, whispering rain that tapped on roofs like gentle fingers, Rowan noticed something odd. Near the edge of the village, where the Silver River curved close to the woods, stood an ancient stone statue of an owl. It was known as the guardian of the glen, and moss clung to its weathered features. Village legend said it had been carved to protect Elderwood Hollow from sorrow, and thus it never wept, even in the rain. Rowan approached the statue, her lantern casting a warm circle of light. There, tucked into a crevice beneath the owl's wing, she found a small, rolled parchment. With careful hands, she unrolled it. It was a star chart, beautifully illustrated, with tiny notes in elegant script. One note beside the lyre read, "When harmony fades, a star must fall to restore the balance." Suddenly, the pieces began to fit together. The stars were not being stolen, they were being given. But why? Following the chart, Rowan saw that the missing stars corresponded to places in the village where sadness had recently lingered: the garden of old Mrs. Nettle, who had lost her songbird; the workshop of Elias the woodcarver, who had been too ill to create; the little bridge where children no longer played because a plank was loose. That night, as the clock struck 10, Rowan stood by the Silver River and watched. Instead of a star vanishing, she saw a tiny light drift down from the sky like a feather, settling into the waters of the river, which glowed briefly before returning to its gentle flow. She understood then. The stars were falling to mend places where joy had faded, sinking into the earth or water to restore warmth and light. But the balance was off, too much sadness had gathered, and the stars were leaving the sky too quickly. The next morning, Rowan gathered the villagers in the square near the clock tower. She explained her discovery, her voice gentle but firm. "The stars are trying to help us," she said, "but they cannot do it alone. We must restore the harmony ourselves." Inspired, the village set to work. Children repaired the bridge with help from Elias, who felt well enough to offer guidance. They sang songs with Mrs. Nettle, filling her garden with music again. Rowan baked special Starlight cookies, shaped like the missing stars, and shared them with everyone, weaving warmth back into the heart of the village. That evening, as the clock tower chimed 10, the villagers gathered together, holding hands and looking up at the sky. But this time no star vanished. Instead, one by one, the missing stars reappeared, burning a little brighter than before, as if filled with the village's renewed joy. And from that night on, the people of Elderwood Hollow remembered that even the smallest act of kindness could keep the stars in their sky. The gentle rain continued to fall, the wind chimes sang, and the clock tower chimed the hours, each one a reminder that they were a community, bound by empathy and wonder. Rowan smiled, her heart as warm as the lantern light in her cottage window. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the constellations shone down, bright and whole, weaving dreams of harmony and hope for all who lay beneath them. The village of Wicker Hollow was the sort of place where cobblestones held the warmth of the afternoon sun long into the evening, and the scent of baking bread and wood smoke wove through the air like invisible ribbons. In a small cottage tucked beneath a willow tree's sighing branches lived a quiet boy named Silas. Silas noticed things others missed, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, the different songs of the wind through the oak versus the pine, and the way Mrs. Thimble's cat, Marmalade, always blinked twice before pouncing. But mostly, Silas noticed the forgotten things, the chipped teacup at the back of the cupboard, the single button gleaming in the dust beneath the dresser, the worn-out boot left by the garden gate. One misty Tuesday, while searching for a lost marble near the old stone bridge, Silas noticed something truly forgotten. Half buried in the mossy bank, nestled amongst smooth river stones, lay a book. It wasn't grand or leather-bound. It was small, its cover faded to a soft, indeterminate gray, the edges worn smooth as sea glass. There was no title, no author. When Silas picked it up, it felt unexpectedly warm, like a stone left in the sun, and it hummed faintly against his palms, a vibration more felt than heard. Intrigued, Silas brushed off the damp moss and carried it home. That evening, curled in his favorite armchair beside the crackling hearth, the orange firelight dancing on the worn pages, he opened it. The first page was blank. So was the second. Disappointment prickled, but then, as he turned the third page, something shimmered. Not ink, but light. Delicate, silvery lines began to weave across the paper, forming not words, but pictures. They were fleeting, like reflections on water, a glimpse of a soaring bird, the curve of a winding path through tall grass, the wink of a distant star. As Silas watched, mesmerized, the images shifted, responding to his quiet thoughts. When he thought of the river, the page showed minnows darting over pebbles. When he thought of the willow tree, its long leaves swayed in an unfelt breeze across the paper. The book, he realized with a gasp, didn't contain stories, it showed them. It reflected the world, but only the parts unseen, the hidden wonders, the secret heart of things. This discovery sparked a quiet yearning in Silas. The book showed him glimpses of places beyond Wicker Hollow, a forest glowing with bioluminescent mushrooms, mountains capped with clouds that looked like spun sugar, a meadow where flowers chimed like tiny bells. He longed to see these wonders himself, to understand the book's silent language. So one crisp morning, with the book tucked safely in his worn satchel, Silas set off, following the faint, shimmering path the book had shown him winding eastward from the village. His journey began gently, through sun-dappled woods. He hadn't gone far when he encountered his first helper. A large, rather drowsy badger named Barnaby was attempting to dig up a particularly stubborn truffle near the path. Barnaby had spectacles perched precariously on his snout and spoke in a slow, rumbling voice. Trouble with the subterranean aromatics, he grumbled, blinking at Silas. The scent is strong, but the earth, she clings. Can't quite triangulate the epicenter, you see. Silas, remembering the book, gently opened it. The page shimmered, showing not the truffle, but the intricate network of roots around it, and a single, bright earthworm wriggling near its location. Silas pointed. Barnaby adjusted his spectacles, squinted, then dug with renewed vigor. Ah, foundational disturbance, excellent cartography, young fellow. Barnaby, grateful for the help and intrigued by the shimmering book, decided Silas's quest sounded far more interesting than truffles. He became Silas's guide through the deeper woods, his knowledge of hidden trails and edible roots invaluable. Deeper into the ancient forest, where the trees grew tall and silent, they met Thistle. Thistle was a hedgehog, but unlike any Silas had seen. Her spines weren't just brown, they shimmered with tiny flecks of iridescent green and gold, like moss catching the light. She moved with surprising swiftness, darting between ferns. Thistle was incredibly observant, but terribly forgetful. "Oh, hello, lovely morning for the thing with the leaves," she'd chirp, then zoom off, only to circle back moments later. "Barnaby, Silas, have you seen the shiny pebble? No, oh well." She remembered every hidden spring, every patch of rare moon mint, and the exact location of the singing stones, which hummed when the wind blew just right, but couldn't recall what she'd had for breakfast. The book helped Silas understand her fragmented thoughts. It would show fleeting images of the things she'd forgotten: a blue pebble near the oak stump, a patch of clover she'd admired. Silas, with gentle patience, would help her find them, and Thistle, delighted, shared her knowledge of the forest's secret paths and moods in return. The trio traveled for days. The book showed them wonders: a waterfall where the water fell upwards into a cloud, a grove where trees whispered ancient secrets in rustling tongues only the book seemed to translate into shimmering images of long-gone travelers, and a lake so still it reflected not the sky, but a sky from another time, dotted with unfamiliar constellations. Silas felt himself changing. He grew braver navigating unknown paths, quieter in his observations, and kinder in understanding his companions' quirks. The world felt larger, yet more intimately connected, every rustle and scent holding potential magic revealed by his humble book. Their journey led them to the Whispering Peaks, jagged mountains veiled in perpetual mist. The book showed a path winding steeply upwards, towards a hidden valley where the most wondrous sight shimmered faintly. A tree made entirely of light, its branches holding tiny, pulsing stars. But the mist wasn't just mist. It was thick, swirling, and alive with confusion. It was the gray murk. As they entered its embrace, disorientation struck like a physical blow. Paths seemed to shift underfoot. Sounds became distorted echoes. Barnaby's usually precise directions faltered. East, or was it southwest, the olfactory markers are, scrambled. Thistle darted in frantic circles. "My pebble, I mean the path, it was here, or was it there?" Even the book flickered uncertainly, its images blurring and fading, reflecting only the swirling gray confusion surrounding them. Panic threatened to rise in Silas's chest. Force was useless against the formless murk. Shouting only made the echoes louder and more confusing. Pushing forward blindly led them in exhausting circles. Silas sat down on a cold rock, pulling the book close. He closed his eyes, ignoring the disorienting swirl. He thought not of the destination, but of his journey. He remembered the warm hum of the book in his hands that first day. He pictured Barnaby's earnest face as he studied his truffle maps, Thistle's spines shimmering like captured sunlight. He thought of the willow tree sighing outside his window, the scent of misses, thimbles baking, the comforting crackle of his hearth. He focused on the feelings, warmth, kindness, quiet wonder, friendship. He poured these feelings into his thoughts, holding them steady like a candle flame in the disorienting gray. He opened the book. Instead of showing the confusing mist or the distant light tree, the pages began to glow with a soft, steady, golden light. It wasn't a bright beam, but a gentle, unwavering radiance that emanated warmth and calm. The light didn't push the mist away, it simply held its space. Barnaby stopped his frantic sniffing. Thistle stopped her dizzy circling. They both looked at the book, then at Sela's, whose face was calm, reflecting the golden glow. The disorienting whispers of the mist seemed to soften, the swirling slowed. The golden light from the book acted like a beacon of clarity, not by fighting the confusion, but by offering a calm center. "Follow the warmth," Sela said softly, his voice steady amidst the muffled echoes. He didn't shout directions, he simply held the book aloft, its gentle light a focal point. Barnaby, taking a deep, calming breath, focused on the light. Thistle, her forgetfulness momentarily stilled by the calm, darted not randomly, but towards the warmest patches of light reflecting on the damp rocks. Step by deliberate step, focusing only on the calm, golden light and the feeling of quiet connection it represented, they moved through the murk. The path didn't magically appear. They found it by ignoring the confusion and moving towards the warmth and steadiness Sela's held within him and projected through the book. The swirling gray thinned, the disorientation faded, and finally they stepped out of the murk onto a sunlit ledge. Below them lay the hidden veil. It was bathed in soft, pearlescent light. Flowers like spun glass chimed softly in the breeze. And in the center, its roots deep in starlight, stood the tree of Lumina. It wasn't merely bright, it pulsed with a gentle, living light, each branch a constellation, each leaf a tiny captured sunbeam. The air hummed with pure, peaceful energy. The book in Sela's hands blazed with a matching light, no longer showing images, but resonating with the tree's serene song. They spent hours in the vale, resting in the peaceful glow. The tree didn't speak, but Sela's understood. It wasn't just a wonder to be seen, it was a reminder. A reminder that the greatest light comes from within, from kindness, from calm, from friendship, and from truly seeing the quiet magic woven into the ordinary world. The book hadn't just shown him hidden wonders, it had helped him see with his heart. The journey back to Wicker Hollow was easier. The book still shimmered, showing hidden wonders, a family of foxes playing in moonlit ferns, an owl with feathers like polished moonstone, but Sela saw them differently. He saw the connection, the quiet beauty inherent in everything. Barnaby returned to his truffles with a new appreciation for the subterranean cartography. Thistle still forgot her pebbles, but now she'd forget them with a happy chirp, remembering instead the feeling of the Lumina tree's light. Sela's returned to his cottage beneath the willow. The worn gray book sat on his windowsill now, catching the morning sun. It still shimmered sometimes, showing the dew on a spiderweb like diamonds, or the secret path a ladybug took across a leaf. But Sela's didn't need it to see the magic anymore. He saw it in the steam rising from Mrs. Thimble's teacup, in the way marmalade blinked twice before purring, in the familiar creak of the floorboards. The world hadn't changed, he had. He'd learned that the most extraordinary secrets aren't found in distant, hidden valleys, but in the quiet noticing, in the warmth of friendship, and in the gentle light of kindness that can guide you through any fog. And sometimes he'd open the book for a child visiting Mrs. thimble, and together they'd watch the shimmering story of a dandelion seed sailing on the breeze, or the secret dance of fireflies in the twilight, a reminder that wonder is always just a heartbeat away, waiting to be seen with a quiet and kind heart. The gentle hum of the book blended with the crackle of the hearth, a soft lullaby of hidden wonders and peaceful hearts, perfect for drifting into dreams. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting, with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelin and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelin, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelin nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelin remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the valley's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. "Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around." Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. "I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen." He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. "The whispering glade," Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. "Grandmother used to say it's a place where the valley's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours." The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kaelin bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. "Listen," she murmured. "Not just with your ears. Feel the forest breathe." As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the whispering glade. "All right," Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. "What do I do?" "Just be," Mara suggested. "Let the glade feel you as you feel it." Kalen plopped down onto the moss. "Yeah, maybe try not trying." Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds, the rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kalen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Sela's like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him. It felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Sela still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Sela's didn't become like Kaelin, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Sela's felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Sela stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kaelin and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kaelin exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Sela smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Sela's, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches, and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls, filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Elder Grove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel, assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. The attic smelled of dust and forgotten summers, a scent like dried roses and old paper. Moonlight filtered through the small, grimy window, painting silver stripes across stacked trunks and shrouded furniture. Sam, bundled in a thick, cable-knit sweater against the chill, wasn't looking for anything specific. Grandad had mentioned an old box of holiday decorations, and with Christmas approaching, curiosity had drawn Sam upwards into the quiet, shadowed space. Behind a leaning stack of hat boxes, Sam found it. Not a box of baubles, but a single object wrapped in faded blue velvet. Unfolding the soft fabric revealed a snow globe unlike any other. The base was dark, polished wood, cool to the touch. Inside, resting on a bed of impossibly fine, glittering white sand, stood a miniature forest of frosted silver birch trees. At its center, catching the moonlight in its glass curve, stood a tiny, perfect ice palace, its spires delicate as spun sugar. But the most astonishing thing was the snow itself. It wasn't still. Tiny flakes swirled in a perpetual, gentle dance within the glass sphere, catching the light like miniature diamonds. It felt alive. Sam cradled it carefully, the glass cool against their palms. Peering closer, breath fogging the surface, Sam gasped. Deep within the miniature forest, a flicker of movement. A small, impossibly white creature with ears like snowdrifts darted between the trees. A snow hare. But it seemed more. Its eyes, when it paused for a fleeting second, glowed with a soft, intelligent light. As Sam watched, mesmerized, the swirling snow seemed to coalesce, forming a path leading deeper into the tiny woods towards the distant ice palace. A strange sense of invitation, a silent whisper on the edge of hearing, filled the quiet attic. Come see. That night, Sam placed the globe on the bedside table. Sleep was elusive. The swirling snow seemed to beckon, its motion hypnotic. When sleep finally came, it wasn't restful. Sam dreamed of vast, silent forests blanketed in deep snow, of biting cold that somehow didn't feel harsh, and of a feeling of profound loss, like a beautiful song fading away. And always watching from the edges of the dream, the luminous eyes of the snow hare. Morning dawned gray and frosty. Sam couldn't stop thinking about the globe. Throughout breakfast, homework, and helping Granddad in the garden, the image of the tiny, dancing snow and the watchful hare filled Sam's thoughts. That afternoon, back in the quiet sanctuary of their room, Sam picked up the globe again. Holding it close, Sam focused on the swirling snow, on the tiny palace, on the feeling of the dream. The world seemed to narrow, the sounds of the house fading. The glass felt colder, vibrating faintly. The swirling snow intensified, becoming a blizzard within the globe, obscuring the trees, the palace, everything except that feeling of invitation, now urgent, pulsing like a heartbeat against Sam's palms. Then, with a sound like a sigh and a chime of breaking ice, the room dissolved. Sam wasn't in the bedroom anymore. Sam stood knee-deep in snow so pure and white, it seemed to glow from within. Towering silver birch trees, their bark smooth and pale, stretched endlessly in every direction, their bare branches laced with frost that glittered like crushed diamonds under a sky the color of twilight lavender. The air was crisp and sharp, carrying the scent of pine and cold stone. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly silent. The snow globe lay nestled in the snow at Sam's feet, inert now, its snow still. Panic fluttered in Sam's chest. Where was this? How to get back? The silence pressed in, heavy and expectant. Then a soft crunch. Sam whirled around. There, perched on a snow-dusted log, was the snow hare. It was larger than any hare Sam had ever seen, almost the size of a small dog. Its fur wasn't just white, it shimmered with a subtle inner light, like moonlight on snow. Its eyes, large and dark-lashed, held that same intelligent glow Sam had glimpsed in the globe. They regarded Sam calmly, without fear. "Hello," Sam whispered, the sound startlingly loud in the stillness. The hare tilted its head. It didn't speak, but Sam felt a wave of understanding. A feeling of curiosity mixed with a deep, underlying sadness washed over Sam. The hare hopped down from the log and nudged something half buried in the snow near Sam's boot. It was a small, perfectly carved wooden acorn. Sam picked it up. It felt warm and strangely comforting. "Follow," the feeling seemed to whisper, emanating from the hare. It turned and began hopping through the trees, pausing occasionally to look back, its luminous eyes urging Sam on. Trusting the strange intuition and the gentle presence of the hare, Sam tucked the warm acorn into a pocket and followed. They walked for what felt like hours, though the lavender twilight sky never changed. The forest was a wonderland. Frost flowers bloomed on frozen streams, their petals crystalline and intricate. Strange, glowing mosses clung to rocks, casting soft pools of blue and green light. Snowflakes, each one a unique masterpiece, drifted down, landing silently. Yet beneath the beauty, Sam began to sense what the hare carried, a deep melancholy. Patches of the forest looked faded. Trees seemed less substantial, their frost duller. The air felt thinner in places, the silence more profound, less peaceful, more like emptiness. The vibrant glow of the mosses dimmed in certain clearings. Something was wrong. The magic was draining away. The hare led Sam to a clearing dominated by a colossal ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and blackened, stark against the white. Unlike the silver birches, it radiated a sense of immense age and profound sorrow. At its base, partially covered by snow, lay scattered fragments of what looked like carved ice, a broken archway, a shattered column. This, Sam understood with a pang, was once a gateway, a place of power. Now it was ruined. The hare sat beside the fragments, its head bowed, radiating grief. Images flickered in Sam's mind, vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, music like wind chimes, laughter like falling snow, creatures of frost and starlight dancing where now only emptiness reigned. This was the heart of the fading. Why? Sam projected the thought, focusing on the hare. The hare lifted its head. An image formed in Sam's mind, a magnificent stag, its antlers like branches of ice, crowned with starlight. The stag of solstice, the guardian spirit whose presence anchored the magic of this hidden world, the winter sanctum. Another image, the stag growing weary, its light dimming, seeking solitude deep within the ice palace, the very heart of the sanctum. And then a final chilling image, a creeping shadow, formless and cold, seeping from the cracks in the ruined gateway, drawn to the stag's fading light, feeding on it, accelerating the decay. The shadow wasn't malicious, the hare conveyed, but a consequence of the broken gateway and the guardian's withdrawal of void-seeking energy. Without the stag's light to sustain the magic and repel their encroaching emptiness, the winter sanctum was dying. The hare nudged the snow globe which Sam still carried. An image of the tiny ice palace within it shimmered. Help. Heart. Light. The plea was clear. The stag needed to be reminded, reconnected to the world it guarded. Its light needed to shine again, to push back the shadow and mend the broken flows of magic. But the path to the ice palace, once open and vibrant, was now treacherous, choked with the draining shadow and places where the very fabric of the sanctum was thinning. Sam looked at the hare, then at the broken gateway, feeling a surge of determination mixed with fear. We have to go to the palace, we have to find the stag. The hare met Sam's gaze, its luminous eyes filled with a fragile hope. It dipped its head in agreement. Their unlikely friendship, forged in silence and shared sorrow, was the key. Their journey towards the distant spires of the ice palace, visible now above the treetops, became a trial. They crossed a frozen lake where the ice groaned ominously, thin cracks spiderwebbing underfoot. The shadow thickened here, a palpable chill that seeped into Sam's bones, whispering doubts. You don't belong. You're too small. You'll fail. Sam clutched the warm wooden acorn in their pocket, focusing on the hare's steady presence ahead, its fur a beacon in the gloom. The hare seemed to know the safest paths, guiding Sam around patches of unnerving translucence, where the snowy ground seemed to fade into starless void. They navigated a ravine filled with singing icicles that chimed a mournful, discordant tune as the shadow passed near. The hare showed Sam how to step softly, how the vibration of heavy footsteps made the icicles shriek and shatter like glass. Sam learned to move with the quiet grace the forest demanded. In return, when they encountered a patch of the glowing blue moss needed to illuminate a particularly dark tunnel, Sam's smaller hands could carefully gather it without crushing its delicate light, something the hare couldn't manage. They worked together, each compensating for the other's limitations, their bond strengthening with each obstacle overcome. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow beneath giant, snow-laden ferns, the shadow pressed close. It felt like despair made tangible. Sam shivered violently, the cold biting deeper than ever before. The hare pressed close, its warmth surprisingly potent. It nudged the snow globe Sam held. Hesitantly, Sam held it up. The swirling snow within, dormant since their arrival, began to move again, sluggishly at first, then faster. As it swirled, a soft, pure light emanated from the globe, pushing back the immediate darkness, creating a small circle of warmth and clarity. The shadow recoiled, hissing like steam on ice. The globe wasn't just a key, it was a shield, powered by hope. Sam felt the acorn pulse warmly in their pocket, a steady counterpoint to the globe's light. Finally, after what felt like days within the timeless twilight, they stood before the ice palace. It was breathtaking, soaring spires carved from glacial blue ice, intricate bridges spanning crystalline chasms, windows like frozen starlight. But it was also silent and felt empty. A sense of profound isolation radiated from it. The grand entrance gates, made of interlocking ice crystals, stood slightly ajar. The shadow seemed thicker here, clinging to the palace walls like frost, dimming its inherent luminescence. Inside, the palace was a marvel of frozen architecture. Halls glittered with icy chandeliers, frozen waterfalls cascaded down walls, and rooms held sculptures of ice so lifelike they seemed ready to move. Yet an oppressive silence hung heavy. They found the stag in the highest chamber, a vast observatory with a ceiling open to the twilight sky. He stood by a great frozen window, looking out not at the dying forest, but into the infinite, cold stars. His form was magnificent, powerful shoulders, antlers that seemed to hold constellations, but his light was dim, flickering weakly. The magnificent silver-blue fur looked dull, almost gray. A deep weariness, a sadness that had settled into his bones, radiated from him. The draining shadow coiled lazily around the base of his dais, pulsing faintly as it siphoned the remnants of his energy. The stag didn't turn as they entered. A wave of such profound loneliness and resignation washed over Sam that tears stung their eyes. The hare bounded forward, stopping a respectful distance away, radiating urgency and concern. It sent waves of feeling, images of the fading birches, the dimming mosses, the silent clearings where laughter once rang. The stag slowly turned his great head. His eyes, deep pools of ancient sky, held infinite sorrow. Why come? The thought echoed in the chamber, heavy with grief. The gateway is broken. The connection severed. My light fades. The sanctum fades. It is the way of things. He spoke of the ruined gateway, a place of communion not just with other hidden realms, but with the joy of the season it represented. Its destruction had cut him off from the source of renewal, the shared spirit of wonder and warmth that sustained him. He had retreated, believing his purpose lost, his light no longer needed, consumed by grief for what was broken. Sam stepped forward, heart pounding. Holding up the snow globe, Sam focused all their will, all the warmth of the wooden acorn, all the hope kindled by the journey and the hare's friendship. The snow inside swirled violently, blazing with a pure white light that filled the chamber, pushing the shadow back into the corners with a hiss. Sam projected feelings, not words, the crunch of snow underfoot, the scent of pine, the laughter-like chime of falling icicles before they became mournful. Sam showed the stag the hare's luminous eyes filled with hope, the delicate frost flowers, the determined glow of the moss they had gathered. Sam showed him the memory of the vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, the music, the joy, the life of his world that was still clinging on, fighting to exist, waiting for him. See. Sam thought with all their might, pouring the warmth of the acorn and the light of the globe into the projection. It's still beautiful. It still needs you. It still lives. The broken gateway took the old connection, but you are the heart. Your light is the magic. Don't let the shadow win because of sorrow. We found you. We believe. The stag stared at the glowing globe, then at Sam's earnest face, then at the snow hare, radiating unwavering loyalty. A tremor went through his massive frame. The dim light within him flickered, then steadied. It grew slowly at first, pushing back the gloom in the chamber. The sorrow in his eyes didn't vanish, but it was joined by something else, a dawning recognition, a spark of the old purpose, rekindled. He lowered his great head, his breath a plume of frost that shimmered with tiny rainbows in the light from the globe. You see, the stag's thought resonated, quieter now, filled with wonder. You crossed the thinning veil for us. The snow hare bounded closer, nuzzling the stag's massive foreleg. Hope, it radiated simply. Friendship. The stag closed his eyes. When he opened them, the deep pools of sky blazed with renewed light, a brilliant silver blue that banished the last clinging tendrils of shadow from the chamber. He threw back his magnificent head and let out a sound that was neither a roar nor a bellow, but a deep, resonant chime that echoed through the frozen palace like 100 crystal bells. The sound vibrated through the ice, through the air, through Sam's very bones. Outside the palace, visible through the great window, their effect was immediate. The fading patches of forest seemed to solidify, their colors deepening. The frost on the birches glittered fiercely. The dim mosses flared back into vibrant life. The oppressive silence shattered, replaced by the distant, joyful chime of icicles harmonizing, the whisper of wind through revitalized branches, the soft crunch of snow as unseen creatures began to stir. The winter sanctum breathed a sigh of profound relief, the magic flowing back, strong and vital. The journey back through the forest felt like walking through a dream reborn. The air hummed with renewed energy, vibrant and crisp. Creatures Sam hadn't seen before emerged, tiny ice sprites skating on frozen ponds, owl-like beings with feathers of frost watching curiously from branches, even a lumbering, friendly creature made of packed snow who offered them a ride partway. The hare bounded alongside, its fur shimmering with pure joy, its luminous eyes reflecting the revitalized world. They reached the ruined gateway clearing. The ancient oak still stood, but the air around it crackled with potential. The stag was already there, his presence immense and calming, his light bathing the broken fragments of ice. He lowered his head towards Sam and the hare. The gateway is broken, he thought, but the connection you forged, it is a new kind of bridge. Stronger, perhaps. Built on courage, kindness, and shared hope. The sanctum is healed. The shadow is banished for now. He looked at Sam. You carry a piece of this world within you now, and it carries a piece of you. He touched his great muzzle to the snow globe Sam held. A pulse of pure, silver light flowed from him into the glass sphere. The miniature ice palace within glowed with an inner radiance. The swirling snow sparkled with renewed intensity. This is your key and your reminder. The sanctum sleeps now, healing fully. But it will always be there, just beyond the veil of frost on your window pane, in the heart of a snowflake, in the quiet magic of winter's hush. Guard its memory. The stag turned his gaze to the hare. A deep understanding passed between them, a bond reforged. The hare dipped its head, then looked at Sam. It hopped forward and gently nudged Sam's hand, holding the globe. Time to go home. Sam understood. The adventure was over, but the magic wasn't lost. With a final look at the stag, majestic and radiant beneath the twilight sky, and at the snow hare, a friend found in the heart of winter, Sam tightened their grip on the glowing snow globe. Focusing on the swirling snow, on the warmth of the wooden acorn, on the feeling of their own cozy bed, Sam closed their eyes. There was a sensation of gentle falling, a chime like distant bells, and the crisp scent of pine was replaced by the familiar smell of home-warm bread and wood smoke. Sam opened their eyes. They were back in their own room, moonlight streaming through the window. They sat on their bed, still bundled in the cable-knit sweater. The snow globe rested on the bedside table, its snow swirling peacefully once more. The tiny ice palace glowed faintly from within. In Sam's hand, the wooden acorn was warm. Sam smiled, a deep sense of peace and quiet wonder settling over them like a cozy blanket. The world outside the window was just an ordinary winter night. But Sam knew differently. They had seen the hidden heart of winter, fought shadows with friendship and hope, and helped mend a broken magic. They carefully placed the warm acorn beside the glowing snow globe. As they snuggled down under the thick quilts, the gentle swirl of snow within the glass sphere was the last thing Sam saw before sleep claimed them, a silent promise of hidden wonders, of courage found in unlikely places, and of the enduring magic that exists just beyond the edge of sight, guarded by kindness and remembered in the quiet hush of falling snow. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle glow of the ice palace within the glass, and the memory of a luminous friend would forever light the way to peaceful dreams. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so and the windows winked with golden lamplight, lived a boy named Leo. His home smelled perpetually of cinnamon and old books, a scent that clung to the curtains and nestled in the corners like a contented cat. And on this particular afternoon, as rain whispered secrets against the window panes, Leo found himself with nothing to do but explore the one place he'd always been too timid to venture, the attic. The stairs creaked a friendly warning as he climbed, each step groaning like an old storyteller settling into a favorite chair. Dust motes danced in the slanted light that filtered through the round attic window, and the air tasted of memories and mothballs. Leo sneezed softly, the sound echoing in the quiet space. There, tucked beneath a cobwebbed rocking horse and behind a stack of yellowed newspapers, stood an old sea chest bound with tarnished brass. Its lock had long since given up its duty, and the lid lifted with a sigh. Inside, folded neatly atop a pile of embroidered linens, lay a compass, but not like any Leo had ever seen. Its face bore no ordinary directions. Instead, delicately painted where north should be, was the word courage. Where south might have pointed, it read kindness, east was labeled patience, and west, wonder. As Leo lifted it, the compass warmed in his hand, and its needle, a slender sliver of moonlight, spun slowly before coming to rest squarely on courage. Just then, a soft rustling came from a nearby hat box. Out peeked a small ginger cat with eyes the color of moss after rain. "That old thing," she purred, her voice like honey drizzled over warm toast. "Haven't seen it in an age. They say it doesn't point to places, you know. It points to possibilities." Leo jumped, nearly dropping the compass. "You can talk." The cat blinked lazily. Only to those who are ready to listen. My name is Saffron, and you, I suppose, are about to go on a journey. A journey? Leo asked, his voice barely a whisper. But it's raining, and supper will be soon. Saffron stretched, her tail curling like a question mark. The best journeys aren't measured in miles, little one. They're measured in heartbeats. She nodded toward the compass. Yours has already begun. The needle trembled, still fixed on courage. Leo took a deep breath. Where do I go? Wherever the compass leads you, Saffron replied. But you won't be alone. No sooner had she spoken than a tiny, spectacled mouse scurried out from under a stack of sheet music, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. Ahem, Bartholomew Q, mouse, at your service, navigator and note-taker extraordinaire. He carried a miniature clipboard and a pencil sharpened to a perfect point. And so, with Saffron padding softly beside him and Bartholomew perched on his shoulder, Leo followed the compass out of the attic and down into the garden, where the rain had gentled to a misty sigh. The compass led them to the old stone well at the bottom of the garden, a place Leo had always found just a little bit frightening. Its mossy stones were cool and damp, and from its depths came a soft, echoing drip, 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 like the ticking of a watery clock. Courage, whispered Bartholomew, scribbling notes. Fascinating, the needle hasn't wavered. Saffron twined around Leo's ankles. Sometimes courage is just looking into the dark and saying hello. So Leo leaned over the well and called softly, hello. A faint, watery echo replied, but beneath it he heard another sound, a small, shivery whimper. Peering deeper, he saw a tiny, bedraggled bird clinging to a ledge just above the waterline, one wing bent awkwardly. Oh dear, murmured Bartholomew. A goldfinch, and in quite a predicament. The compass needle quivered and shifted, now pointing firmly to kindness. Leo didn't hesitate. He found an old bucket and rope beside the well, and with Saffron guiding him, a little to the left, dear, gently now, and Bartholomew calling out measurements, approximately 14 3/4 inches to starboard, he lowered the bucket until it rested beside the shivering bird. It's all right, Leo whispered into the well. You can hop in, we'll bring you up. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then with a flutter and a soft chirp, the goldfinch tumbled into the bucket. Carefully, hand over hand, Leo drew it up. Back on solid ground, the bird trembled, its feathers plastered and dark with water. Saffron immediately began purring, a low, warm rumble that seemed to soothe the little creature. Bartholomew produced a handkerchief, surprisingly large for a mouse, and helped blot the bird dry. But the wing was still hurt. The goldfinch couldn't fly. The compass needle spun slowly once more, then settled on patience. So Leo made a nest from dried grass in his own softest scarf. He placed it in a sheltered nook under the lilac bush, where the air smelled of rain-washed blossoms. Every day he brought seeds and fresh water. Every day Saffron kept watch, her purr a constant, gentle melody. Bartholomew read aloud from his collection of poetry, excellent for convalescence, he insisted. Days turned into a week. The rain came and went, and the sun learned to weave its way through the lives again. And slowly, surely, the goldfinch's wing healed. It began to chirp little songs, snippets of melody that sounded like laughter and light. One evening, as fireflies began to blink their tiny lanterns in the dusk, the compass needle moved for the last time. It pointed to wonder. And wonder is what they all felt as the goldfinch, now strong and gleaming like a little sun, hopped to the highest branch of the lilac bush, spread its wings and flew, not away, but in a joyous, spiraling dance above their heads. It sang a song so bright and clear that the wind seemed to still just to listen, and even the distant church bells paused between chimes. Then with a final, sweet trill, the goldfinch soared up and away into the twilight, a speck of gold against the violet sky. Leo felt his heart swell, a warm, full feeling that had nothing to do with miles traveled and everything to do with the journey he had taken within. Saffron rubbed against his leg. "You see," she purred. "You had all you needed already." Bartholomew nodded, adjusting his spectacles. Indeed, courage to face the unknown, kindness to help another, patience to see it through, and wonder. He gazed up at the star-dusted sky where the bird had vanished. Wonder to appreciate the magic of it all. Together they walked back to the house, where the lights glowed warmly and the scent of cinnamon beckoned. Leo placed the compass on his bedside table, its needle now still and peaceful. That night, as he drifted to sleep, he heard the soft rustle of leaves outside his window, the distant hoot of an owl, and the contented purr of a ginger cat curled at the foot of his bed. And he knew deep in his heart that the greatest adventures weren't found in far-off lands, but in the quiet moments of bravery, compassion, and waiting, and that within every ordinary day lay the possibility of extraordinary secrets, just waiting for someone kind enough, patient enough, and brave enough to discover them. In the quiet folds of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies when the wind passed through their leaves, there lay a small village known as Starlight Hollow. It was a place where the ordinary and the magical wove together like threads in a well-loved quilt. The village was famous for its Starfall Festival, an annual celebration when the constellations seemed to dip low enough to brush the rooftops, sprinkling the air with silvery dust. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. It began with the stars themselves. Not all of them, mind you, just a handful from the constellation called the Silver Lyre, which usually hung directly above the village square. One by one they began to fade, as though a great, gentle thumb were smudging them from the sky. The villagers noticed, of course. How could they not? The night sky was their oldest friend, their compass, their storybook. Our protagonist, a young woman named Anya, was the village stargazer. She spent her evenings perched in the observatory tower, a cozy round room with a domed glass ceiling, surrounded by star charts, telescopes, and well-worn books of astronomy and folklore. Anya had a quiet way about her, a habit of listening not just with her ears, but with her whole heart. She noticed things others missed, the way the dew settled differently on certain petals, the particular rhythm of the grandfather clock in the square before a rainfall, the hidden meanings in the old nursery, rhymes the grandmothers sang to the children. When the first star began to dim, Anya felt a subtle shift in the night, like a single note falling silent in a familiar song. She mentioned it to the village clockmaker, whose great brass timepiece marked the hours with soft, melodic chimes. He adjusted his spectacles and murmured, "Perhaps the stars are simply tired, my dear. Even they must rest sometime." But then another star faded, and another. The night grew darker in patches, and a soft, collective worry settled over Starlight Hollow. The mayor, a practical man with a kind heart, called a meeting in the town hall. The room was filled with the scent of beeswax candles, and the sound of gentle rain beginning to tap against the stained glass windows. "We cannot have a Starfall festival without the stars," the mayor said, his voice tinged with concern. "Does anyone have any notion of what might be happening?" Suggestions floated through the room like dandelion seeds. Old Finn, the gardener, thought perhaps the flowers were stealing the starlight. His midnight blue lupines had begun to shimmer with an unusual silver glow. Madame Rosalie, the baker, wondered if her new cinnamon star cookies, which she'd been baking in greater and greater quantities, were somehow to blame. She'd noticed that if she left them out on the windowsill, they seemed to gleam with a light of their own. Anya listened to each theory with patience, her eyes soft and thoughtful. She didn't believe the flowers or the cookies were at fault, but she tucked each idea away in her mind like a precious stone. That night, as the rain whispered against her observatory dome, she pored over her star charts. One of them was particularly old, drawn on parchment so thin it felt like moth wings. In the margins, someone long ago had scribbled a nursery rhyme in faded ink. When the lyre strings go slack and dim, seek the key where light grows slim. Follow the path the rainbows omit, where silent chimes in shadow sit. Turn the clock's hands to the moon, and mend the stars' forgotten tune. Anya read the words aloud, her voice barely a whisper. The rhyme felt like a clue, a message from the past, waiting for the right moment to be understood. The next morning, she decided to follow its guidance. Her first step was to seek the key where light grows slim. She thought of the places in Starlight Hollow where light was scarce, the narrow alley between the library and the town hall, the covered bridge over the creek, the old stone cellar beneath the schoolhouse. She visited each one, her footsteps quiet on the cobblestones. In the cellar, she found nothing but preserved jars of peach jam and a family of sleepy hedgehogs. Under the bridge, she discovered a nest of river stones worn smooth as glass, but no key. It was in the alley, where the sun only reached for a brief hour at midday, that she noticed something odd. The rain from the previous night had left puddles along the cobblestones, and in one particular puddle, a tiny, star-shaped reflection shimmered, though the sky above was blank. Anya knelt, her fingers brushing the cold water. There, nestled between two stones, was a small, tarnished silver key. It was no larger than her thumb, but it hummed with a faint, warm energy. Puzzled but hopeful, she moved to the next line of the rhyme. Follow the path the rainbows omit. Rainbows, she knew, were born from sunlight and rain, but they always arched away from shadow. So she looked for a place where a rainbow would never appear, somewhere too sheltered, too shaded. She thought of the sunken garden, a beautiful little park tucked behind a high hedge, where the sunlight fell in dappled patches, but never quite formed a full arc. The garden was old Finn's pride, filled with flowers that changed color with the time of day, pink at dawn, gold at noon, and violet at dusk. As she entered the garden, the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine. Old Finn was there, trimming a rosebush with hands as gnarled and gentle as tree roots. Looking for something, Anya? He asked, his eyes twinkling. Maybe, she said with a smile. I'm following a path the rainbows omit. Finn chuckled. Well, you've come to the right place. Rainbows avoid this spot, too many trees, too much hedge, but we've our own colors here. He gestured to a bed of flowers that were currently shifting from pale blue to a deep, twilight purple. Strange, though these ones haven't been changing right lately. They get stuck sometimes, like a clock that needs winding. Anya's ears pricked at the word clock. The rhyme mentioned turning the clock's hands to the moon. She thanked Finn and continued through the garden, her eyes scanning the shadows. Beneath an ancient oak tree, half hidden by ferns, she found a small, moss-covered pedestal. On it sat a circle of silver wind chimes, perfectly still. They were the silent chimes in shadow from the rhyme. And dangling from the center was a tiny keyhole. Her heart beat a little faster as she fit the silver key into the lock. It turned with a soft, satisfying click. The wind chimes trembled, though there was no breeze, and let out a single, clear note that hung in the air like a dewdrop. Then, from the base of the pedestal, a hidden drawer slid open. Inside lay an old, folded map. The map was drawn in delicate ink, showing Starlight Hollow and the surrounding woods, but with one curious difference. All the streams and rivers flowed backward, from the sea to the mountains. Anya realized this was no ordinary map. It was a guide to a place where time itself might flow differently. One spot was marked with a small, star-shaped symbol, the glimmerwood, a part of the forest where the trees were said to hold starlight in their bark. But just as she was about to set out for the glimmerwood, a red herring appeared, or so it seemed. Madame Rosalie came hurrying into the garden, her apron dusted with flour. Anya, you must come to the bakery at once. I've just taken a batch of cinnamon star cookies from the oven, and well, you have to see for yourself." Curious, Anya followed her to the little bakery, where the warm, spicy scent of cinnamon filled the air. On the cooling rack, a dozen cookies lay gleaming, not with the dull glow she'd seen before, but with a brilliant, steady light. "They've never shone like this," Madame Rosalie whispered, her eyes wide. "Do you think could they be stealing the starlight after all?" Anya picked up a cookie. It was warm and fragrant, and it pulsed gently in her hand, like a tiny heartbeat. She felt a sudden, deep certainty that this was not a theft, but a gift. The cookies weren't taking the starlight, they were storing it, holding it safe. But why? And for whom? She decided to take one of the glowing cookies with her as she followed the backward map into the whispering woods. The path was soft with pine needles, and the air was filled with the sound of rustling leaves and distant wind chimes from the village. Deeper she went until she reached the glimmerwood. Here the trees truly did seem to hold light. Their bark was etched with silvery veins that shimmered even in the shade. In the center of the glimmerwood stood a strange and beautiful sight, a stone clock tower, ancient and overgrown with ivy. Its face had no numbers, only phases of the moon, and its hands were frozen. This, she knew, was the clock from the rhyme. According to the map, this was where time flowed backward, and indeed, as she watched, a fallen leaf lifted from the ground and spiraled back to its branch. Remembering the rhyme turned the clock's hands to the moon, she reached for the giant hands of the clock. They were cold and heavy, but with all her strength, she moved them until both pointed to the symbol of the full moon. A deep, resonant chime echoed through the woods, and for a moment everything seemed to hold its breath. Then, from between the roots of the oldest tree in the glimmerwood, a small, shy creature emerged. It was a starling, but not like any bird Anya had ever seen. Its feathers were the color of the night sky, dotted with tiny, glowing specks like stars. It looked at her with eyes that held the light of distant galaxies. The starling hopped closer, and Anya understood. This little being was a starlight keeper, a magical guardian who tended the stars in the sky. But it was lonely, the last of its kind. It had been gathering the fading starlight and storing it in places where it would be safe and appreciated, in the glowing flowers, in the shiny cookies, even in the reflections in the alley puddles. It hadn't meant to cause worry, it only wanted to share the beauty of the stars with the world below, to feel a little less alone. Anya knelt, her heart swelling with empathy. She held out the glowing cookie. The starling pecked at it gently, and as it did, the light from the cookie flowed into the bird's feathers, making them shine even brighter. Then with a soft, melodic chirp, the starling fluttered up to the highest branch of the tree and began to sing. Its song was like nothing Anya had ever heard, a tune made of moonlight and memory. As it sang, the faded stars in the silver lyre constellation began to pulse back to life, one by one, until the whole lyre gleamed brighter than ever before. The starlight spilled down over Starlight Hollow, painting the village in shades of silver and blue. Anya returned to the village just as the Starfall Festival was beginning. The square was filled with laughter and music, and the air was sweet with the smell of cinnamon and night-blooming flowers. She gathered everyone together and told them the story of the lonely starlight keeper, of the backward map and the silent chimes, of the glowing cookies and the color-changing flowers. The villagers listened, their faces soft in the starlight. Madame Rosalie promised to bake an extra batch of cinnamon star cookies each week, and leave them in the glimmerwood for the little bird. Old Finn decided to plant a new garden, a starlight garden, filled with flowers that would bloom only at night to keep the starling company. And the mayor declared that from then on, the Starfall Festival would include a new tradition, a quiet hour of stargazing and storytelling, where everyone would remember that even the stars sometimes needed a friend. That night, as Anya sat in her observatory, watching the fully restored silver lyre gleam above, she heard a soft tap at the window. There on the ledge sat the starling, its feathers shimmering. It left a single, glowing feather behind before flying off into the night. Anya placed the feather beside her star charts, a reminder that some mysteries are solved not by fear or haste, but by patience, observation, and a kind heart. And as the gentle rain began to fall again, tapping its rhythm on the glass, and the clock tower chimed the hour with its soft, melodic notes, the village of Starlight Hollow slept peacefully, wrapped in the light of the stars they had helped to mend, dreaming of silver keys and silent chimes, and the friendly little bird who kept the night sky bright. The first spark rose from the embers of the evening fire, a tiny, golden wisp that seemed to drink the starlight. It did not fade but floated upward, and as it rose it was joined by another, and then another, until a river of light was flowing from the Hearthstone into the deep velvet of the night. A young boy who had been watching with wide, quiet eyes felt a gentle pull, not on his body, but on his very spirit. In his pocket, his fingers closed around a small, smooth river stone, worn by generations of his family's hands. It was his tether, his piece of home. He rose, not with a jump, but with a thought, and the river of sparks carried him upward. The world below, the thatched roof of his cottage, the sleeping village, the dark ribbon of the river, softened and blurred into a tapestry of shadows. The air grew cool and crisp, smelling of rain-washed sky and something else, something sweet and elusive like spun sugar and moonlight. He was floating, cradled in a current of warm, rising air, the sparks dancing around him like friendly fireflies. He arrived not with a jolt, but as a feather settles. His feet met a surface that was both firm and soft, like walking on dense moss that yielded gently with each step. He stood in a city woven from clouds. Streets were pathways of luminous, pearlescent vapor, and buildings were grand, billowing structures that shimmered with internal light, their walls looking like captured northern lights. This was Nimbus, the city in the sky. The air hummed with a low, melodic thrum, and the scent was of ozone and night-blooming jasmine. The inhabitants were the Nimbuli. They were tall, graceful beings whose forms seemed to be made of the same stuff as their city, shifting, gentle cloud stuff that glowed with soft colors. They did not speak with words, but with music. A passing Nimbuli, its form a swirl of lavender and silver, greeted him with a cascade of bell-like notes that conveyed welcome and curiosity. The boy, unsure how to respond, simply bowed his head, and the Nimbuli drifted on, its melody fading into the city's symphony. He wandered, marveling at the cloud gardens where flowers made of condensed light bloomed, their petals cool and silky to the touch, releasing a fragrance of honey and fresh dew. He crossed a bridge that was not stone or wood, but a solidified rainbow, its surface smooth and cool beneath his feet, humming with a deep, resonant chord. These were the singing bridges, and each one sang a different, foundational note of the realm's harmony. But as he explored, he noticed something amiss. The city's light was dimming at the edges. The luminous buildings seemed a little more translucent, the cloud paths a little more gray. The music of the Nimbuli, while still beautiful, held a thread of sorrow, a minor key of worry. He saw a group of them gathered around a large central plaza, their forms pulsing with soft, anxious light. In the center of the plaza was a great, crystalline spire that pulsed in time with the city's heart. It was the celestial spire, the source of Nimbus's light and music. And it was growing faint. A particularly old Nimbuli, its form a deep, wise indigo, approached him. It did not play a melody, but instead reached out a hand of cool, mist-like substance. The boy, feeling no fear, reached out his own. As their fingers met, a understanding flowed into him, not in words, but in pure feeling. The spire was fed by starlight dew, collected from the petals of the starfall blossoms that grew in the caverns of echoing aurora, far below in the roots of the world. But the path was lost, the way forgotten. The blossoms were fading, and with them the spire and ultimately Nimbus itself. The boy knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was his purpose. He had been called here to help. He nodded to the old nimbuli, who responded with a single, clear, hopeful note that hung in the air like a promise. His journey downward was through the veil of mists, a swirling, silver expanse that felt like diving through a cool, silk curtain. When he emerged, the world had changed entirely. He was in a vast, subterranean cavern, so enormous its ceiling was lost in darkness. But the darkness was not empty. It was alive. Ribbons of light, emerald, sapphire, amethyst, and gold, draped from the unseen heights, shimmering and dancing in a silent, breathtaking aurora. This was the cavern of the echoing aurora. The air was still and cool, carrying the clean, sharp scent of ancient stone and a faint, electrical tang from the dancing lights. The ground was soft, covered in a blanket of phosphorescent moss that crunched softly underfoot, releasing a smell of damp earth and mushrooms. Here the inhabitants were the Glimmerwings, creatures that looked like manta rays woven from living stained glass. They floated silently through the cavern, their passage stirring the aural ribbons into faster, more complex dances. They communicated through these dances, their own light patterns weaving stories and questions into the air. One, smaller than the others, with wings of deep blue and silver, detached from the group and drifted toward him. It circled him once, then gently brushed against his arm. Its touch was like cool, smooth porcelain, and a feeling of guidance filled him. The Glimmerwing led him through forests of crystalline trees that chimed softly when he passed, their sound a cascade of glass wind chimes. They passed a silent black lake that perfectly reflected the aurora above, creating the illusion of an infinite tunnel of light. The Glimmerwing would occasionally swoop down, its wingtips tracing a pattern on the surface of the water, and the reflected lights would shift and swirl in response, showing him the way. Finally, they arrived at a grove, and here the boy's heart sank. The starfall blossoms were there, but they were wilted, their famous petals, which should have been collecting the dew of the aurora, were closed in gray, their texture like brittle paper. They gave off no scent, only the faint, sad odor of dust. The Glimmerwing pulsed with a soft, dim light, a clear expression of shared sorrow. The boy sat amongst the dying flowers, feeling the weight of the fading city above and the silent cavern around him. He felt a profound loneliness. It was then that his fingers found the river stone in his pocket. He pulled it out, its familiar, worn surface a comfort in this strange and beautiful, but dying, world. He held it tightly and thoughts of home flooded him. The crackle of the hearth, the smell of baking bread, the sound of his mother's laughter. A single tear born of this homesick love escaped and fell onto the stone. And then a miracle. The tear, infused with the memory of home, did not roll off. It soaked into the porous stone, and the stone began to glow with a soft, warm, golden light. It was the light of hearth and heart, a light this realm had forgotten. He knelt and held the glowing stone close to the stem of the nearest wilted blossom. The gentle, home-fire warmth washed over it. Slowly, tremulously, the gray petal began to unfurl. A hint of its true silver color returned. Then a droplet of moisture, a tiny sphere of pure light, formed at its center. It was starlight dew. He moved from blossom to blossom, not with haste, but with reverence. He held his glowing homestone to each one, sharing its warmth, its memory of love and safety. One by one, the blossoms awoke. They unfurled like silver hands opening to the sky, their texture becoming velvety and cool. A fragrance filled the grove, a scent like cold starlight and vanilla, so beautiful it made him catch his breath. The dew gathered, each blossom cradling a tiny, perfect pearl of liquid light. The Glimmerwings gathered around, their own lights brightening, pulsing with joyous, swirling patterns. They dipped and dove, their smooth, glassy bodies gently brushing against the blossoms, collecting the dew on their wings. Then in a great, shimmering procession they rose, carrying the life-giving light back up toward the world above. The boy followed, his heart light. The journey back through the veil of mists was filled with the reflected glow of the Glimmerwing's cargo. When he stepped back into Nimbus, the city was in the midst of a rebirth. The celestial spire was blazing, a pillar of pure white light that pulsed with a powerful, joyful chord that resonated through every cloud brick and pearl path. The nimbuli were everywhere, their forms brilliant and vibrant, their music a triumphant symphony of gratitude. The lavender and silver nimbuli he had first met played a melody for him that felt like a hug made of sound. His work was done. He stood again at the edge of the cloud city, the river of sparks waiting to carry him home. The old indigo nimbuli approached for a final farewell. It placed its misty hand on the boy's chest, right over his heart. A feeling of profound thanks and an unbreakable connection flowed into him. He was now a guardian of both worlds, a bridge between the hearth fire and the starlight. The sparks carried him down, the melodies of Nimbus fading into a contented hum in his soul. He landed softly beside the dying embers of his own fireplace. The world was quiet, the village still asleep. He was home. He pulled the river stone from his pocket. It was no longer glowing, but it was warm, and when he held it to his nose, he could still smell, ever so faintly, the scent of cold starlight and vanilla. He knew then that the wonders were not far away at all. They were connected, his home and the cloud city, by threads of light and friendship, and he carried a piece of that magic right in his pocket. He curled up in his bed, the warm stone clasped in his hand, and drifted into a sleep filled with dreams of silent, dancing lights and cities built on lullabies. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, sending dancing shadows across the room as the last light of day faded beyond the window panes. In the quiet of the evening, when the world outside grew hushed and still, there lived a boy named Leo who felt the world's quiet a little too deeply. He was a thoughtful child with wide, watchful eyes and a habit of listening to things others overlooked. The whisper of leaves in the oak tree outside his window, the soft sigh the floorboards made long after everyone had gone to bed, and especially the gentle hum that seemed to come from the woods behind his house just as dusk began to settle. Leo's world was a small one, filled with the familiar creaks and comforts of home, yet he often felt a quiet ache, a sense that something wondrous was waiting just beyond the edge of sight. His grandmother, who often sat with him by the fire, would sometimes say, "The world keeps its deepest secrets for those who know how to listen, my dear, not with their ears alone, but with their whole hearts." One evening, as the autumn air grew crisp and the scent of wood smoke clung to the breeze, Leo noticed something unusual. A tiny, flickering light, no bigger than a pebble, was dancing at the edge of the woods. It glowed with a soft, warm radiance, like a captured ember from the hearth, and it pulsed gently, as though breathing in time with the night. Curiosity, that quiet tug at the soul, drew Leo from his cozy chair. Wrapping a thick woolen scarf around his neck, he slipped out into the twilight, the crunch of fallen leaves under his boots the only sound accompanying him. The little light bobbed playfully ahead, leading him deeper into the woods than he had ever dared go before. The trees grew thicker, their branches interlacing like old friends sharing secrets. The air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and pine, and the ordinary world seemed to fade away, replaced by a deep, velvety darkness. Yet the little light never wavered. It cast a warm, golden pool around Leo's feet, guiding his steps and keeping the chill of the night at bay. After a time, the trees parted to reveal a narrow, hidden path lined with luminous moss that glowed with a soft, blue-green light. The little light he'd been following zipped ahead joyfully, and Leo, his heart beating a steady, hopeful rhythm, followed. The path wound down into a small, sheltered valley, and there, nestled between the roots of an ancient, enormous willow tree, was a door. It was not a grand door, nor was it imposing. It was made of smooth, dark wood, carved with patterns of twisting vines and leaves, and in its center was a small, round depression. The little light floated toward the door and settled into the hollow, fitting perfectly. With a soft, deep click, the door swung inward, revealing not a dark space, but a world awash with gentle, golden light. Leo stepped through, and his breath caught in his wonder. He found himself in a vast, hidden cavern, but it was unlike any cave he could have imagined. The ceiling was a tapestry of glowing crystals that shimmered like a captured sunset, casting a warm, perpetual twilight. The air was sweet, smelling of honey, old books, and rain-washed stone. Soft, velvety moss covered the ground, and in the center of the cavern, a still, dark pool reflected the glowing ceiling, doubling the light. Little houses, looking as though they had been grown rather than built, were nestled into the walls and clustered around the water's edge. They were made of polished wood, woven reeds, and smooth, colorful stones. This was the Glimmerhold, a secret refuge for those who tended the world's fading lights. And it was there that Leo met Flick. Flick was a glimmer-wisp, a creature no taller than Leo's knee, with skin the color of twilight and hair that drifted around his head like fine, silver smoke. His eyes were the warm, cheerful brown of toasted barley, and he held in his hands a small clay bowl from which a soft, ember-like light pulsed rhythmically. "You found the guide light," Flick said, his voice a friendly rustle, like pages turning in a beloved book. "Not many from the outside world can see it. It only appears to those whose own inner light is starting to kindle." Leo, too amazed to speak, simply nodded. "I am Flick," the wisp said with a small, formal bow. "Keeper of the hearth glow, and you are most welcome here." Flick explained that the Glimmerhold was a sanctuary for all the small, gentle magics of the world, the last warmth of a sunset, the cozy feeling of a shared story, the brave little light of a firefly on a summer night. These essences were gathered and kept safe in glowing orbs, called emberlights, which the wisps tended to prevent them from fading forever from the world above. "But our oldest and most important light, the Hearthstone, is growing dim," Flick confessed, his cheerful face clouding with worry. He led Leo to the center of the cavern, where a large, crystal plinth stood. Upon it rested a stone about the size of Leo's fist. It should have been blazing with a brilliant, ruby light, but now it only gave off a faint, weary flicker, like a candle struggling to stay lit in a draught. "The Hearthstone is the source of all warmth in friendship, all courage in loneliness, all comfort in the dark," Flick said softly. "If it goes out, the world will grow a little colder, a little more fearful, and we cannot seem to discover why it fades." Leo looked at the struggling light, and the quiet ache he so often felt in his chest resonated with it. He understood dimness. He understood the struggle to stay bright. "Can I help?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Flick's eyes widened with surprise and then softened with gratitude. "The fact that you offer is the first hopeful sign we've had in a long time, but the journey to understand what ails the Hearthstone will not be easy. It requires traveling to the source, the place where all light is first born, deep within the whispering caves. The path is forgotten, and the way is guarded by silence and shadow." "I'd like to try," Leo said, and as he spoke, he felt a small, warm spark of courage ignite within him. And so, an unexpected friendship was forged between a quiet boy from the world above and a tiny, glowing wisp from the world below. Their journey began the very next day. Flick prepared a small pack with a loaf of sweet, nutty bread that never seemed to shrink, a flask of water that tasted of cool mint, and most importantly, a small, personal emberlight for each of them. Leo's glowed with a steady golden yellow, while Flick's shimmered with a soft silver blue. The path out of the Glimmerhold led them through tunnels adorned with fossils that gleamed with their own inner light, telling silent stories of ancient seas and forgotten skies. They walked for hours, their footfalls muffled by the soft ground. At first they talked little, the weight of their task lying quietly between them. But soon the silence became comfortable. Leo found himself telling Flick about the lonely feeling that sometimes visited him, even in a full house. Flick, in turn, spoke of the great responsibility of being a keeper and the fear that he might not be wise enough for the task. I think, Leo said thoughtfully, that maybe everyone feels a little like that sometimes, even the ones who seem the brightest. Flick looked at him, his ember light pulsing a little stronger. You see deeply for one so young, he remarked. That is a rare kind of light itself. The tunnels began to change. The warm, glowing crystals became fewer, and the air grew cooler. The walls closed in, damp and rough, and the only light was the gentle glow from their own orbs, which cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to twist and writhe around them. This was the entrance to the Whispering Caves. The name, they discovered, was perfectly chosen. As they walked, soft, indistinct voices seemed to drift from the stone itself. They were not threatening but mournful, echoes of lost conversations, forgotten laughs, and unspoken regrets. The voices wove through the stillness, a gentle, sorrowful mystery. Do not listen too closely, Flick warned, his own light flickering nervously. The whispers feed on doubt. They cannot harm you, but they can lead you astray if you let them. Leo clenched his jaw and focused on the warm weight of the ember light in his hand. He focused on the memory of his grandmother's voice, the crackle of the fire, the scent of baking bread. He built a wall of cozy, warm thoughts against the chilling whispers. But the journey was long, and fatigue began to set in. The whispers grew more persistent. You are not brave enough, one seemed to sigh from a fissure in the wall. You will be lost forever here, murmured another from the darkness ahead. He is only a child. What can he do? Leo's steps faltered. The warm light in his hand seemed to dim, its glow wavering in the oppressive gloom. He felt the old, familiar ache of loneliness return, colder and sharper than ever. What was he doing here? He was just a boy. How could he possibly help save a magical stone? He stopped walking, his shoulders slumping. Flick turned, his small face etched with concern. It's getting harder to see, Leo whispered, his voice thick with defeat. Flick floated closer, his own silver light bobbing near Leo's face. That is because you are looking outward into the dark, he said gently. The whispers make you forget your own light. Close your eyes, Leo, look inward. Hesitantly, Leo did as he was told. He shut out the chilling whispers and the oppressive darkness. He breathed deeply, and in the quiet behind his eyelids, he searched for the spark he had felt when he first offered to help. He thought of Flick's unwavering friendship. He remembered the wonder of discovering the Glimmerhold. He felt the steady, hopeful beat of his own heart. And there it was. Not a grand, blazing fire, but a small, steady flame, brave, persistent, and entirely his own. When he opened his eyes, the golden light from his ember light was no longer a faint glow. It had blossomed, shining out in a warm, confident beam that pushed back the shadows and silenced the whispers around them. The darkness retreated, not in a raging battle, but in a gentle, yielding surrender. Flick smiled, his own light brightening in response. You see, he said. The light was always there, you only needed to remember it. With renewed purpose, they pressed on. The whispers still echoed, but they had lost their power. Leo now understood their secret. They were not monsters, but merely echoes of light that had been forgotten. He felt a pang of compassion for them, and as he walked, he would sometimes direct a little of his own light toward a particularly sorrowful whisper, and for a moment it would cease, soothed by the warmth. Finally, the tunnel opened up into a vast, breathtaking chamber. It was utterly silent and completely dark, save for their own lights. In the center of the chamber was a still, black pool, and in its center, on a small island of pure white stone, grew a single, crystalline flower. It was closed, its petals tightly furled, but a faint, rainbow-hued light seeped from its core. This was the source. It's asleep, Flick said, his voice full of awe and dismay. They waded through the shallow, cool water to the island. As they approached the flower, Leo understood. The Hearthstone was dim because the source had fallen dormant. The world was forgetting how to kindle its own small, brave lights, the light of kindness without reward, of courage in the face of fear, of comfort offered freely. The world was so busy with its noise and haste that it had forgotten the power of a quiet, steady glow. "How do we wake it?" Leo asked. "I do not know," Flick admitted. "The ancient stories only say that it responds to a light that is given, not one that is demanded." Leo looked at the sleeping flower, and then at the glowing orb in his own hand. He thought of the Glimmerhold, a sanctuary for fading magic. He thought of Flick, who dedicated his life to tending light. He thought of his own journey and how his small spark had grown when he chose to be brave, when he chose to be a friend. He knew what he had to do. He knelt before the crystalline flower, and cupping his light in both hands, he offered it forward. It was not an easy thing to do. The light was a part of him now, a symbol of the courage he had found. But he knew that light was not meant to be hoarded. It was meant to be shared. "This is for you," he whispered to the flower. "It's not much, but it's honest. It's the light I found when I stopped being afraid of the dark." He placed the orb gently at the base of the flower. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a single tiny crack appeared on the surface of the light. A thread of pure, golden light seeped out and touched the white stone. The light traveled like liquid sunshine up the stem of the flower. It reached the closed petals, and slowly, gracefully, they began to unfurl. A soft, musical chime filled the chamber, a sound of pure, clear joy. From the heart of the flower, a brilliant, multifaceted light erupted, painting the dark walls in swirling colors. It was not a blinding light, but a deeply comforting one, full of warmth and promise. The light flowed back into Leo, not into his hands, but into his very heart, filling him with a profound and peaceful warmth. His own light, now resting at the flower's base, did not go out. Instead, it transformed, becoming clear and crystalline, still pulsing with a gentle, golden rhythm. The source was awake. The journey back to the Glimmerhold was a different one. The tunnels were no longer dark and foreboding. The whispering voices had fallen silent, replaced by a deep, contented peace. The crystals in the walls now glowed with a soft, internal fire, and the path was clear and bright. When they emerged back into the main cavern, the entire Glimmerhold was transformed. The light from the ceiling was brighter, warmer, bathing everything in a rosy, dawn-like glow. The other wisps, who had been moving slowly and quietly, were now bustling with cheerful energy, their own lights shining brilliantly. And on the central plinth, the Hearthstone blazed with a fierce, joyful, ruby light, its radiations pulsing through the cavern like a steady, comforting heartbeat. Flick turned to Leo, his eyes shining with tears of happiness. "You did it," he said, his rustling voice thick with emotion. "You reminded the source what it was to be awake. You gave your light selflessly, and in return you were refilled. That is the great mystery, Leo. The more light you give away, the more you have to keep." Leo smiled, the warm, settled feeling in his chest a permanent thing now. He had not found a grand treasure or performed a mighty deed. He had simply remembered the power of his own small spark, and in sharing it, he had helped rekindle a light for the entire world. He spent a little more time in the Glimmerhold, resting and sharing stories with Flick and the other wisps. He learned that his own crystalline light was now a keeper's stone, a permanent bond between him and the hidden world. He could always find his way back, and his own heart would always carry a little of the Glimmerhold's warmth. When it was time to return home, Flick accompanied him to the willow tree door. The guide light, now shining more brightly than ever, zipped happily around their heads before settling back into the door's lock. "The world will feel a little kinder now," Flick said, shaking Leo's hand. "The nights will feel a little less long, and whenever you feel a quiet moment of happiness or a surge of courage you didn't know you had, you'll know the Hearthstone is glowing for you. Leo stepped back through the door and into the cool, night air of the familiar woods. He walked home under a canopy of brilliant stars, his feet sure on the path. When he slipped back into his house, the fire in the hearth had burned down to glowing embers, but the room was still warm. He climbed into his bed, the soft blankets a welcome comfort. As he closed his eyes, he didn't feel the old, quiet ache. Instead, he felt a gentle, steady warmth glowing in his chest, a personal ember light that would never truly go out. He had been on a journey that had transformed him. He had solved a gentle mystery, and he had found a friendship that would warm his heart for all his days. And as he drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, the last thing he was aware of was the soft, pulsing glow within him, a quiet promise that even in the deepest dark, there is always a light to be found, and always a friend to help you find it. The fire in the hearth crackled its final, sleepy good night, and the world, full of secret wonders and rekindled lights, settled into restful dreams. In a valley cupped between sleeping mountains, there lived a young woman named Anya. Her life was as quiet and orderly as the neat rows of vegetables in her garden, yet within her chest beat a heart that often felt like a trapped bird, fluttering against ribs that seemed too narrow a cage. She did not know what she longed for, only that a deep, resonant ache accompanied the setting of each sun. Her changes began subtly, as the most important ones often do. One morning after a night of troubled dreams, she awoke to find a single, silken thread the color of moonlight caught in her hair. She brushed it away, thinking it a stray bit of cobweb. The next day there were 2, then 3. They were soft and strong, and when she held them to the light, they shimmered with a hidden rainbow, like oil on water. She started collecting them in a small wooden box, a secret she kept from the world. Around this time, the small, walled garden behind her cottage began to behave strangely. The plants had always been healthy, but now they responded to her moods with an impossible vibrancy. On a day when she felt a rare surge of courage after standing up for herself at the village market, the climbing roses burst into blossoms of such a deep, valiant crimson they seemed to drink the sunlight. When she spent an afternoon in quiet contentment, listening to the bees hum, the chamomile patch released a perfume so soothing it lulled the sparrows to sleep on the fence. It was in this garden that she first met the old woman. Anya had been kneeling in the soil, feeling particularly tangled and confused. The silken threads were becoming more persistent, and she had woken to find a small, delicate web spun between her bedpost and the windowsill. "A fine thing, a garden that listens," a voice said, gentle as the rustle of leaves. Anya looked up to see a woman with hair as white as thistledown, and eyes the color of a twilight sky. She wore a cloak that seemed woven from moss and shadows, and she smelled of damp earth and wild mint. She introduced herself as Maeve. "It's peculiar," Anya admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "It is honest," Maeve corrected, her smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. "It shows you what you often cannot see in yourself. This," she said, gesturing to the brilliant red roses, "is your strength, and this," she touched a velvety petal of a purple iris that had bloomed overnight, "is your growing wisdom. The garden is merely translating the music of your soul into color and scent." Maeve did not visit every day, but she always appeared when Anya needed her most. She became a quiet mentor, a steady presence who spoke in metaphors of seeds and seasons. She never gave direct answers, only gentle observations that settled in Anya's mind like seeds in fertile soil, waiting for the right conditions to sprout. "A seed does not know it is to become a sunflower," Maeve said one evening as they sat on a stone bench, watching fireflies blink in the lavender dusk. "It only knows the dark, the damp, and the persistent push from within. It trusts the process, even when the process is one of dissolution. It must break itself open to become what it is meant to be." Anya looked down at her hands. The silken threads were no longer just in her hair. They occasionally drifted from her fingertips, especially when she felt a strong emotion. But what am I becoming? She asked, her voice trembling. Something true, Maeve replied. That is all we can ever hope for. The small victories began to accumulate, each one a stepping stone across the river of her fear. There was the day she decided to paint her front door a cheerful, buttery yellow instead of the practical gray it had always been. As she brushed on the first stroke, a cascade of golden marigolds erupted along the garden path, their faces turned to the sun as if in approval. Another day she found the courage to sing aloud while she worked, a folk song her mother had taught her, long forgotten. Her voice was shaky at first, but as the melody grew stronger, the silken threads that drifted from her lips began to weave themselves into a faint, shimmering harmony in the air, a visible echo of her sound. It was beautiful, and it did not frighten her. The threads became more abundant, weaving around her as she moved through her days. They formed a soft, hazy cocoon around her chair as she read, a gentle enclosure that felt not like a prison, but like a sanctuary. She began to spend more time within this self-spun haven, a quiet, semi-transparent tent of moonlight and rainbows. Inside, the world outside was muted, and the only sound was the rhythm of her own breath and the quiet, patient beating of her heart. Maeve would sit outside the cocoon and speak to her through the silken walls. The caterpillar does not fret in its chrysalis, she murmured. It does not struggle to be the butterfly before its time. It rests, it dissolves, it allows its own magnificent ruin, trusting that its deepest blueprint knows the way. Inside her soft enclosure, Anya let herself dissolve. She let go of the old stories she had told herself, that she was too quiet, too strange, too much, and yet not enough. She released the fear of what the villagers might think, the anxiety of not having a clear path. She sat in the quiet dark and simply was. And in that being she began to remember things, the feeling of flying in her dreams, the weightlessness of joy, the intricate patterns of starlight that felt like a native language. One morning, after a soft rain had pattered on her cocoon all night, she felt a profound sense of readiness. It was not a frantic need to escape, but a gentle, firm knowledge that it was time. She took a deep, slow breath, mirroring the rhythm of the natural world outside, and pressed a hand against the silken wall. It gave way without resistance, parting like a curtain of mist. She stepped out into her garden. The change was not a shocking, sudden thing. It was a completion. The silken threads were gone, but in their place was a soft, luminous quality to her skin, as if she had learned to carry her own inner moonlight with her. From her shoulders, delicate wings had unfolded, not the wings of a bird or a common butterfly, but something entirely her own. They were the color of a dawn sky, etched with patterns that resembled the veins of leaves and the constellations of faraway stars. They were not for frantic flight, but for gentle, drifting journeys on the warm breath of the world. Her garden had erupted into a celebration. Flowers of every imaginable hue and shape nodded in the breeze, and the air was thick with the scent of jasmine, honeysuckle, and rich, dark earth. The colors shifted as she walked among them, reflecting her newfound understanding, deep blues of profound peace, vibrant greens of vibrant growth, and soft pinks of a gentle, unconditional affection for herself. Maeve was there, of course, standing by the gate with a look of deep satisfaction. She did not say, "I told you so." She simply opened her arms, and Anya walked into her embrace. "You see," Maeve whispered. "The ache was not a flaw, it was the seed of your becoming." Anya looked at her mentor, her friend, her eyes clear and calm. "What happens now?" Maeve's smile was as warm as the sun on the stone path. Now you begin." The cocoon was not the end of the story. It was the quiet chapter that made the rest of the tale possible. You have learned the language of your own soul. Now you get to speak it to the world. Anya turned her face to the sky. She took another of those slow, deep breaths, in and out, feeling the gentle weight of her wings on her back. They rustled softly, a sound like pages turning in a beloved book. she did not leap into the air. There was no rush. Instead, she took a step forward, then another, walking through her garden gate and onto the path that led toward the waking world. It was not an ending. It was the most beautiful beginning. The first step of a journey taken not by a woman who was afraid of her changes, but by one who had learned to wear her transformation like a cloak of starlight, ready to see what wonders her new wings would help her discover, one gentle, breathing moment at a time. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived Fern, a young rabbit with fur the color of twilight shadows. This forest wasn't just trees and earth. It was alive with quiet magic, a place where the boundaries between creature and spirit, reality and dream, shimmered like heat haze on a summer's day. Fern knew the hidden pathways, the taste of dew-kissed clover at dawn, and the comforting scent of damp earth after a gentle rain. He knew, too, the secret lives that pulsed beneath the surface. The whispering woods thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony. The Badger clan, deep in their set, carefully turned the soil, ensuring seeds slept well. The Squirrel Council, high in the canopy, managed the dispersal of nuts and berries, their bushy tails flicking with purpose. Glimmerflies, tiny creatures woven from starlight and pollen, tended the night-blooming flowers, their soft hum a lullaby for the woods. An old grandfather mossback, a turtle whose shell was etched with centuries of growth rings, was the keeper of the tides, sensing the subtle shifts in the forest's deep magic tied to the seasons and the weather itself. Fern's favorite time was the amber season, when autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke from unseen hearths and the sweet decay of fallen apples. One evening, as the setting sun stained the sky lavender and peach, Fern noticed something amiss. The gentle giggle of Crystal Brook, usually a constant companion near his burrow, had faded to a troubled gurgle. The glimmerflies, usually flitting like scattered embers near the water's edge, hovered anxiously, their light dimmer than usual. Even the leaves seemed to whisper with a note of worry, rustling secrets Fern couldn't quite grasp. Seeking wisdom, Fern hopped along the familiar, root-ribboned path to the mossy stone, where Grandfather Mossback basked in the last warm rays. The ancient turtle's eyes, deep pools of moss-green wisdom, opened slowly as Fern approached. Grandfather Mossback, Fern began, his nose twitching with concern. Crystal Brook sounds sick, the glimmerflies are sad, the air feels heavy, like before a storm that never comes. Mossback took a slow, deliberate breath, the scent of damp earth and ancient stone clinging to him. He extended his neck, tasting the air. Ah, young Fern, your senses are keen. The balance shifts. The amber season's magic is waning, but this is different. A blockage, a knot in the forest's flow. He tapped his claw thoughtfully on the stone. The rains were heavy last moon. Perhaps the great roots of the sentinel oak shifted, or stones tumbled where they shouldn't. Crystal Brook cannot sing if her throat is choked. Fern's heart fluttered. What can we do? The forest feels wrong. Patience, little one, Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones grinding softly together. Harmony isn't a stillness, but a constant dance. The forest remembers its steps. We must find the source gently, wisely. Go to Willow at the bend where the ferns grow thick. She listens to the water's song like no other. Following the troubled brook upstream, Fern felt the unease deepen. The usual comforting scent of wet stone and watercress was tinged with stagnation. The playful sparkle on the water's surface was dulled. He found Willow, a water vole with fur like polished river pebbles, her small paws resting on a smooth stone, her eyes closed as she listened intently to the troubled water. Willow, Fern whispered, not wanting to startle her. Her eyes opened, large and dark with worry. Fern, the song it's choked. A great sadness sits upstream near the sentinel's roots. Stones and mud have fallen, trapping the water. It cannot flow freely to nourish the lower pools or carry the moon's reflection to the sleeping fish. Just then a flurry of wings announced Pip, a sparrow as quick and bright as a sunbeam. "I saw it from above," he chirped, landing on a swaying reed. A whole tumble of rocks and earth, it's huge. The waters backed up, making a muddy pool where the forget-me-nots bloomed. Fern felt a pang of sorrow for the drowned flowers. Grandfather Mossback said we need to help, but how? It looks too big. Willow patted the water gently. Strength comes not from size alone, Fern, but from working together, like the roots beneath our feet. She looked at Pip. "Can you summon the Badger clan? Their strong paws are needed for moving the largest stones." Pip bobbed his head. "On my way." He shot into the air, a brown dart against the deepening twilight. "And Fern," Willow continued, "find the Squirrel Council. Their clever paws and strong teeth can weave roots and vines to hold the bank steady once the blockage is cleared." Fern raced through the gathering dusk, the scent of pine needles sharp in the cooling air. He found the Squirrel Council holding a hushed conference in the hollow of a venerable beech tree. Their leader, a gray squirrel named Acorn with a tail like a silvery plume, listened intently. "A blockage at the sentinel, that explains the restless whispers in the roots," Acorn mused, tapping a claw. "The waters feed the deep magic. If it stagnates, the amber season's gentle release into frost's embrace will falter. The glimmerfly's light dims already. We will come. Our young ones are swift. They will gather the strongest vines." By the time Fern returned to the blocked stream, guided by the worried hum of the gathered glimmerflies casting a soft, ethereal light, the Badger clan had arrived. Bracken, the largest, with powerful shoulders and claws like polished ebony, was already testing the largest boulder. His low grunts mingled with the gurgle of trapped water. Smaller badgers worked alongside, shifting smaller rocks and clumps of earth. "Careful now," rumbled Bracken, his voice thick with effort. "Don't let the mudslide downstream, steady." The Squirrel Council arrived in a rustle of leaves and chattering instructions. Young squirrels scampered, their teeth working swiftly on tough, flexible vines. They wove them into strong nets and mats, directed by Acorn's sharp commands. "Anchor it there, yes, against that root. We must shore up the bank before the water rushes free." Fern felt small amidst the bustling activity. He saw a cluster of smooth, fist-sized stones near the water's edge, part of the blockage but accessible. He began to push them, one by one, rolling them away with his nose and paws. The mud was cool and slick between his toes, smelling deeply of the forest's hidden depths. Nearby, Willow used her strong teeth to gnaw through a stubborn tangle of water roots trapping smaller debris. The glimmerflies hovered close, their soft light illuminating the work, their gentle hum a constant, encouraging presence. The night deepened, painting the sky indigo and scattering diamond-bright stars. The air grew colder, carrying the promise of frost, but the work warmed them. Grandfather Mossback arrived, moving with slow, deliberate purpose. He settled near the growing pile of cleared debris, his presence radiating calm strength. He didn't lift stones, but his deep, resonant voice offered guidance. "Ease that one to the left, Bracken. Let the water find its own path, don't force it. Willow, clear that channel for the flow. Good, the forest breathes easier already." Hours passed, measured by the slow wheel of stars above and the steady rhythm of working creatures. Muscles ached, paws were muddy, fur was damp, but a shared sense of purpose warmed them. Finally, with a concerted heave from Bracken and two other badgers, the last large boulder shifted, groaning as it rolled aside. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, a trickle of water found the new gap. It grew, bubbling over the cleared stones, giggling with newfound freedom. It rushed past the carefully woven vine mats holding the banks firm, carrying away the murky pool. Crystal Brook sang again, clear and bright, reflecting the myriad lights of the hovering glimmerflies like liquid stars. A collective sigh, warm and relieved, rose from the gathered creatures. Bracken sank back on his haunches, wiping mud from his snout. Acorn chattered happily, her tail twitching with satisfaction. The young squirrels bounced with glee. Willow dipped her paws into the flowing water, a smile spreading across her face. She sings true again. Grandfather Mossback nodded slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting the joyful light. Well done, children of the Whispering Woods, you have mended a tear in the great tapestry. Remember this night, the harmony we cherish is not a gift, but a responsibility shared by all who dwell here, great and small. When one part suffers, all feel the strain. When many work together with wisdom and kindness, the balance is restored. As if in response, a gentle breeze sighed through the trees, carrying the clean scent of flowing water and the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers revived by the glimmerflies. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by the forest's deep, peaceful hum. The leaves rustled a soft, contented melody. The creatures gathered on the banks, tired but content. Bracken produced a small clay jar of rich, dark earth honey. Acorn shared crisp autumn nuts. Willow offered tender waterroot stalks. Fern nibbled on a sweet clover leaf, the taste pure and clean. The glimmerflies danced above them, their light weaving patterns of gold and silver on the water and the faces of the friends. Grandfather Mossback spoke softly as they shared the simple feast under the watchful stars. See how the brook carries the fallen leaves. They are not lost, but become part of the earth downstream, nourishing new life. So it is with our actions. Tonight's work feeds the forest's future. The magic tied to the seasons flows strongest when the waters run free. The frost's embrace will come now, not with harshness, but as a gentle blanket, because the balance is kept. Fern snuggled into the soft moss beside Willow, watching the moonlight dance on the water. He felt the deep, steady thrum of the forest beneath him, the cool night air on his fur, the comforting warmth of friends nearby, and the sweet taste of honey on his tongue. The gentle wisdom of the ancient turtle, the strength of the badgers, the cleverness of the squirrels, the quiet dedication of the vole, the guiding light of the glimmerflies, it all wove together like the roots beneath the soil, holding the Whispering Woods in its timeless, harmonious embrace. The subtle magic of the place, the interconnected lives, the respect for the seasons and the elements, it wasn't a grand spectacle, but a quiet, enduring truth whispered on the wind and flowing in the water. As sleep began to pull at his eyelids, Fern understood. Caring for their shared home, listening to its needs, and acting together with kindness wasn't just a task. It was the very song the forest sang, a lullaby of belonging that would echo through generations, as enduring as the ancient oaks and as comforting as the moon's gentle light on a peaceful night. The forest breathed softly around him, whole and well, and Fern drifted into dreams cradled by its deep, harmonious peace. The attic smelled of cedar and forgotten things, of dust motes dancing in the slanted afternoon light that fell through the single round window. It was a place of whispers and echoes, where the house itself seemed to breathe softly through the floorboards. A young boy named Leo had been sent up to find an old picture frame for his mother, but the task had quickly been forgotten in the quiet thrill of exploration. His fingers trailed over the spines of leather-bound books and the cool, smooth surface of a porcelain wash-basin. Then, tucked beneath a moth-eaten quilt the color of faded violets, his knuckles knocked against something solid and wooden. He carefully pulled it free. It was a box no larger than a loaf of bread, carved from a dark, rich wood. There were no obvious hinges or latch, just the intricate image of a compass rose on its lid, the points of which were inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight. Leo ran his thumb over the carving. Click. The softest of sounds, like a sleeping sparrow shifting on its branch. The lid lifted a fraction. His heart beat a gentle, hopeful rhythm against his ribs. He opened it fully. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded blue velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any he had seen in books or shops. Its casing was brass, worn smooth and warm with age. The needle, rather than pointing north, quivered and spun in a slow, lazy circle. And instead of the usual letters, the points of the compass were marked with tiny, exquisite symbols. A teardrop, a laughing mouth, a closed door, a single star, and a small, bright flame. As Leo lifted it from its velvet nest, the needle gave a decisive shiver and settled, pointing directly at the symbol of the closed door. A soft, clear chime, like that of a distant church bell, resonated from the compass itself, a single, pure note that hung in the dusty air. Chime. It was then he noticed the first of the helpers. Curled in a wicker basket nearby was a large, ginger cat, its fur the color of autumn leaves. It opened one golden eye, which fixed not on Leo, but on the compass in his hand. "It's been quiet for a long time," the cat said, its voice a low, rumbling purr. It stretched, a slow, luxurious movement. "I am Rowan, that," it added, nodding its head toward the compass, "is the Hearthstone compass. It doesn't point to places, you see, it points to feelings." Leo stared, too astonished to speak. "The door," Rowan purred, "usually means something is locked away. A fear, a memory, a piece of one's self." The cat padded over and rubbed its head against Leo's knee, a comforting, grounding weight. "The compass has chosen you for a journey, but the distance you will travel will be measured in courage, not in miles." Just then a tiny, squeaky voice piped up from a hole in the baseboard. "Did someone say journey? I do love a good itinerary." A small, bright-eyed mouse, wearing a minuscule helmet fashioned from a silver thimble, scurried out and stood on its hind legs, whiskers twitching with excitement. "I am Pip," the mouse declared. "Official scout and cartographer of the Between Places. That compass is a tricky bit of work. Are you its new keeper?" Leo, finding his voice at last, managed a whisper. I think so." "Splendid," squeaked Pip. "Then we haven't a moment to lose. A closed door is a dreadful thing. It blocks the drafts and keeps out the starlight. Which way is it pointing?" Leo showed them. The needle remained steadfastly fixed on the tiny carved door. Rowan's purr deepened. "Then we follow. The journey begins not out there, but in here." The cat gently tapped a paw against Leo's chest. And so, holding the softly chiming compass, with a purring cat at his heels and a mouse perched on his shoulder, Leo took a step forward. He didn't walk toward the attic door, but toward the darkest, most cluttered corner, where shadows gathered thick as velvet. As he moved, the world around him seemed to soften and shift. The stacks of old newspapers blurred into a forest of whispering ferns, their fronds rustling with a sound like turning pages. The trunk full of winter coats became a great, mossy boulder, and the single round window now showed a sky full of swirling, lavender-tinged clouds. They were walking through a landscape woven from the attic's own essence, a cozy, quiet world that felt both strange and deeply familiar. The air smelled of rain-soaked earth and old books. In the distance, the gentle plink, plink of water dripping into a puddle echoed like a slow melody. "The compass shows the path through your own heart," Rowan explained, his voice a soft rumble beside Leo. "The challenges are yours alone to face, but you do not face them alone." After a time, the path led them to the base of a great, gnarled oak tree, its trunk so wide Leo couldn't see around it. And there, set right into the ancient bark, was a door. It was made of dark, polished wood, banded with iron, and it was very firmly shut. The compass needle pointed directly at it, and the soft chime grew slightly more insistent. Chime, chime. This was the challenge. The locked-away thing. Leo reached out and tried the iron handle. It didn't budge. He pushed with all his might, but the door was as immovable as the tree itself. A stubborn one," Pip chirped from his shoulder. "No keyhole either, a puzzle." Leo felt a flicker of frustration, and with it, a chill seemed to seep from the door. He shivered. "Patience, little keeper," Rowan murmured, curling his tail around Leo's ankles. A door locked by fear cannot be opened by force. What is it you are afraid of? Leo looked at the imposing door. He thought about the reason he'd been so eager to hide in the attic that afternoon. A new school. New faces. The terrifying prospect of walking into a room full of strangers. He had locked that fear away, trying to ignore it, hoping it would vanish. But here it was, a solid, unmovable door in the landscape of his heart. "I'm afraid of being alone," he whispered, the confession hanging in the quiet air. As soon as he spoke the words, the iron bands on the door seemed to gleam less coldly. "Ah," said Pip, nodding sagely. "A very common lock, but it has a very simple key." The mouse scampered down Leo's arm and stood before the door. "You must offer it a gift of kindness." "Kindness to a door?" Leo asked, bewildered. "Kindness to the fear itself," Rowan corrected gently. "A fear that feels seen and understood is a fear that begins to lose its power." Leo thought for a moment. Then he sat down, his back against the great tree, right beside the door. He didn't try to open it. He simply sat there, holding the warm brass compass in his lap. He imagined the fear behind the door not as a monster, but as a small, shivering version of himself. He sent thoughts of comfort toward it. He imagined sharing his lunch with that lonely boy, telling him a funny story, sitting with him in silence so he wouldn't have to be alone. He poured all the kindness he wished for into that silent offering. For a long while, nothing happened. The only sounds were the rustle of the fern forest, the distant plink of water, and Rowan's steady, rumbling purr, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very earth. Pip sat quietly on his knee, his tiny helmet gleaming. Then a new sound joined the symphony. A soft, warm, golden light began to spill from the seam around the door. It was the color of honey and candle flame. And with the light came a sound, a deep, resonant thrum like the string of a cello being gently plucked, a sound of deep contentment. Thrum. The iron bands glowed with a gentle warmth. Leo, acting on an impulse of pure kindness, reached out and laid his palm flat against the wooden door. It was no longer cold and forbidding, but warm like something alive. With a sigh that seemed to come from the roots of the great tree itself, the door swung inward, not with a jarring bang, but with a soft, whispering creak. There was no monster behind it. There was no dark, terrifying space. Instead, the doorway framed a scene of perfect, cozy safety. It was a small, circular room, lined with books, with a soft rug and a fireplace where friendly flames crackled and danced. In the center of the room stood a small version of himself, no longer shivering but smiling, holding out a hand in welcome. The compass in Leo's hands grew warm. He looked down. The needle was spinning joyously before settling on a new symbol, the single bright star. The chime it made now was clear and triumphant, a little shower of musical notes. Chime, chime, chime. "You see," purred Rowan. "You were never alone, you just had to find the part of you that knows how to be a friend." Pip did a delighted little jig on his knee. The door was never a barrier, it was an invitation. The landscape around them began to soften and blur, the fern forest fading back into stacks of newspapers, the mossy boulder resolving once more into an old trunk. Leo found himself sitting back in the dusty attic, the late afternoon sun painting everything in hues of gold. The carved box sat open on his lap, the Hearthstone compass resting inside, its needle now still and peaceful. Rowan the cat was curled beside him, purring contentedly, and Pip the mouse was nowhere to be seen, though a faint, cheerful squeak from the baseboard suggested he was already planning the next adventure. Leo hadn't traveled any physical distance at all, yet he felt as if he had crossed a vast and important territory within himself. The fear was still there, he knew, but it was no longer a locked door. It was a quiet room inside him, a place he could visit with kindness whenever he felt the chill of loneliness. He carefully closed the lid of the wooden box, the soft click a perfect full stop to the story. The attic was quiet once more, filled only with the peaceful sounds of a settling house and the gentle rhythm of his own, much lighter heart. He knew with a certainty that warmed him more than any fireplace that whatever challenges tomorrow might bring, he carried within him a compass that would always guide him home to his own courage and the memory of friends found in the most unexpected of places. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden spirits. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in this cozy space, all was safe and still. Listen closely now, for I have a tale to tell, a story about a boy who learned that the greatest warmth often comes from the most unexpected places. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a boy named Kalen. He was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of twilight and hair the shade of oak bark. While other children played boisterous games in the village square, Kalen often wandered alone along the forest paths, collecting interesting stones and listening to the secret language of the woods. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Kalen was returning from one of his solitary walks. His pockets were heavy with smooth stones and pine cones, and his heart felt unusually light. As he approached the edge of the forest where it met the village, something caught his eye, a faint, pulsing glow coming from beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. Curiosity, that quiet companion of lonely souls, tugged at him. Kneeling down, Kalen carefully brushed away the fallen leaves and rich, dark soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was about the size of his palm, smooth and oval-shaped, with colors that shifted like captured sunset, deep oranges, soft golds, and the occasional flicker of crimson that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like embers breathing in the darkness. As Kalen's fingers closed around the stone, a wonderful warmth spread through his hand, not the harsh heat of a fire, but the comforting warmth of sunlight remembered on a chilly day. He tucked the stone into his pocket, feeling its gentle heat against his thigh as he walked the final distance home. That night, as Kalen lay in bed with the strange stone on his bedside table, he had the most peculiar dream. He dreamed of winding pathways deep beneath the earth, lit by the same gentle glow that pulsed from his stone. He dreamed of soft, melodic voices that seemed to hum through the very roots of trees, and of doors hidden in the sides of hills, waiting for just the right key to open them. When he awoke the next morning, the stone still pulsed with its soft light, and the memory of the dream felt more like a recollection than a fantasy. Throughout the day, whether helping his mother in the garden or studying his lessons, Kalen found his thoughts drifting back to the stone and the underground pathways of his dream. That evening, as twilight settled over the village once more, Kalen found himself drawn back to the ancient oak tree. The stone in his pocket seemed to grow warmer as he approached, its pulsing light quickening slightly. Standing before the massive tree, Kalen noticed something he hadn't seen before, a narrow opening between two particularly large roots, just wide enough for a boy to slip through if he turned sideways. Taking a deep breath of the crisp autumn air, Kalen squeezed through the opening. To his astonishment, instead of finding himself in the small, earthy space between roots he expected, he discovered a downward-sloping tunnel, its walls embedded with countless stones that glowed with the same gentle light as the one in his pocket. The air smelled of damp earth, growing things, and something sweet like honey and cinnamon. The tunnel descended gradually, curving gently as it went. Kalen walked slowly, his hand brushing against the glowing walls, which felt smooth and warm to the touch. The only sounds were his soft footsteps and a distant, melodic humming that seemed to vibrate through the very stone around him. After what felt like both moments and hours, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern that took Kalen's breath away. The ceiling arched high above, dotted with glowing crystals that twinkled like captured stars. Strange, beautiful plants grew in clusters, their leaves shimmering with soft light and their flowers emitting gentle chimes when the faint breeze stirred them. Through the center of the cavern flowed a stream whose water glittered as if filled with liquid starlight. But most astonishing of all were their inhabitants. Small, gentle creatures moved about the cavern, their forms seeming to be made of earth and moss and stone. They had luminous eyes and moved with a graceful, flowing motion that reminded Kalen of wind through grass. They tended the glowing plants, gathered crystals in baskets woven from glowing fibers, and spoke to each other in soft, musical tones. One of these creatures noticed Kalen standing at the tunnel's entrance. Instead of being alarmed, it approached him with a curious tilt of its head. It stood about as tall as Kalen's waist, with skin that looked like polished river stone and hair like trailing moss. Its eyes glowed with the same warm light as the stones in the walls. "Hello," it said in a voice that sounded like wind chimes and flowing water. "You have the Hearthstone. We wondered when you would come." Kalen looked down at the stone in his hand, which was pulsing in rhythm with the crystals throughout the cavern. "The Hearthstone?" he asked. The creature nodded. "It calls to those who need to find their way here. My name is Bramble. Welcome to the gloaming, the world between roots and rock, between setting sun and rising moon." Bramble extended a hand that felt surprisingly like smooth, warm stone. Kalen took it, and together they walked deeper into the cavern. As they went, other creatures paused in their tasks to offer gentle smiles and nods. They seemed neither surprised nor concerned by Kalen's presence. "Many seasons ago," Bramble explained as they walked along the starlit stream, "the Hearthstone was created when a piece of sunset became trapped in Earth during the world's first twilight. It occasionally finds its way to the surface, always seeking someone who needs to discover our world, and perhaps, in doing so, discover something about themselves." Kalen listened, mesmerized by both Bramble's words and the wonder of the world around him. "But why me?" he asked softly. Bramble's glowing eyes seemed to twinkle. "The stone knows what the heart needs before the mind understands. Tell me, child of the surface world, do you often feel alone, even when surrounded by others?" Kalen nodded slowly, surprised that this stranger could understand something he had never spoken aloud. "The Hearthstone often finds those who carry quietness within them," Bramble said gently. "But here in the gloaming we understand that quietness is not emptiness. It is simply a different way of being. Come, let me show you." Over what felt like days but might have been only hours, Bramble introduced Kalen to the wonders of the gloaming. They visited gardens where flowers sang soft lullabies, libraries where stories were stored in crystals that played them like music when touched, and kitchens where food was prepared that tasted like comfort and contentment. Kalen met other inhabitants, a creature named Moss who taught him how to listen to the stories stones could tell, another named Shale who showed him how to weave light into patterns that could calm anxious thoughts, and a particularly ancient being called Deeproot who spoke in rumbles that vibrated through the earth and told tales of times when the world was young. With each new experience, Kalen felt something within him unfolding, like a flower opening to morning sun. The quietness that had often felt like loneliness began to feel like peace. The thoughtful nature that sometimes made him feel separate from others now felt like a gift. One evening, or what passed for evening in the timeless gloaming, Bramble took Kalen to a quiet pool at the edge of the starlit stream. The water's surface was perfectly still, reflecting the glowing crystals above like a second sky. "Look deeply," Bramble said softly. As Kalen gazed into the water, the reflection began to change. He saw himself back in his village, but different somehow. He saw himself sharing stories with other children, not as the center of attention, but as a quiet listener who knew just when to offer a word of comfort or understanding. He saw himself helping neighbors with tasks, his quiet observation making him notice needs others overlooked. He saw himself content in his own company, but also capable of connection when he chose it. The stone showed you the way here, Bramble murmured, not so you could escape your world, but so you could learn to live in it more fully. Your quiet nature isn't a barrier to connection, it's a different path to it. Kaelin looked from the pool to Bramble, understanding dawning in his eyes. I thought I needed to become different to belong, he whispered. Bramble's stone-like face seemed to soften. The world above has many voices, and they are all needed, the boisterous and the quiet, the speakers and the listeners. You need not change your nature to find your place, only to understand how your particular nature fits into the greater pattern. As these words settled into Kaelin's heart, he noticed the Hearthstone in his pocket had begun to glow less brightly. Its pulses were slowing, its warmth diminishing. It is time for you to return, Bramble said gently. The Hearthstone's work is nearly done. A feeling of sadness washed over Kaelin. But will I remember this place? Will I be able to return? Bramble placed a warm, stone-like hand on Kaelin's shoulder. You will remember, though in the way one remembers a vivid dream, more feeling than detail. And as for returning... Bramble smiled, a cracking of stone that revealed inner light. You carry the gloaming within you now, its peace, its acceptance, its understanding that different natures have different beauties. Whenever you need to remember, simply find a quiet moment, close your eyes, and feel for that warmth we've shared. Together they walked back through the glowing tunnels, the journey feeling much shorter than before. At the entrance beneath the oak tree, Bramble paused. Remember, child of two worlds, Bramble said softly, that transformation is not about becoming someone different, but about becoming more truly who you are meant to be. Like wood transformed by gentle fire into lasting embers, your experiences here have lit a steady glow within you. Tend it well. With those final words, Kaelin stepped back through the roots and into the cool night air of his own world. The stars above glittered coldly compared to the warm glow of the gloaming, but as he walked home, Kaelin realized a new warmth was growing within him, a steady, peaceful light that had nothing to do with the stone in his pocket. When he reached his room and took out the Hearthstone, he found it had turned into an ordinary, though beautifully smooth, stone. Its glow had faded completely, its warmth gone. But Kaelin didn't feel loss. Instead, he placed the stone on his windowsill where moonlight could touch it, a reminder that transformation often leaves behind the shell of what was, while the essence moves inward. The next day, and in the days that followed, Kaelin found that something had indeed shifted within him. He still enjoyed his solitary walks, but now he also found himself noticing opportunities for small connections, helping a younger child reach a ball stuck in a tree, listening patiently when an elderly neighbor wanted to share a story, offering a quiet smile to someone who looked lonely. He discovered that his thoughtful nature allowed him to see things others missed, and that when he did speak, people often listened carefully, sensing the weight of his considered words. The children who had once seemed too boisterous for him now seemed simply different, not better or worse, and he found ways to interact with them that felt comfortable for him. One afternoon, he noticed a new girl sitting alone at the edge of the village square, watching the other children play with a look of hesitant longing that reminded him of his own former feelings. Remembering the acceptance he had found in the gloaming, Kaelin walked over and sat beside her quietly. After a moment, he took a smooth stone from his pocket, not the Hearthstone, but one he had found that morning, and offered it to her. It has interesting lines if you look closely, he said softly. The girl looked surprised, then took the stone, turning it over in her hands. It looks like a tiny landscape, she said after a moment, her voice quiet like his. Kaelin nodded. I sometimes imagine the story stones could tell if they could speak. The girl smiled, a small but genuine expression. I'm Lyra, we just moved here. I'm Kaelin, he said. Would you like to see where I find the best stones? And so began a friendship built not on loud games or constant talking, but on comfortable silences, shared curiosity, and the understanding that sometimes the deepest connections are woven from quiet threads. As seasons turned, Kalen grew into a young man known for his quiet wisdom and gentle presence. People sought him out when they needed someone who would listen without judgment, who noticed details others overlooked, who offered thoughtful perspectives. He never told anyone about the gloaming. Some experiences are too precious to be captured in words, but he carried its lessons in how he moved through the world. Sometimes, on evenings when the twilight seemed particularly soft and the boundary between worlds felt thin, Kalen would walk to the ancient oak tree and place his hand against its bark. He would close his eyes and remember the warmth of the gloaming, the musical voices of its inhabitants, the peace of that underground world. And in those moments he would feel an answering warmth pulse within him, a steady glow that reminded him that he belonged exactly as he was. Years later, when Kalen had children of his own, he would sometimes take them on walks through the forest. He taught them how to listen to the language of trees, how to find beauty in ordinary stones, how to appreciate both companionship and solitude. One evening, as they sat beneath the ancient oak tree sharing a simple meal of bread and cheese, his youngest daughter reached between the roots and pulled out a smooth, oval stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. "Papa," she whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "Look." Kalen smiled, a deep, peaceful joy spreading through him as he recognized the glow of a Hearthstone. Taking his daughter's hand, he said softly, "That is a very special stone. It has a story to tell if you're ready to listen." And as twilight settled around them, the boundary between worlds feeling thin once more, Kalen began to share not the story of the gloaming itself, but the lessons it had taught him. About acceptance, about the value of different natures, about the warmth that comes from understanding your own heart. The fire in the hearth crackles softly now, its embers glowing with the same steady light as the Hearthstone in our story. Can you feel that warmth spreading through you, gentle listener? Can you feel the peace that comes from understanding that we each have our own nature, our own gifts, our own way of belonging? Remember, as you drift towards sleep, that transformation is not about becoming someone different, but about becoming more truly who you are meant to be. Like wood transformed by gentle fire into lasting embers, may you carry your own steady glow within you. The night is deep and quiet now, filled with possibilities and peace. Let the warmth of this story wrap around you like a soft blanket as you journey into dreams, where perhaps you too might discover hidden worlds and unexpected friendships. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep well. Deep within the ancient woods, where moonlight filters through the canopy like liquid silver and the air hums with ancient magic, there existed a place untouched by the hurried hands of time. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the forest understood. Moss clung to every stone and fallen log in velvety emerald blankets, and the streams sang gentle lullabies as they wove their way through the roots and ferns. On this particular night, when the full moon hung like a luminous pearl in the velvet sky, a young hedgehog named Juniper found herself unable to sleep. Restlessness prickled along her spines, a feeling she couldn't quite name. She left her cozy nest of dried leaves and soft thistledown beneath the great roots of an oak, and ventured out into the moon-drenched clearing. The clearing was alive with bioluminescent wonders. Tiny fungi glowed with ethereal green and blue light along the path, and fireflies drifted like living stars, blinking in soft, rhythmic patterns. Juniper watched them, her small heart beating in time with their gentle flashes. She followed the soft, babbling voice of the nearby stream, its waters shimmering with reflected starlight. "What troubles you, little one?" a voice murmured, not in words, but in the rustle of leaves overhead. It was the ancient willow tree at the edge of the clearing, her branches sweeping the ground like a curtain of silver. Juniper looked up, her eyes wide. "I don't know," she whispered back, her voice barely louder than the skitter of a beetle. "I feel out of rhythm, like the forest is breathing, but I've forgotten how." The willow's leaves shivered in understanding. "The seasons are turning," she sighed, her voice the sound of wind through reeds. "Autumn's gold is giving way to winter's silver. It is a time of releasing, of quieting. The unrest you feel is the forest itself preparing to dream." Just then a smooth, gray stone near the stream's edge hummed softly. "Listen to the water," it murmured, its voice the sound of two stones clicking gently together. "It knows the way. It has sung the song of letting go since the world was young." Juniper crept closer to the stream, dipping her small paws into the chilly water. The stream song was a gentle, repetitive melody, drip-drop, trickle-whisper, bubble-swirl. It spoke of journeys taken, of obstacles worn smooth by patience, of the quiet joy of simply flowing onward. "But how do I quiet the restlessness?" Juniper asked the stream. The water did not answer with words, but with feeling. It offered a sense of release, a gentle encouragement to let the current of the season carry her. Still, Juniper felt a knot of unease in her chest. She needed more than feelings, she needed a guide. It was then that a shadow passed over the moon, silent and graceful. A great horned owl alighted on a low-hanging branch of the willow. His feathers were the color of night itself, peppered with flecks of gray like scattered starlight. His eyes were deep pools of ancient knowing, and when he blinked, it was a slow, peaceful motion. "Little hedgehog," the owl said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that vibrated in the air like a plucked harp string. "You seek the wisdom of the turning year." Juniper nodded, humbled by his presence. This was Orin, the elder owl who watched over the nocturnal rhythms of the wood. He did not offer answers freely, but instead posed a question. "Tell me, what do you fear will be lost when the cold sleep comes?" Juniper thought of the vibrant autumn mushrooms, the last berries of the season, the warmth of the sun on her back. "The light," she said softly. "The warmth, the abundance. I fear the emptiness." Orin swiveled his head, his gaze taking in the entire starlit clearing. "Follow me," he said. "I will show you that what you call emptiness is merely a different kind of fullness." He led her away from the stream, deeper into the heart of the ancient forest. Their path was lit by the glowing fungi and the generous moonlight. The wind whispered through the pine needles, creating a soft, shushing sound that seemed to soothe the very air. They walked until they came to a place Juniper had never seen before, a hidden grove where the trees formed a perfect circle. In the center stood a single, magnificent silver birch, its bark peeling in luminous curls that caught the moonlight. "This is the Heartwood Grove," Orin explained, settling on a moss-covered log. "Here, the magic of the seasons is most pure. Watch." As they sat in silence, Juniper began to notice the subtle changes. The leaves of the maple trees at the edge of the grove, once fiery red, were now drifting to the ground one by one. Each descent was a slow, twirling dance, a final beautiful offering before the long rest. The sound was a gentle, papery rustle, 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 flutter, sigh, a natural ASMR that lulled the spirit. "The tree does not mourn the loss of its leaves," Orin murmured. "It understands they are not gone, but transformed. They will become the blanket that keeps its roots warm, the food that nourishes the soil for spring. It is an act of trust, not of loss." As if to emphasize his point, a soft, misty rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a gentle shower, each drop a tiny prism that captured the moonlight before landing on a leaf, a branch, or the mossy ground. The sound was a symphony of gentle taps and patters, plip-plop, pitter-patter, a soothing rhythm that spoke of cleansing and renewal. Then the most wondrous thing happened. All around the grove, the raindrops that landed on certain leaves and petals began to glow. Tiny points of bioluminescent light sparked to life, until the entire grove was awash in a soft, blue-green radiance. It was as if the stars themselves had fallen to earth and been caught in the embrace of the forest. You see, Orin said, his voice blending with the rainfall. What appears to be a closing is often the opening of a different kind of beauty. The forest does not sleep in winter, it dreams, and its dreams are filled with their own light. Juniper watched, mesmerized, as the glowing raindrops traced the veins of leaves and rolled like liquid jewels down strands of spider silk. The restlessness in her heart began to soften, replaced by a sense of awe. She was witnessing the secret language of the forest, the language of transformation. The stream spoke of letting go, Juniper said, remembering the cool water on her paws. And the stone spoke of listening. Orin nodded slowly. The stone holds the memory of ages. It teaches stillness and patience. The stream teaches flow and release, and the trees. He looked up at the great silver birch, which seemed to be breathing in the misty, luminous air. The trees teach us about cycles. They show us that to everything there is a season, and each season has its own purpose and its own unique magic. He turned his deep eyes back to Juniper. Your unrest, little one, is because you are fighting the current of the season. You are trying to hold on to the energy of autumn when the forest is asking you to embrace the quiet of winter. It is not a time for gathering, but for reflecting, not for growing, but for dreaming. The wisdom settled over Juniper like a warm, invisible cloak. She thought of her own nest, of the stories she could tell herself during the long nights, of the quiet comfort of her own heartbeat. She thought of the beauty of the luminous rain, a beauty that only existed in this specific moment of seasonal change. How do I dream? She asked, her voice now calm and curious. You are already beginning, Orin said. By being still, by listening to the rainfall and the wind, by watching the moon's journey across the sky, your dreams will be seeded by what you observe now in this quiet time. They will take root in the dark, fertile soil of rest, and in the spring you will find they have grown into wonderful things. They sat together for a long while, listening to the gentle sounds of the forest. The rain softened to a drizzle, then ceased, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. The bioluminescent glow slowly faded, its work done. The wind rustled the last few leaves on the oak trees, a sound like soft applause. When the first hints of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, Orin stirred. The day wakers will soon rise, he said. It is time for me to rest, and for you to return to your nest, not with unrest, but with a new understanding. Juniper thanked the wise owl, her heart full of a deep, resonant peace. She made her way back through the forest, but everything looked different now. The bare branches were not barren. They were tracing elegant patterns against the lightening sky. The chill in the air was not a threat, but an invitation to burrow deep and dream. When she reached her nest beneath the great oak, she curled into a tight ball, surrounded by the soft rustle of her own dried leaves. She listened to the final notes of the stream's night song and the first cheerful chirps of the waking birds. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a sweet, heavy drowsiness. As she drifted into sleep, the last thing she heard was the whisper of the ancient willow, carried on a gentle breeze. Sleep, little one, dream deeply. The forest dreams with you. And Juniper did. She dreamed of silver birches and luminous rain, of wise old owls and whispering streams. She dreamed of cycles and seasons, of letting go and trusting the turn of the great, beautiful wheel. And in her dream she was not a small hedgehog in a vast forest, but a vital, beloved note in the endless, soothing lullaby of the ancient, magical wood. The nebula outside the observation dome shimmered like spilled watercolors, amethyst, cerulean, and the faintest blush of rose. Within the dome, nestled amidst hydroponic ferns that sighed with contentment and luminous moss that pulsed a soft, steady green, two beings shared the quiet hum of the harmony's rest, a small way station drifting at the edge of known space. One was Kalen, hailing from the crystalline forests of Lyra 7. His form resembled smooth, polished obsidian, shifting subtly like liquid shadow. Where emotions bloomed, intricate patterns of light ignited beneath his surface, starbursts of gold for joy, soft ripples of blue for calm, flickers of deep violet for contemplation. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant symphonies of color. The other was Pip, a small, spindly being from the methane seas of Glaza. Covered in iridescent, feathery filaments that constantly shifted hues, Pip perceived the universe through intricate harmonies. Every movement, every thought, every shift in light produced a unique resonance only Pip could fully appreciate. Pip expressed feelings through delicate vibrations that shimmered in the air, like the sound of wind chimes dipped in honey. Their meeting had been accidental. Kalen's scout pod, damaged in a micrometeoroid shower, had limped into the Harmony's rest for repairs. Pip, a solitary gardener tending the station's forgotten botanical dome, had found the injured traveler. Fear initially painted Kalen in jagged streaks of crimson. Pip, startled, emitted a discordant, high-pitched trill that made the ferns shiver. But Pip saw the distress in Kalen's flickering core light and offered a single, perfectly spherical, bioluminescent berry grown in the hydroponics. The gesture, a universal offering of peace, calmed the crimson streaks into softer pinks. The dome became their shared sanctuary. Kalen, fascinated by the living green, helped tend the plants. His cool touch seemed to soothe the more temperamental ferns, and his presence encouraged the moss to glow brighter. Pip, in turn, showed Kalen the hidden music of the station, the rhythmic thrum of the life support systems, the melodic drip of nutrient solution into the tanks, the complex symphony of the plants themselves breathing and growing. Kalen learned to hear Pip's emotions as subtle shifts in the ambient hum, while Pip began to see Kalen's feelings as beautiful, silent light shows. One day Pip, bubbling with excitement over a new hybrid blossom, attempted to share its joy. The tiny being vibrated intensely, sending out a cascade of rapid, high-frequency chimes. To Pip, it was a triumphant fanfare. To Kalen, however, the vibrations resonated painfully within his crystalline structure, causing sharp, jagged lines of white light to flare across his surface, a clear signal of distress. Pip froze, filaments drooping into muted grays. Kalen, seeing Pip's sudden dejection, pulsed a slow, reassuring wave of deep blue. They floated together in the zero-gravity center of the dome, bathed in nebula light. Kalen gently pulsed the sequence, a soft yellow question mark. Pip responded with a low, questioning hum. Kalen projected an image, Pip's rapid vibrations, overlaid with the painful white flashes he experienced. Pip projected back, the vibrant, joyful meaning behind the rapid chimes, a burst of sunshine yellow and spring green in Kalen's own light language. Understanding dawned. Pip's next expression of joy was a slower, warmer vibration, like a deep cello note. Kalen responded with gentle, golden spirals. They didn't need words. The misunderstanding dissolved into shared, silent laughter, Kalen's light shimmering with amusement, Pip's filaments rustling with a soft, chuckling hum. They began building something new in their sanctuary, a quiet corner dedicated to shared appreciation. Pip strung delicate filaments between glowing fungi, creating a harp that resonated with the station's natural sounds. Kalen arranged polished river stones from his homeworld, each imbued with a faint, calming inner light to reflect the nebula's colors onto the walls. It became their listening grove, a place for gentle communion. Their favorite ritual was stargazing. They would drift near the dome's clear apex, the vastness of space stretching before them. Pip would point a slender limb towards a distant, pulsing star and emit a complex chord, the song of that star, as Pip perceived its light and energy signature. Kalen would respond by projecting swirling patterns of light onto the dome, mimicking the star's color and imagined movement. They shared memories this way, Kalen painting the swirling auroras of Lyra 7 with shimmering ribbons of green and silver light, while Pip hummed the deep, resonant song of Gleese's churning ocean currents. In the profound quiet, punctuated only by the station's gentle breath and their own non-verbal exchanges, they found a deep, wordless peace. The infinite distance between their worlds shrunk to the space between them in the listening grove, bridged by the shared wonder of the cosmos. One quiet cycle, a minor crisis, arose. A power fluctuation caused the temperature regulators in the dome to falter. The ferns began to wilt, their vibrant green fading. The luminous moss dimmed. Kalen pulsed anxious shades of orange and gray. Pip emitted a worried, wavering drone. Panic threatened. But then Pip remembered the ancient Glesian practice of communal resonance for healing. Focusing intently on the drooping ferns, Pip began a low, steady hum, a vibration tuned to the frequency of growth and vitality. It was a sound felt more than heard, a deep thrumming that seemed to sink into the very roots. Kalen watched Pip's filaments glow with concentrated effort. He understood the intent. Drawing on his own connection to light and energy, Kalen positioned himself near the struggling plants. He focused his inner light, not in bright flashes, but in a warm, steady, golden radiance, bathing the leaves and soil. It was like concentrated, gentle sunlight. Pip's hum deepened, harmonizing with the faint life pulse of the plants themselves. Kalen's light pulsed in time with the vibration. Slowly, miraculously, the ferns perked up. Their leaves regained their sheen. The moss began its soft, green pulse once more. Relief washed over them. Kalen shimmered with pure, bright gold gratitude. Pip vibrated with a warm, contented purr. They hadn't fixed the regulator yet, that required a maintenance bot, but together, through their unique forms of care sound and light, they had nurtured their sanctuary back to health. The shared effort, the combination of their alien gifts, created a bond stronger than any translation matrix. The nebula outside shifted, the rose hue deepening as a nearby star ignited its evening glow. Kalen drifted towards the listening grove, projecting a soft invitation, an image of the two of them beneath the star-painted dome. Pip followed, settling onto a cushion of soft moss. Kalen began to project slow, swirling patterns onto the stones, not depicting a specific memory, but an abstract feeling, deep contentment, profound friendship, the quiet awe of the universe. It was a tapestry of deep blues, gentle golds, and shimmering silvers. Pip responded not with a complex chord, but with the simplest, purest sound, a single, sustained, clear note. It was the note of peace, the note of home found. It resonated softly through the grove, mingling with Kalen's light dance, filling the space with a palpable warmth. As the harmonies drifted silently through the painted cosmos, its small botanical dome glowed like a beacon. Within it, two beings from unimaginably different worlds, speaking no common tongue, shared a universe of understanding. They had built a shelter not just of glass and steel, but of kindness, patience, and the shared language of a starlit heart. The gap between stars, between species, between ways of being, seemed insignificant beside the simple, resonant truth humming in the listening grove. That connection, born of gentle curiosity and unwavering kindness, was the most universal language of all. And in that shared silence, bathed in nebula light and the soft pulse of their sanctuary, they watched the distant stars bloom together. In the quiet corner of the Whirlpool Galaxy, where stardust gathered like powdered sugar on a cosmic confection, there drifted a small space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was not a place of cold metal and blinking lights, but rather a living garden that floated among the nebulae, its walls made of crystalline structures that hummed gentle lullabies when starlight touched them just so. Here, two unlikely friends had found one another. Kalen came from a world where the oceans sang and the forests glowed with soft blue light. His people communicated through shifting patterns of color that danced across their skin, a language of emotions made visible. When he was happy, his skin shimmered like sunlight on water. When thoughtful, it swirled with deep indigo patterns like ink dropped in milk. He had journeyed to Starlight Haven to tend its gardens, for his touch could make even the most stubborn star blossoms unfurl their petals. Then there was Zorblix, who hailed from a planet where the mountains chimed like crystal bells and the rivers flowed with liquid silver. His species spoke through harmonies, soft chimes and melodies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. His body was covered in delicate, overlapping scales that caught the light and cast rainbow patterns on the walls, and when he moved, he left behind a trail of faint, musical notes that hung in the air like forgotten dreams. They met in the heart of the station's garden, where plants from 1,000 worlds grew in peaceful coexistence. Kalen was tending to a cluster of moon vines that refused to bloom, his skin pulsing with frustrated orange swirls. Zorblix approached with a curious chime, his scales tinkling like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. He reached out a 3-fingered hand, and from his fingertips emerged a soft, encouraging melody that sounded like raindrops on leaves. At first, their communication was a comedy of errors. When Kalen's skin flashed bright yellow with excitement, Zorblix misinterpreted it as alarm and responded with anxious, discordant notes. When Zorblix produced a cheerful ascending scale, Kalen thought it sounded mournful and responded with sympathetic violet patterns. They would often find themselves in bewildering conversations, where Kalen would show appreciation with emerald green spirals, only to have Zorblix answer with what sounded like a sad farewell melody. But in their shared love for the garden, they found common ground. They discovered that when Kalen's skin glowed with soft pink light, the color of contentment, and Zorblix hummed a particular G minor chord, the moon vines finally burst into spectacular bloom, their flowers opening to reveal tiny constellations inside. Together, they decided to create a special place within the garden, a sanctuary they called the Nebula Nook. They W-toged their floating crystals that caught starlight and scattered it in prismatic patterns across mossy banks. They cultivated plants that responded to both color and sound, creating a living symphony of light and music. There were whispering ferns that rustled in harmony with Zorblix's scales and glow mushrooms that pulsed in time with Kalen's emotional hues. One evening, as the station drifted through a particularly beautiful nebula that painted the sky in watercolor hues of lavender and peach, they experienced their first true misunderstanding. Zorblix had been working on a special project, a fountain made of singing crystals that would flow with liquid light. Wanting to surprise Kalen, he worked in secret, creating complex melodies that required intense concentration. Kalen, seeing his friend constantly producing tense, sharp notes and avoiding their usual time together, assumed Zorblix was angry with him. His skin took on worried gray patterns, and he began spending more time alone with the star blossoms, which drooped in response to his sadness. The misunderstanding lasted for 3 rotations of the station, around a nearby star. The garden began to suffer, flowers closed their petals, and the usually cheerful glow orbs dimmed. Finally, Zorblix completed his surprise and came to find Kalen chiming excitedly. He found his friend sitting beneath the weeping willows of Xylos, his skin a dull, unhappy gray. With a confused series of notes, Zorblix approached. Kalen looked up, his patterns flashing briefly with hope before settling back into gloomy gray. It was then that Zorblix realized what had happened. In his culture, working alone to create a gift was a sign of deep respect, but to Kalen's people, spending time apart indicated displeasure. Zorblix gently took Kalen's hand and led him to the Nebula Nook. There, in the center of their sanctuary, stood the most beautiful fountain either of them had ever seen. Crystalline structures rose like frozen music, flowing with liquid starlight that cascaded down in shimmering sheets. As the light flowed, it produced harmonies that changed with the patterns of the nebula outside. Understanding dawned on Kalen, and his skin erupted in a fireworks display of joyful colors. golden sunbursts, happy cerulean waves, and grateful violet blossoms. Zorblix responded with a melody that sounded like laughter made into music. They sat together by the fountain, their misunderstanding washed away by the beauty they had created together. From that day on, they developed their own language, a blend of color and sound that was uniquely theirs. Kalen learned to distinguish Zorblix's working concentration melody from his distressed chords, and Zorblix came to understand the difference between Kalen's excited yellow and anxious yellow. Their favorite times were when they would sit in their nebula nook, watching distant stars being born and dying in spectacular supernovas. Kalen's skin would glow with soft, contented patterns that mirrored the cosmic dance outside, while Zorblix would produce gentle, ambient music that harmonized with the universe's silent song. One particularly magical night, as a shower of shooting stars painted silver trails across the observation dome, they experienced something extraordinary. Kalen was watching the display, his skin reflecting the starlight in odd silver patterns, while Zorblix produced a melody that sounded like stars twinkling. Without thinking, they reached for each other's hands. As their fingers touched, something miraculous happened. Kalen's color patterns flowed up Zorblix's arm, tracing glowing patterns across his scales, while Zorblix's music seemed to vibrate through Kalen, causing his skin to shimmer in time with the melody. For a breathtaking moment, they understood each other completely, not through color or sound, but through something deeper, something that needed no translation. It was the pure language of friendship, transcending worlds and species. They sat there for hours, not needing to communicate in any way but simply being together, two souls from different stars understanding that kindness needs no dictionary, that compassion has no language barrier, and that the quiet company of a true friend is the universal translator of the heart. As the space station drifted peacefully through the cosmos, its garden blooming with intergalactic flora and its crystals humming soft lullabies, the two friends continued their watch. They knew that no matter how far they were from their home planets, they had found something more valuable than any starlight or melody, a friendship that proved that across the vast, star-dusted expanse of the universe, all beings speak the same language when they speak from the heart. And in their nebula nook, with the fountain singing its liquid light melodies and the flowers glowing in response to their combined presence, they created a small corner of the cosmos where differences were celebrated, misunderstandings became opportunities for laughter, and kindness was the only technology that truly mattered. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like frost on a window pane, there lived two beings from worlds so distant they should never have met. One was from the crystalline planet of Luminara, where inhabitants communicated through shifting hues that danced across their semi-transparent forms. The other hailed from the harmonic world of Melodia, where thoughts were expressed through gentle vibrations that hummed through the air like wind chimes. The Luminaran, whom we might call Gleam, had found their small exploration vessel caught in the gravitational pull of a wandering asteroid field. Meanwhile, the Melodian, whom we might call Hum, had been drawn to the same sector by the peculiar musical resonance of the cosmic debris. Their ships, one shaped like a floating droplet of mercury, the other like a blossoming metallic flower, drifted silently toward each other until they came to rest side by side on a large, stable asteroid. When they first stepped out onto the asteroid's surface, their forms could not have been more different. Gleam shimmered with anxious silver streaks, their bodies shifting between worry blue and caution yellow. Hum responded with a low, concerned thrum that vibrated through their 6 delicate limbs. Neither could understand the other's language, but both recognized the universal signs of being stranded far from home. The asteroid offered little shelter from the cosmic winds that occasionally whispered through the void, so together they began to build a refuge. Gleam used their natural ability to shape crystalline structures, drawing minerals from the asteroid's core and weaving them into translucent walls. Hum contributed by finding the perfect harmonic frequencies that strengthened the crystals, their vibrations causing the structure to grow in elegant, arching patterns. What emerged was a sanctuary unlike any other in that sector of space, a grotto of living crystal that pulsed with soft inner light, its walls singing faintly with the memory of Hum's harmonies. Through the transparent ceiling, the nebula outside painted everything in hues of violet and gold, while star clusters glittered like scattered diamonds. Their first misunderstandings were many, and often quite amusing. Gleam once turned a brilliant shade of approval green when Hum arranged glowing moss in symmetrical patterns, not realizing that on Melodia, this pattern meant dangerous precipice. Hum responded with a cheerful ascending scale that meant foolish mistake on their world, which Gleam interpreted as musical praise. They spent a full cycle arranging the moss in increasingly elaborate warning patterns before realizing their confusion, their mutual embarrassment expressed in Gleam's flickering pink hues and Hum's wobbling bass notes of laughter. Another time, Hum arranged floating orbs of light in what they considered a comforting constellation, only to learn that on Luminara, this particular formation meant profound sorrow. Gleam had spent hours trying to comfort their friend with sympathetic indigo patterns, wondering why Hum kept adding more orbs to the sad formation. Yet through these mishaps they learned. Gleam discovered that when Hum's vibrations settled into a C minor resonance, it meant contentment, not sadness. Hum realized that Gleam's silver sparkles indicated curiosity, not alarm. They developed their own language, a beautiful combination of color and sound that belonged solely to them. Their favorite times were the quiet hours when the asteroid rotated to face the galactic core. They would sit together in their crystalline sanctuary, watching star systems being born in clouds of luminous gas. Gleam would pulse softly in rhythm with the distant light, while Hum would harmonize with the faint electromagnetic songs of passing comets. In those moments, words were unnecessary. Understanding flowed between them like starlight through clear water. One particularly memorable evening, as they watched a binary star system perform its eternal dance, Hum noticed Gleam's light dimming slightly, a sign of homesickness on Luminara. In response, Hum began to vibrate at a frequency that caused the crystals around them to project images of their homeworld's musical forests. Then, remembering how much Gleam loved patterns, Hum arranged floating light particles to mimic the dancing auroras of Luminara. Touched beyond measure, Gleam responded by finding a rare mineral that, when struck, produced the exact harmonic tone of Hum's favorite childhood melody. Together they created something new, a light and sound sculpture that captured the essence of both their worlds, a testament to their friendship. As cycles turned, they learned each other's stories through their shared language. Gleam communicated through cascading colors how their people measured time by the shifting hues of their planet's 3 suns. Hum responded with vibrational poems about the great chorus that occurred when their world's tidal forces created natural harmonics across the crystal oceans. They discovered that despite coming from different worlds, they shared the same wonder at the universe's beauty, the same curiosity about other life forms, and the same capacity for kindness that needs no translation. When rescue finally came, a Luminaran scout ship following Gleam's energy signature, both friends knew their time together in their crystalline sanctuary was ending. As a farewell gift, they spent one last cycle perfecting their shared language, creating a complete lexicon of color and sound that could bridge their worlds. The scout ship's crew watched in amazement as their missing compatriot communicated with the musical being through complex patterns of light and vibration. Before departing, Gleam and Hum pressed their forms together, crystal against harmonic resonance, in a gesture that needed no translation. Though light years would soon separate them, they had built something more permanent than their crystal sanctuary, a connection that transcended species, language, and space itself. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the cosmic winds were just right, they could still sense each other's presence. Gleam in the particular way starlight refracted through atmosphere, hum in the specific resonance of solar winds against planetary magnetic fields. For true friendship, they had learned, is not limited by distance or difference. It flows between souls like starlight through the void, connecting all who are willing to listen beyond words, see beyond appearances, and understand with the heart rather than the mind. And in the vast, beautiful darkness of space, such connections shine brightest of all. The fire crackled softly, its flames dancing like golden memories against the stone hearth. In the flickering light, shadows stretched and curled into shapes that almost looked like faces, like hands reaching across time. And in that warm, ancient glow, a story begins to unfold, a story of roots that run deep and remembrance that bridges generations. Lena lived in a small apartment in the city, where the stars were often hidden behind the glare of streetlights, and the past felt like something that happened to other people. She was a weaver of tapestries, her fingers skilled at threading colors into patterns, yet she often felt a peculiar emptiness, as if her own life's pattern was missing a crucial thread. One autumn afternoon, a package arrived from her grandmother's old house in the countryside, a house Lena hadn't visited since she was a child. Inside, swathed in tissue paper that smelled faintly of lavender and thyme, was a music box. It was carved from dark, rich wood, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight. Tucked beside it was a note in her grandmother's elegant script, "For you, my dear. May it help you find your song." Lena lifted the lid. Instead of a melody, the box played a soft, rhythmic ticking, like a heartbeat or the gentle fall of rain on leaves. And with that sound came a whisper, so faint it might have been the wind sighing through an unseen crack. "Remember, remember." That night, Lena dreamed. She stood in a forest she somehow knew, though she had never walked there in waking life. Ancient oaks stretched toward a sky scattered with stars clearer and brighter than any she had ever seen. A woman was waiting beneath the largest tree, her form woven from dappled moonlight and shadow. She wore a dress patterned with constellations, and her eyes held the patient depth of roots delving deep into the earth. "You've come," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I am Elena. I have been waiting." Waiting for what? Lena asked, her own voice small in the vast, quiet wood. "For you to listen," Elena replied. "The music box does not play a tune, it holds time. It holds stories, and it is time for you to hear them." She placed a hand on the oak's bark, and the tree seemed to hum in response. "Our family has always been keepers of stories," Elena said. "We are the rememberers, but remembering is not about holding on to old things. It is about understanding why they mattered and carrying their meaning forward." Then she began to sing, her voice low and soothing, a melody that wove through the dream like a silver thread. "Where the roots run deep and the memories sleep, listen close, dear heart, and you shall keep the tales of old in actions bold. A story lived is a story told." When Lena woke, the words of the lullaby lingered in her mind, gentle and persistent. The music box sat on her bedside table, silent now. But she could still feel the forest's cool breath, still see Elena's starry eyes. Over the following days, Lena found herself drawn to the music box. Sometimes, when the light hit it just right, she would catch glimpses in the mother-of-pearl, not her own reflection, but other faces, other places. A young woman stitching a quilt under a lantern's glow, a man charting stars onto parchment, a child learning to knead dough for bread that had been made the same way for generations. One evening, as the first winter frost painted her window pane, Lena opened the music box once more. The rhythmic ticking began, and this time she felt herself slipping not into sleep, but into a waking dream. She was no longer in her apartment. She stood in a cozy kitchen where the air smelled of yeast and honey. A woman with kind eyes and flour-dusted hands was teaching a little girl how to braid a loaf of bread. The woman hummed as she worked, and Lena recognized the melody, the same lullaby from her dream. "Now, my dove," the woman said to the child, "remember, the bread is not just flour and water. It is patience. It is care. It is the warmth of your hands giving life to the dough. This is your great-grandmother's recipe, but it becomes yours each time you make it with love." Lena watched, mesmerized, as the woman shaped the dough with practiced hands, her movements a dance of grace and purpose. She sang softly, "Knead the dough with gentle hands, as time itself like hourglass sands. Through generations does softly flow. What we make with love will grow." Then the scene shifted. Lena was in a garden at twilight, where an old man was showing a boy how to plant seeds. "Every seed holds a story," the man said, his voice raspy but warm. "It remembers the rain that fell, the sun that shone, the hands that saved it from last year's harvest. When you plant it, you are not just growing food, you are continuing a conversation that began long before you were born." He touched the soil reverently. "This is how we speak to the future, not with words alone, but with actions, with planting, with nourishing." Again the familiar lullaby wove through the air, sung by the man this time, his voice a low, steady rumble. Lena drifted through more visions, a woman mending a quilt, each patch a memory stitched together with intention. A young man learning to read the night sky, connecting stars into stories that guided travelers home. A girl listening to her grandfather's tales of kindnesses given and received, each one a pebble creating ripples across time. In every vision the same themes echoed. Heritage was not a static thing to be preserved behind glass. It was alive, breathing in the daily acts of making, nurturing, guiding, comforting. It lived in the bread shared with a neighbor, in the seeds planted for a season not one's own, in the stories told to soothe a fearful child. And always the lullaby was there, a thread connecting them all. Where the roots run deep and the memories sleep, listen close, dear heart, and you shall keep. One night, Lena found herself back in the moonlit forest with Elena. This time other figures stood among the trees, the bread maker, the gardener, the stargazer, the quilt mender. They were all smiling, their eyes holding the same gentle light. "You see," Elena said, her voice blending with the whisper of the leaves. "We are not just memories, we are the choices we made, the love we gave, the wisdom we passed on. The music box does not hold our voices, it holds the echo of our actions, and now it is your turn." Lena looked down at her own hands, the hands that wove tapestries but had never planted a seed, never baked bread, never guided anyone by the stars. "But I don't know how," she whispered. "I've spent so long feeling disconnected. What if I forget? What if I fail?" The bread maker stepped forward. "You already remember," she said. "You have been listening. The remembering is in the doing." The gardener nodded. "You do not need to live in the past to honor it. You need only live with purpose in the present." Then from among them a figure emerged that made Lena's breath catch. It was her grandmother, looking just as she had when Lena was small, her eyes crinkled with warmth. "My dear Lena," her grandmother said, "I always feared you would feel alone in the city, cut off from where you came from. That is why I sent you the music box, not to tie you to the past, but to show you that you carry it with you, in your hands, your heart, your choices." She reached out and touched Lena's cheek, her fingers cool and real. "I regret that I did not teach you these things myself while I had the chance. I thought there would be more time, but see, the stories find their way, the love finds its way." Lena felt a tear trace a warm path down her cheek. "I miss you," she said softly. "And I you," her grandmother replied. "But I am not gone. I am in the bread you will bake, the seeds you will plant, the stories you will tell. I am in the lullaby you will sing to your own child one day." She began to sing, and the others joined her, their voices weaving together into a tapestry of sound that filled the forest, filled Lena's heart. where the roots run deep and the memories sleep. Listen close, dear heart, and you shall keep the tales of old in actions bold. A story lived is a story told. When Lena opened her eyes, she was back in her apartment, the first light of dawn tinting the sky. The music box was silent, but she could still feel the warmth of her grandmother's hand on her cheek. She rose and went to the kitchen. She found a recipe for honey oat bread, one she had never made before, and began to measure and mix. As she kneaded the dough, she hummed the lullaby, her hands learning the rhythm of emotion that was both new and ancient. She planted herbs in pots on her windowsill, whispering blessings into the soil as she had seen the gardener do. She began a new tapestry, weaving into it patterns of stars and seeds, trees and bread loaves, and all the stories she had been given. And that evening, as the fire crackled in her hearth, she opened the music box one last time. The ticking began soft and steady, but now it felt like a companion rather than a mystery. She knew she didn't need the box to remember. She carried the memories in her actions now. She closed the lid and the ticking faded. But the lullaby remained, singing softly in her heart. Years later, Lena would sit with her own daughter on her lap before a fire, weaving stories of star-guided travelers and bread that tasted of love. And she would sing the lullaby, the words now as familiar as her own breath. And sometimes in the flickering light she would see faces in the flames. Lena, the bread maker, the gardener, her grandmother, all smiling, all nodding, their legacy alive not in objects, but in the warm, daily acts of remembering and nurturing. For heritage is not a thing to be stored away. It is a seed planted in the soul, tended by love, and blooming in every kind choice, every shared story, every passed-down song. And so the roots grow deeper. And so the remembering continues. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust settled like glittering snow, there lived two beings from different worlds. On the crystalline planet of Luminar, there was a gentle creature named Kalen, whose skin shimmered with the colors of his emotions, and whose long, slender fingers could weave light into soft, glowing patterns. On the rust-colored world of Veridia, there lived a small, round being named Rin, who communicated through melodic hums that vibrated with meaning, and whose feet left faint, phosphorescent trails wherever they walked. Their friendship began by accident, when both of their small exploration vessels were caught in the gentle pull of a wandering comet's tail and guided toward a forgotten asteroid. There, nestled within a crater veiled by curtains of slow-drifting cosmic dust, they found a place that would become their sanctuary, a vast, natural cavern whose walls were embedded with softly pulsing crystals that hummed in harmony with the distant stars. Kalen, upon first seeing Rin, had flushed a nervous silvery blue, his light-weaving fingers trembling. Rin, in turn, had emitted a low, warbling hum of caution. They were so different. Kalen expressed joy in bursts of gold and understanding in deep, calm violet. Rin expressed curiosity in a rising scale of notes and comfort in a steady, low thrum. They had no words in common, only the silent, vast language of the cosmos around them. Their first project was the garden. The cavern was beautiful but barren. Kalen, using his innate connection to light, gathered luminous mosses from the asteroid's surface and encouraged them to grow along the walls, their soft blue and green glow providing a gentle, perpetual twilight. Rin, whose humming could resonate with the vibrations of matter, coaxed dormant seeds from the asteroid's soil. Strange, bell-shaped flowers emerged, their petals chiming softly when the air shifted. Together they created a haven, a space station garden of otherworldly beauty, where light and sound lived in harmony. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One afternoon, Kalen, feeling particularly fond, wove a complex tapestry of warm, orange light and floated it toward Rin as a gift. In Kalen's culture, this was the highest form of affection. But Rin, seeing the advancing orb of light, interpreted it as an aggressive gesture. On Veridia, sudden bright lights were warnings of predators. Rin let out a sharp, discordant shriek and retreated into a corner, their body trembling. Kalen immediately dimmed to a soft, confused gray. He had caused distress and his heart ached. He slowly sat down a respectable distance away and began to pulse a very slow, very gentle rhythm of pale lavender light, the color of apology and patience on luminar. For a long time, Rin just watched. Then tentatively a single, clear note emerged, a question. Kalen responded by shaping the lavender light into a simple, open circle. Rin understood. This was not an attack, it was an attempt to connect. A low, warm hum of forgiveness filled the cavern, and Rin slowly approached. They spent the rest of that cycle sitting side by side, Kalen occasionally pulsing a soft gold, Rin answering with a contented drone. They had learned their first true lesson about each other. Their favorite pastime was to climb to the highest point of their crystalline cave, where a natural opening framed a breathtaking view of the nebula outside. They would sit for hours, watching the great swirls of magenta and cerulean gas, the distant suns being born in silent, brilliant explosions, and the slow, graceful dance of planets around their stars. During one such quiet moment, as a particularly vibrant shower of meteors painted streaks of silver across the void, Kalen noticed Rin was unusually still. A faint, sad, grayish-pink hue was emanating from Rin's normally vibrant trail. Kalen understood loneliness when he saw it. He didn't weave a grand light or make a sound. Instead, he simply reached out one shimmering hand and placed it gently on the cool, smooth surface of the crystal beside Rin. Rin looked at the hand, then at Kalen's face, which was glowing with a steady, compassionate amber. In response, Rin began to hum a new melody, one Kalen had never heard. It was a song of longing for the red deserts and singing sands of home, a melody of missing one's own kind. Kalen listened, his colors shifting in empathy, and when the song was finished, he pointed a finger toward a particularly bright, steady star in the distance, the star that was Viridia's sun. Then he pointed to another, a twinkling blue one, for Luminar. Finally, he drew a slow, encompassing circle of soft white light around both of them, there in their shared cave. The message was clear: we are both far from home, but we are home for each other here. Rin's hum shifted into a tone of profound gratitude, and they leaned ever so slightly against Kalen's side. In that moment there were no barriers of biology, no gaps in vocabulary. There was only the shared silence, the magnificent tapestry of the cosmos above, and the warm, unshakable certainty of friendship. They had built more than a garden or a shelter, they had built a bridge. A bridge made not of metal or code, but of patience, of laughter learned from missteps, of quiet companionship under alien stars. They had discovered that the most advanced technology in the universe was not a hyperdrive or a teleporter, but the simple, universal language of a kind heart. A language that needs no translation, that can be seen in a color, heard in a hum, and felt in the peaceful silence between two friends, forever connected across the starlit void. In the heart of the whispering woods, where moonlight filtered through the ancient canopy like liquid silver, there existed a forest older than memory itself. Here the trees stood as living libraries, their bark etched with stories written in patterns only the night dwellers could read. The streams hummed lullabies composed of raindrops and pebbles, and the stones held the warmth of forgotten suns beneath their mossy blankets. On this particular velvet night, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves padded softly through the ferns. He was restless, his heart beating a rhythm out of sync with the forest's gentle pulse. Though his den was warm and lined with sweet-smelling pine needles, sleep eluded him, for he could not understand why the world needed to grow cold and quiet when winter approached. His path led him to a clearing where starlight pooled like spilled milk upon the ground. Here, bioluminescent fungi dotted fallen logs with soft green halos, and will-o'-the-wisps danced in the misty air like wandering stars. In the center stood the grandmother oak, her branches spanning the sky, her leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Perched on her lowest bough sat an owl whose feathers held the patterns of constellations, her eyes glowing with the gentle light of captured moonbeams. "Little fox," the owl hooted softly, her voice like wind moving through pine needles, "your footsteps speak of questions too heavy for one so small to carry alone." The fox sat, wrapping his bushy tail around his paws. "Wise one," he began, "why must the forest prepare for sleep? Why do the flowers close their bright faces, and why do the streams slow their cheerful songs? It feels like the world is forgetting how to be joyful." The owl blinked slowly. "Come," she said, "and we shall ask the forest itself for answers." Their first stop was the crystal stream, where water chuckled over smooth stones. The fox dipped his paw into the cool current. "Why do you slow your dancing?" he asked. The stream's response came in bubbles that rose like liquid glass. "Little guardian," it gurgled, "even rivers need dreams. In my winter stillness, I gather stories from the sleeping earth. The deep secrets roots tell one another beneath the frost. When spring returns, I will carry these stories to awaken the valleys." Next they visited the standing stones, ancient sentinels covered in velvet moss. The fox pressed his ear against the cool granite. "Why do you hold such silence?" he whispered. A vibration hummed through the stone, a resonance felt rather than heard. "Child of the between times," the stone seemed to say, "in our quiet, we remember the warmth of summer suns and store it for the creatures who shelter in our lay. Our stillness is not emptiness, it is a different kind of fullness." As they walked, the forest revealed its nighttime magic. Glowworms traced delicate scripts upon decaying logs, writing messages about transformation and renewal. Moonflowers unfurled their pearlescent petals, releasing fragrance that smelled like starlight and dew. The wind moved through the pine needles with a shushing sound, as if comforting the earth to rest. The owl led the fox to a grove where the trees grew in a perfect circle. "This is where the seasons turn," she explained. "Watch and listen." In the center of the grove, a single silver birch trembled, its last golden leaf clinging to a slender branch. As the fox watched, the leaf released its hold and spiraled downward, caught by an invisible current of air. It didn't fall to the ground, but instead floated upward, joining a constellation of other leaves dancing in the moonlight. "Where are they going?" the fox breathed. "To the dream realm," the owl replied. "Where all things go to gather wisdom before returning, renewed." They continued their journey, the forest revealing more of its nocturnal wonders. They passed through a tunnel of weeping willows whose trailing branches swept the forest floor with a soft rustling sound, like pages turning in an ancient book. They crossed a bridge made of intertwined roots where fireflies pulsed in synchronized patterns, creating living constellations that mirrored the sky above. Beneath a hawthorn tree heavy with crimson berries, they encountered a badger who was gathering the last of the season's mushrooms. His stripes glowed faintly in the moonlight, and when he moved, the air filled with the scent of damp earth and wild thyme. "The forest prepares not for death, but for dreaming," the badger rumbled, his voice like stones tumbling in a distant creek. Beneath the frost, a great transformation occurs. Seeds split open to remember their future shapes. Roots stretch deeper, learning the earth's oldest songs. Even the stones grow warmer at their hearts, storing summer's laughter for colder days. The fox listened, his ears twitching at the symphony of night sounds, the patter of last leaves falling, the almost imperceptible crunch of frost forming on fern tips, the distant hush of a waterfall slowing to an icy trickle. As dawn approached, painting the eastern sky with lavender and rose, the owl led the fox to the highest point in the forest, a moss-covered cliff overlooking the sleeping world. From here they could see the tapestry of the whispering woods in all its glory, the dark green of the pines, the silver threads of streams, the patches of mist floating like ghosts between the trees. "Watch," the owl said softly. As the first rays of sun touched the forest, something miraculous occurred. The frost that had gathered during the night began to sparkle, not with melting, but with captured light. Each crystal became a prism, reflecting colors that shouldn't have existed. Deep violets, emerald greens, and sapphire blues danced across the forest floor. The frozen waterfall glimmered like a staircase of diamonds, and the spiderwebs between the branches became laceworks of rainbows. "This is the forest's way of remembering light," the owl explained. "Even in its resting time, it finds ways to keep beauty alive." The fox felt a warmth spread through his chest, a understanding blooming like a flower in the snow. "So the quiet time isn't empty," he murmured. "It's full of different kinds of magic." The owl nodded, her feathers ruffling in the morning breeze. "Just as you need sleep to grow and dream, the earth needs its season of stillness. In the seeming silence, the most important work is done, the gathering of strength, the weaving of roots, the storing of sunlight in secret places." As they made their way back to the fox's den, the forest began its daytime transformation. The nocturnal creatures retreated to their hidden homes, the bioluminescent fungi dimmed their glow, and the morning birds began their chorus. But now the fox could hear the harmony between the waking and sleeping worlds, the way one flowed into the other, each necessary, each beautiful in its time. At the entrance to his den, the fox turned to the owl. "Thank you," he said. "I was afraid of the coming quiet, but now I understand it's just the forest breathing out, gathering itself to breathe in again when the time is right." The owl touched his head gently with her wingtip. "Remember this wisdom when the snow falls deep and the world seems sleeping. Beneath the stillness, magic is working. In the silence, stories are being woven, and after every winter, without fail, spring always returns." The fox curled up in his den, the scent of pine and earth comforting around him. Through the entrance, he could see the forest settling into its daytime rhythms. For the first time, the approach of winter didn't feel like an ending, but like the turning of a page in a story that would continue, cycle after cycle, forever. As he drifted into sleep, he heard the wind moving through the pines, a lullaby of whispers that spoke of patience, of trust in nature's rhythms, of the quiet magic that works in darkness and silence. And in his dreams, he saw the forest not as sleeping, but as dreaming. Great, beautiful, transformative dreams that would blossom into reality when the world was ready to wake again. Outside, the first snowflakes began to fall, each one a tiny star carrying messages from the sky, each one a promise that even in the deepest rest, the world was held in gentle, capable hands. And the fox slept, knowing he was part of something vast and eternal, something that knew exactly when to rest and when to awaken, when to be still and when to dance. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced on dew-kissed cobblestones, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and wild thyme. Young Ben lived there with his grandfather, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, and a heart that noticed things others overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played kick-stone, Ben often sat by the old stone well in the square, tracing the cracks in the worn wood of its cover, wondering about the secrets whispered beneath the surface. One misty autumn morning, while helping his grandfather clear the attic of his creaky, timber-framed cottage, Ben discovered a forgotten wooden chest tucked beneath dusty eaves. It smelled of cedar and thyme. Inside, nestled amongst faded quilts and bundles of letters tied with faded blue ribbon, lay a small object wrapped in soft, unbleached linen. Unwrapping it carefully, Ben found an ordinary-looking teapot. It was made of smooth, cool porcelain, painted with a simple, swirling pattern in cobalt blue. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size, and when Ben tilted it, he heard a faint musical chime, like tiny bells tinkling deep within its belly. "Grandfather," Ben called down the ladder, his voice hushed with wonder. "What's this?" The old man climbed up, his joints creaking like the attic floorboards. He peered at the teapot, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. "Ah, the whispering kettle belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Rowan. Folks said it held more than just tea. He tapped the side gently. She claimed it could brew stories if you listened close enough. Just stories, never saw it myself, but it was precious to her. That night after grandfather had gone to bed, Ben sat by his own small window, the whispering kettle on the sill beside him. The moon painted silver streaks on the floorboards. On impulse, Ben poured cool water from his jug into the kettle and whispered, "Tell me a story." Nothing happened. Disappointed, Ben sighed. But as he turned to leave, a faint wisp of steam curled from the spout. It didn't smell like tea leaves, it smelled like old paper and distant rain. And then, soft as a sigh, a voice seemed to echo not in his ears, but within his very bones. It spoke of a hidden glade, far beyond the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook, where a pool of purest moonlight water shimmered, its surface reflecting forgotten constellations. The voice spoke of the pool's magic fading, dimmed by a creeping, cold shadow of forgetting. The story ended with a feeling of profound sadness, like a lost melody. Ben felt a strange pull in his chest, a yearning as deep as the kettle's chime. He knew with a certainty that surprised him that he had to find that glade. The whispering kettle hadn't just told a story, it had offered a quest. He packed a small bag, a wedge of cheese, a crusty loaf, his warmest woolen scarf, and carefully the whispering kettle wrapped in the linen cloth. At dawn, Ben slipped out, the village still dreaming. The path into the whispering woods was familiar at first, carpeted with fallen leaves the color of embers and gold. But soon the trees grew taller and closer, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into shifting green patterns. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Ben felt small and alone. He stopped by a mossy boulder, unsure which path to take. "Lost are we, young sprout," a gruff voice rumbled from beneath the boulder. A large, silver-furred badger with wise, dark eyes pushed his way out. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout. "Name's Thorn. Paths in these woods twist like a squirrel's tail if you don't know their rhythm." Ben explained his quest, showing Thorn the whispering kettle. The badger sniffed it thoughtfully. "Moonlight water, a tricky business. Shadow of forgetting is thick near the glimmer glade now, makes the path slippery for the mind." He adjusted his spectacles. "Wisdom you'll need, not speed. I know the old ways. I'll guide you part of the journey. But the final path, that requires a different kind of sight." Thorn proved a patient and knowledgeable guide. He showed Ben how to read the language of the moss thicker on the north side of trees, how to listen for the different songs of the streams, the one that chuckled led deeper, the one that sighed led towards rocky cliffs, and which berries were safe to eat, bright blue with star-shaped leaves. He shared stories of the forest, his voice a comforting rumble as they walked. "Strength isn't always in the claw or the tooth, Ben," Thorn said as they navigated a tangle of roots. "Sometimes it's in knowing when to be still, when to listen." After 2 days of travel, the woods began to change. The vibrant greens faded to muted grays and silvers. The air grew colder, carrying a scent like frost and old stone. Sounds became muffled. Even the birdsong seemed distant and thin. Thorn stopped at the edge of a silvery birch grove. "This is as far as I go, lad. The shadow thickens here. It makes creatures forgetful, even grumpy old badgers. You'll need lightheartedness now, a spark to pierce the gloom. Look for Pip." Ben thanked Thorn, who gave him a gruff nod before disappearing back into the deeper green. Feeling the cold seep into his bones, Ben pressed on. The silence was oppressive. He tried to recall the kettle's story, but the details felt fuzzy, like a dream upon waking. Doubt whispered coldly in his ear. "Why are you here? Go back. It's warm at home." Then a flash of brilliant blue shot past his head. A tiny bird no bigger than Ben's thumb, with feathers like sapphires and wings that hummed, hovered before him. "Hello, hello, feeling a bit gray, are we? Blasted shadow makes everything so dull." The bird's voice was like tinkling glass bells, impossibly cheerful in the gloom. "I'm Pip, Pip the forget-me-not finch. I remember everything, especially the bright things. Are you lost? Are you sad? Do you need a song?" Ben's spirits lifted instantly at Pip's infectious energy. He explained about the moonlight pool and the shadow of forgetting. Pip zipped around his head. "Oh, the glimmer glade, beautiful, terrible shadow making it all misty. Follow me, I remember the way. I remember the song the moonbeams sing on the water, la 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 luminous." Pip darted ahead, his tiny form a beacon of dazzling blue against the gray landscape. His constant, cheerful chatter and bursts of song were like tiny candles pushing back the cold forgetfulness. He reminded Ben of the kettle's warmth, of his grandfather's smile, of the smell of baking bread in Willowbrook, all the bright things the shadow tried to smother. Finally, they emerged from the last of the gray birches into a small, circular clearing. It should have been bathed in ethereal light, but instead, a thick, swirling gray mist clung low to the ground, obscuring everything. At the center, Ben could just make out the faint, sorrowful shimmer of the moonlight pool, its light weak and flickering. The air was thick with the shadow of forgetting, a heavy, sorrowful feeling that made Ben want to curl up and sleep, to let go of all purpose. "The shadow feeds on loneliness," Pip chirped, his voice subdued for the first time. "It wraps the pool in forgetting, makes it feel abandoned." Ben stood at the edge of the mist, clutching the whispering kettle. How could he fight this? Thorn had said wisdom, not force. Pip spoke of loneliness. He remembered the kettle's story, the sadness within it. He thought of his own quiet nature, how sometimes he felt unseen. Perhaps the pool felt that way too. He knelt on the cool, damp grass. He unwrapped the whispering kettle and set it gently before him. He poured water from his flask into it, the sound loud in the oppressive silence. Then, instead of asking for a story, Ben began to speak. He spoke softly, pouring his heart out to the hidden pool. He spoke of noticing the small things, the intricate pattern on a spider's web at dawn, the way sunlight turned the village fountain into liquid gold, the comforting weight of his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. He spoke of feeling small sometimes, but finding wonder in the world anyway. He spoke of his journey, of Thorn's steady wisdom, of Pip's dazzling joy. He spoke of seeing the pool even through the mist, of believing in its light. As Ben spoke, a thin, warm stream of fragrant steam began to rise from the whispering kettle's spout. It smelled like sun-warmed stone, like honeysuckle on a summer evening, like comfort and belonging. The steam didn't fight the gray mist, it wove through it, gentle and persistent. Where the steam touched, the mist seemed to soften, to thin, revealing patches of silver grass beneath. Pip, understanding, began to sing. Not his usual frantic, cheerful tune, but a soft, pure melody that echoed the feeling in Ben's words, a song of quiet noticing, of gentle companionship, of light remembered. He fluttered near the steam, his blue feathers catching the faint moonlight struggling through the thinning mist. Ben continued, his voice gaining strength as he poured out his simple truth. "You are not forgotten, you are seen, you are beautiful." The whispering kettle chimed softly, a resonant note that vibrated through the clearing. The warm, story-laden steam poured forth more strongly now, intertwining with Pip's song. The heavy, sorrowful feeling of the shadow began to lift, replaced by a growing sense of peace. The gray mist dissolved not with a roar, but with a sigh, melting away like frost under a kind sun. The glimmer glade was revealed. Moonlight pure and liquid silver streamed down unobstructed, illuminating a small, perfectly round pool. Its water wasn't water at all, but seemed to be made of captured moonlight, swirling gently, reflecting stars that weren't in the sky above. It shimmered with a soft, internal radiance, casting dancing silver reflections on the surrounding ferns and mossy stones. The air was crisp, clean, and filled with the gentle hum of pure magic. The shadow of forgetting was gone, dispersed by the warmth of shared stories, the light of friendship, and the simple, powerful act of being seen and acknowledged. Ben approached the pool reverently. He dipped the whispering kettle into the moonlight water. As it filled, the porcelain seemed to glow from within, the cobalt blue patterns deepening like a twilight sky. He felt a profound sense of calm wash over him, a connection to something ancient and gentle. The journey back was lighter. Pip chattered excitedly about the glade's restored beauty. Thorn met them at the edge of the silver birch grove, a knowing glint in his eye. Wisdom listened to, friendship offered, light remembered. Well done, Sprout. He accompanied them back to the edge of the familiar woods. When Ben finally slipped back into his room in Willowbrook, Dawn was just painting the sky peach and rose. He placed the whispering kettle, now holding the precious moonlight water, carefully on his windowsill. It glowed softly, a comforting nightlight. He knew the magic wasn't just in the water. It was in the journey, the helpers, and the quiet understanding he'd found within himself. From then on, Ben wasn't just the quiet boy. He was the boy who listened, who noticed, who understood that the greatest magic often lies in kindness, connection, and the courage to share your heart. And on clear nights, when the moon was full, he would brew a small pot of chamomile tea with just a drop of the moonlight water in the whispering kettle. As the fragrant steam rose, carrying whispers of ancient glades and steadfast friends, he would share stories not just of grand adventures, but of the quiet wonders of Willowbrook, the steadfast wisdom of the woods, and the dazzling joy found in even the smallest blue feather, reminding everyone who listened that they too were seen, remembered, and full of their own quiet, extraordinary light. And the steam would curl around the room, warm and comforting, weaving a blanket of peace before the journey into dreams.